Me. It's here. We're all going to die. What are you standing there for? Close the door. Now. Bloody scenes unfolded one after another. Stay away from me. Save me. A handprint slammed hard onto the door, accompanied by screams. Somebody. Help me. Eerie plumes of gray smoke gradually rose into the air. These things were incomprehensibly strange and terrifying. The space before them became dark and eerie, teeming with these creatures. They slithered disgustingly across the ground. Suddenly, a foot slowly crushed these creatures. It seems someone has intervened here. A voice crackled over the radio, ordering the soldiers. All soldiers on board. Assemble at the command room immediately. It seems the plan is proceeding as predicted. Full retreat. Seeing the situation, some soldiers muttered to each other. That's our commander for you. Aren't we leaving? The man in front turned back and said, that selfish bastard only cares about himself. Ignore it. Keep moving as planned. As he spoke, he scanned the area. Try to save as many people as possible. That's an order. The men behind him nodded. Roger that. Strange sounds echoed, making the commander suddenly realize something was wrong. Weak voices echoed. Is anyone here? Help me. The soldier hurried down the corridor. Please. Reaching the end of the hallway, the soldier quickly turned to check his surroundings. What he saw next made him freeze instantly. Before them was a mountain of corpses. A pitiful sight. Noticing his comrade was distracted, a soldier turned and warned. Hey. Focus up. They quickly got into a combat stance. I'll watch our six. Hurry up and find any survivors. While everyone was still searching, a voice called out. Is anyone here? A blood-soaked hand reached out. Help me get out. Seeing this, the soldier rushed forward, hanging there a little longer. But the next sight made him freeze instantly. The terrifying figure of a creature with a round head and glowing eyes suddenly appeared. It hurt so much. Somebody. Please help me. A morph, with its giant round head, suddenly appeared. It hurts. Somebody. Help me. Seeing this, a soldier quickly screamed. Monster. The moment he finished speaking, a giant hand snatched him. This scene startled the soldiers behind him. Among the human corpses, the mutant monster morph suddenly appeared. Its jaw was wide open, baring its teeth, with eyes that looked like they wanted to devour them whole. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately raised their guns. Enemy sighted. Fire. Loud explosions erupted as the monster suddenly charged forward. It was incredibly agile, weaving through every bullet from the soldiers. At the same time, its flexible body appeared before their eyes. Before they knew it, it had leapt onto the wall, menacing the soldiers. A strange liquid suddenly shot straight at the armored soldiers. Before they could react, the liquid corroded them all, making them scream in agony. Zero acid. Meanwhile, another soldier rushed over, shouting, Stay calm. Inject the antidote now. Unfortunately, he was accidentally hit by a bullet from another soldier. The scene was incredibly brutal. One by one, they collapsed, their screams echoing. At the same time, a notification voice sounded. Emergency treatment complete. Please proceed to the medical bay immediately. The poor soldier slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. Before him was the sight of a morph still gnawing on the bodies of his comrades. This terrified him so much that he shot up. Damn it. The situation left him at a loss for what to do. That monster. Damn it. Suddenly, the man noticed a bomb he still had on him. While he was still terrified, a morph suddenly appeared before the monster. Seeing this strange thing left him utterly confused. This pink creature then jumped down right in front of the soldier. An explosion rang out, and the sight before him filled him with terror. In the blink of an eye, the pink creature had enveloped the soldier. And so, a morph continued its task of devouring all the survivors. After dealing with the remaining man, the pink creature quickly leapt into the air. It finally returned to a morph's shoulder and sighed in relief. The two of them quickly left the place, leaving skulls scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a morph saw something that caught its attention. Before it was a door leading to a vast open space outside. It immediately took a human hand and placed it on the scanner. At the same time, a notification voice announced, User not registered. Access denied. This enraged Amorph, who glanced at MIB. It took a bomb from the dead soldier and held it up. The bomb was thrown straight at the giant door. A huge explosion erupted, and the horrifying figure of the morph slowly stepped forward. It slowly walked to the next location with its own purpose. Its teeth were terrifyingly stained with blood. Just the sight of the morph was enough to make the remaining survivors fall into despair. It paid them no mind and continued to step forward. This situation made the survivors scream in terror. In the final moment, a morph flew forward to attack the poor man. The story is retold. I am a not-my-so-friendly alien creature that devours everything and evolves endlessly. Time ruins. In the vastness of space, inside the cargo bay of a cold metal ship, I must admit, I became a ferocious alien creature through this sci-fi survival game. Everything began with outer space survival. In this survival game, each player must choose one of the species living in this vast expanse. Then survive, explore, and evolve. Many things happened. Sometimes, you might be a mechanical gremlin crushing a human ship. But others changed. At times, you could be a mutant monster, slaughtering enemies on the battlefield. Fierce battles raged on. Or you could be a hive-minded leader, conquering other planets. This game was a huge hit with players. I had played as all of the most terrifying cosmic creatures. But I only truly loved one species, the malevolent outer space fiend variant, or MOF for short. I was incredibly fascinated looking at my creation. I often called it a morph. It was based on a creature from an alien movie, a species that uses its victims' genetic information to infinitely strengthen itself. At first glance, its power seemed overwhelming, but it was hard to survive for long. Plus, it couldn't communicate or cooperate with other species, making it one of the weakest minority species in the game. The reason I liked this bottom-tier creature was simple. I had witnessed so many different stories. Its evolution and enhancement abilities all depended on my own choices and desires. That was the selling point. Suddenly, a notification appeared before morph species malevolent outer space fiend variant MOF. State larva. Objective survival. Current traits super sense. After reading these notifications, Amorph's face immediately turned fierce. The next second, its eyes showed a growing interest. Its current form was a bit disappointing. So this is how it turned out. It silently recalled the form it had created in the game. Why did I have to like that alien movie so much? Amorph quickly looked around, but more thinking wouldn't solve anything. A sensation spread through its body, making Amorph scream internally. So itchy. It looked at its current form in confusion. I didn't expect molting to be this uncomfortable. Realizing something, Amorph hurriedly crawled up. I need to find something to eat. It hurts, and I'm starving. I'm about to pass out. Amorph's small form continued to crawl around, exploring the space. The large door caught its attention. Judging by the design, this seems to be a Mega Corp Planetary Association ship. If I get caught now, I'm dead for sure. It quickly used its tail to check. Super sense. An image appeared right before Morph's eyes. On the other side were strange storage bays. Cardboard boxes were stacked neatly throughout the ship. Lights shone everywhere. Amorph sensed all of this. Successfully located. Found it. Amorph rushed forward. It finally crawled onto the door, which was carefully locked with a password. It continued to observe the area, and slowly brought its tail closer. Good thing there's a passcode. Let's see. Its face showed disbelief. You're kidding me. 1 2 3 4. Really? This is the kind of security a space game has. Suddenly, plumes of smoke rose, catching Amorph's attention. Without wasting time, it hastily opened a bag of bread. Its giant mouth and sharp teeth quickly devoured the meal. It seems Amorph wasn't satisfied with this meal. It's like chewing on rubber. But oh well. At least it's nutritious. Realizing it had just missed something, Amorph turned its head. It used its tail to impale the poor cockroach from before. Looking at the creature struggling endlessly, it grew curious. A cockroach. After tasting it, Amorph had to praise it. Delicious. The system suddenly displayed a notification before predation effect activated. Successfully obtained wing gene. Received wings from the biological characteristics of the cockroach. Do you want to use wings? Yes or no? Amorph was immediately surprised. So lucky. I already got a gene. A brief explanation of what Amorph just said. Genes are the key component in Amorph's development. The more genetic information it has, the stronger it becomes. After reading the system notification, Amorph thought, wings not bad. Without hesitation, it tapped the yes button on the screen. Its body suddenly grew to very strange horns. After some time, these horns finally developed into a pair of wings, making Amorph rejoice. Awesome. Realizing something wasn't right, it immediately became fierce. This is cool. But how do I move now? Afterward, Amorph kept trying. The wings are on my back, so I need to move my trapezius muscles. After flying for a short while, Amorph thought pensively. I get it. Its current form looked very strange as it flew into the air. And so, it went back to devouring food to evolve further. Sweat poured down its face. I've already used up so much energy. Noticing that cockroaches kept appearing in this place, Amorph paid attention. Its eyes immediately lit up as it thought. To use these wings properly, I need a skill. There's my first target. Over the next period, Amorph used its tail to attack the cockroaches. After taking down a cockroach, it stuffed them all into its mouth. As Amorph enjoyed this meal, it felt quite satisfied. 20 cockroaches in total. But it's still not quite enough. Its eyes held a hint of disappointment as it continued to eat the cockroaches. It's like eating chicken. A system notification appeared against species malevolent outer space fiend variant MOF. State larva. Objective survival. Current trait super sense. Wings. Shit and shell. This information caught Amorph's attention. Shinin Shell increases defense according to growth level. This skill is decent, but it'll take a while to fully develop. It's crashed its head in frustration. I need the Vigorous Vitality trait, but it seems I can't get it just by wanting it. Vigorous Vitality is a trait that prevents aging by minimizing energy consumption. Amorph knew this information well. This trait is usually more common in passive insects or plants and significantly reduces food requirements. Afterward, it continued to search around. This means to survive, I have to catch even more cockroaches. Realizing the food supply here was dwindling, Amorph quickly jumped to another area. Time to change my hunting grounds. Though its form was small, its body was very flexible. It seemed Amorph had gotten used to flying. Spotting 2 cockroaches on the ground caught its attention. I'm one formidable Amorph. Noticing something flying toward it, the cockroach turned its head in surprise. The next second, it was about to become prey for Amorph to savor. The other cockroach was sent flying. With no time to waste, it quickly put the cockroaches into its mouth. Seeing the remaining cockroach trying to escape caught its attention. You're going in my mouth. So Amorph frantically chased after the cockroach. You're not getting away. Perhaps because of its large body, Amorph accidentally bumped into the door. Its eyes showed a hint of disappointment as it looked at the cockroach still hiding in the corner. Unable to stand it any longer, it immediately shot its tail toward the cockroach on the side. The cockroach's body was pierced by its tail, causing it immense pain. Amorph had long since opened its mouth wide, waiting for this meal. The poor cockroach was now just a few small fragments. A system notification rang out, activating the predation effect, which caught Amorph's attention. Along with it was a system notification successfully obtained Vigorous Vitality gene. Receive Vigorous Vitality from the biological characteristics of the cockroach. Do you want to use Vigorous Vitality? Yes or no? Amorph suddenly felt excited. Of course, yes. Its limbs gradually grew stronger. Along with that came an incredibly tough outer shell. Seeing that it had evolved once again, Amorph was extremely pleased. Perfect. But a sound from outside caught its attention. At the same time, Amorph realized something very important. Humans, the masters of this spaceship, are my enemies. The vibrations behind the walls, along with the faint footsteps, told me so. There's not much time left to hide from the grim future ahead. So I have to get through the larval stage as quickly as possible. To do that, I have to expand my range of activity beyond this cargo bay. Amorph continued to look around the space before it, thinking, this is just the beginning. It's time to escape this cargo bay. The first place I set foot in. Thoughts swirled in Amorph's head, making it hesitate. Where should I go next? I've already chosen my next destination. Before it was a securely locked emergency exit, the cooling chamber next to the reactor. This is a critical area, so there won't be too many people loitering around. And if anything happens, no one will know. Amorph quickly approached to observe the situation. If things go south, I can just escape through the cooling chamber. As Amorph climbed up, the narrow space ahead caught its attention. Seeing the opportunity right in front of it, it quickly crawled up. Alright, let's go. A strong gust of wind caught Amorph's attention. It turned out the cooling fan was still blowing strongly, accompanied by terrifying sounds. Sweat poured down its face. Good grief, that's terrifying. Over the next moment, Amorph carefully used its limbs to remove each screw. Finally, the fan's protective cover was knocked away. Seizing the opportunity, Amorph moved closer to the cooling fan. If I damage this ventilation system, the AI will immediately report it to the humans. I'll have to time it right to slip past the fan blades. A mystical blue airflow suddenly appeared before it. Time to use Amorph's power. It continued to observe the space more closely. Iron oxide and metal dust in the air. Strong winds blew continuously towards Amorph. Not to mention, the joints of the rotating blades are so worn out that their movement has slowed down a bit. After seeing its chance, Amorph flew forward quickly. My brain, after absorbing all the data, told me it's time to jump. It didn't hesitate and shot forward like an arrow. It's all or nothing. Time seemed to stop as Amorph dashed through the fan. Unfortunately, its tail accidentally hit a fan blade. But luckily, Amorph had successfully infiltrated the other side. Realizing its predicament, sweat poured down like rain. Made it through. Still alive. Wasting no time, it quickly crawled forward. What's next? In the dark space before it, Amorph was surprised to spot a spider. Sometime later, it fiercely listened in on a conversation. Hey, what's the result of experiment subject 26? The humans were still discussing. Failed again. The boss is definitely going to chew us out. The 2 men were still passionately talking about the issue. She's from Earth. Even the commander gets led by the nose. So what chance do we have? Let's just chalk it up to bad luck. Hearing their conversation, Amorph thought in surprise. A laboratory? I thought this was just a normal spaceship. But this looks more like Megacorp. To explain a bit about what it was thinking, Megacorp is a group of the wealthiest people in the solar system. To put it simply, they are a race based on the earthly model. where the nation's power is not held by the government, but by giant corporations. It seems these people are extremely dangerous, and most of the residents here adhere to extreme materialism. In this game, most of humanity is neutral, but Mega Corp leans more towards the villainous side. This information made Orf very hesitant, unsure of what to do. Megacorp is the only species that turns normal humans into slaves. I don't know about real life, but in the game, they're already no good. And so, Amorph quickly took flight to another place. Amorph landed on the ground below and thought to itself, let's see what I can harvest today. It used its 2 antennae to sense the space before it. I'll have to see what kind of experimental ship this is before deciding my next move. Before it was an incredibly powerful monster. If this is a research center for giant mutants, a type of ground infantry, then I can benefit from their strong bodies and combat abilities. But Amorph also considered another path. And if this is a place for experimenting on races with supernatural powers, like spirits for example, then those divine powers will fall into my hands. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. Honestly, I prefer the latter, but I don't know if I possess any divine powers yet. Suddenly, a faint voice called out, "Help me." This caught Amorph's attention. Someone needs help. And so, it approached the experimental space here to assess the situation. Before Amorph was a pink space being controlled by humans. It hurts help, it thought in surprise. It's a spherical amoeba. Its face immediately turned fierce. This species has the trait of storing oxygen, so it doesn't need to eat or drink. But what do I need that trait for? It continued to use its ability to sense its surroundings. Time to use Super Sense to find a good catch. A jolt of electricity ran through the amoeba's body, catching Amorph's attention. Electricity, is this what those researchers were talking about earlier? Found it. It moved closer to the control panel and pressed a button. According to Super Sense, just pressing this will end the experiment. Alarms blared from the machine. And at the same time, the amoeba spoke softly. Thank you. It thought to itself. Live well. The sound of footsteps from outside made Amorph turn its head in fear. Someone's coming. With no other choice, it quickly used its wings to escape from the area. It finally found a very safe hiding spot for itself. Amorph lay still there, waiting to see what would happen. At the same time, a woman's footsteps slowly approached. K is a rat guy, annoyedly asked Key loudly. When will I see some progress with Experiment 26? He quickly ran after her, trying to flatter her. There will definitely be progress soon. Just give me more time. Hearing this, she turned her head back irritably and scolded. Time is money. Before we arrive, I need results to report back to the company. After saying that, she didn't forget to threaten Key. If there are no further changes, they might reconsider whether to hire you. This threat made him terrified. With no other choice, he quickly begged. Please don't. I'm begging you. After a moment of thought, K is a Ragai suddenly called out. Senior researcher, no. Mr. Key. His whole body began to tremble. Yes, she didn't hesitate to step towards the amoeba to observe it. Of course, I don't want that to happen either, because I have high expectations for you. Her eyes seemed to hold hope as she looked at the creature before her. If you can meet those expectations with Experiment 26, your appointment as the lead researcher will be a small matter. His eyes gradually changed. Really? It seemed that K is a Ragai's words were very credible. At least to lead researcher. And if things go well, you might even be on par with Mars. Her voice echoed, causing him to think in silence. You know they're paying close attention to our project, right? After a period of silence, Wade suddenly asked K is a Ragai. What do you think about using Sion IUM? Her words startled her slightly. Sion IUM? But she calmed down and stroked the small cat in her hand. The awakening drug created by the Galactic Association. I don't think we've ever used it before. He was about to say more. Many people say that K is a Ragai cut him off directly. We've tried everything with similar components, except for Sion IUM itself. After a moment of thought, she decided, alright, use it now. Wei Kong was about to say something else. What? But if it absorbs the neutralizer, its life will be at risk. It seems she didn't care much about these words. We should be seeing results by now. Key's voice stammered. I know. But she didn't care. I hope you understand how serious the current situation is. With no other choice, he reached for the control panel. I understand. I'll use it right away. The two quickly monitored the amoeba's current state. First, let's add 0.1 mGs 0.03 mGs 0.05 mg. Seeing its current state caught his attention. It's reacting. Next 0.07 mg. K is a Ragai suddenly called out. Wait. She had just come up with a crazy idea. Increase the dosage. Use it all for me. He was about to say more. What? But that will. Of course. She still didn't care and pressed the yellow button next to it. Hurry up. The San IUM from the tube was quickly injected directly into the amoeba's body. Unable to bear it any longer, it immediately screamed in despair. Stop. It hurts. Help. Hearing these desperate sounds made Kay as a rag eye even more amused as she laughed. Help me, it hurts so much. And Morph on the side witnessed the entire scene. Please, it hurts, help me. Sometime later, Kay as a rag eye's face immediately became serious. Looking at the amoeba's current state. Interesting result. Proceed with further experiments on sample 26T. He asked worriedly. Will that be alright? Of course. She didn't care and walked outside. Everything's fine. If there's anything interesting, be sure to let me know. He nodded in understanding. I understand. Realizing something was wrong, Kay as a rag eye turned her head back in annoyance. But before her was just an empty space, leaving her utterly confused. And so, Kay as a rag eye quickly left the area. Sweat dripped down Morph's face. Did it just cry out to me for help? It was very hesitant, not knowing what to do. This is so irritating. I don't like this one bit. It immediately remembered Kay as a rag eye's current state. I've decided. In a few days, I'll send her on her way. The scene before it was a continuous line of poison gas tubes. The scenery here had become incredibly strange because of these gas tubes. All the gas tubes appeared tangled like threads. And Morph was still focused on doing something. After seizing the opportunity, it suddenly spat a glob of saliva forward. Looking at its handiwork, it was pleased. Excellent. It's done. At the same time, its small antenna quickly observed and sensed everything around it. And Morph closed its eyes tightly. The entire ship feels like it has merged with my body. Thoughts continuously surfaced in its mind. Know yourself. Know your enemy. And you will win 100 battles. What is the enemy doing? Where are they? Who are they talking to? All this information will be transmitted to my brain through the fluid I've sprayed everywhere. It remembered its long period of effort. After 4 days as a morph, my nest is complete. The story continued as told by a morph. After completing my nest, I moved constantly between the nest and the cargo bay to find cockroaches and spiders to eat. At the same time, I would also keep a close eye on my target to gather more information. And Morph approached the air vent above and observed. She leaves her room at the same time every day. It seems it had gathered all the information about the woman before it. Her name is Kay is a Ragai Jujan. She's the head of research here. This ship may not be powerful, but she's still the most important person, and a threat to my survival. Time ruins to 2 days ago. An experimental subject had escaped. While the other researchers were panicking, Kay is a Ragai remained very calm and directed everyone. She had built a specialized tracking device in just 2 hours and successfully captured the subject. This made them even more cautious. If that subject had crawled into the air vent, I would have been discovered too. I need to get rid of her as soon as possible. Realizing something was wrong, Kay as a Ragai turned her head back in annoyance. She quickly noticed the air vent on one side. I feel like someone's watching me. Seeing her strange reaction surprised the people behind her. Is there a problem? Kay as a Ragai shook her head and informed everyone. It's nothing. Let's go. Meanwhile, a morph in the air vent became terrified. It let out a sigh of relief when she left the area. She's just a human, but so perceptive. Or does she have some kind of divine power? A brief explanation of what it was thinking. Divine power is a trait found only in non-human tribes. It includes powers like telekinesis, teleportation, and mind control. It's similar to supernatural powers. Things weren't that simple. But sometimes, among all of humanity, a few people are born with divine powers. And Morph silently calculated while eating protein bars. She's not bad physically. Very cunning. Sharp. And always has soldiers with her. How can I get close? Suddenly, the system displayed a notification: species malevolent outer space fiend variant Hemof. State larva. Objective survival. Current traits super sense. Wings. Shit and shell. New paralytic venom. Seeing this, and Morph thought in surprise. Paralytic venom. It seemed very interested in its new skill. Having this trait while my body is still weak is perfect. And Morph continued to think about what to do next. Just 1 drop is enough to take down an adult. The effect only lasts for 5 minutes. But that's still good. Remembering something made Morph ponder. But to use it, I have to catch her when she's alone. But there's always someone with her. Thinking of this, it suddenly looked at the protein bar in front of it. Just thinking about it won't solve anything. And so, Morph immediately slipped away to another side. I'll go out for some fresh air to clear my head. Sometime later, Morph took a protein bar and went to the lab. As soon as the amoeba saw it, it immediately opened its mouth to greet it. Pleased to meet you. Seeing its reaction surprised it greatly. You look better than yesterday. I brought you some food today. This surprised her. Food. Morph even thoughtfully broke the protein bars into small pieces and put them inside. These pieces of food quickly moved into the amoeba's mouth. After savoring the food, she was overjoyed. So delicious. Morph witnessed the scene and thought silently. In this game, the spherical amoeba has no special skills. But I don't know if this is the right species. These two are opposing species. The The scene before it suddenly made Amorph remember something. Speaking of which, that woman has a cat, doesn't she? An image of K is a rag eye holding the cat appeared in its memory. Thinking back, she and that cat are pretty attached. If it dies, would that reveal her weakness? At the same time, it had also calculated the next step of its plan. The cat isn't protected like K is a rag eye is, and it usually just wanders around alone in the room until its owner calls. That's settled then. Kitty, I will use you to lure your owner into a trap. Over here. The little cat's tail was wagging continuously. It seemed very comfortable with its current life. Looking at the little cat living so comfortably made Damorph very annoyed. That thing's name is Kaisa, I think. What a spoiled cat. It was trying to find a way to get closer to it. It's so well fed and fat. This also proves that K is Aeregai's Ojin is no ordinary person. Amorph used its ability to quickly sense everything around it. Looking at it, it's not hard to take its life. But I can't do it right here. Because Amorph had carefully observed the strict security here. This air vent on the outside. It looks like nothing. But using Super Sense to look deep inside, you can see layers upon layers of lasers. Just one witch and the AI system will trigger the alarm. This made Amorph so angry that it slammed its foot on the ground. To be stuck here is so frustrating. This sound accidentally caught Kaisa's attention. It opened its eyes wide and stared intently ahead. It seemed to have detected the anomaly and charged straight towards Amorph. Startling it, its paws hurriedly scratched at the air vent, continuously signaling. This made the soldiers approach in surprise and ask, "What's wrong? Did something break in?" Before them was Kaisa, still playfully scratching at the air vent. This made the two of them a bit tired as they sighed and held their heads. It's just the cat. Again. And so, the two quickly went outside. I want to kill it already. Amorph on the side became terrified. Finally, it let out a long sigh. Having regained its composure. What was that crazy stunt for? I should have just used my tail to poke it. Realizing something was wrong, Amorph was startled. Wait a minute. It looked back in confusion at Kaisa's earlier behavior. A completely spoiled cat. Then there was Amorph's accidental action. A little stimulation. At the same time, someone had witnessed the scene but didn't care about the guard's reaction at all. Amorph's face immediately became more cunning. A satisfied smile finally appeared on its face. I found a way to approach it. Some time later, Kaisa was still lying comfortably on the bed. Strange sounds made it open its eyes in surprise. Strange noises suddenly came from the air vent, surprising it. Before it was a cockroach, still trembling and lying still. Needless to say, Kaisa's eyes sparkled. Unable to resist, it quickly placed its paw on the front of the air vent. When the vent was lowered, its face looked fierce. Wasting no time, Kaisa quickly leapt inside. Seeing this, the two soldiers discussed in surprise. Hey, where did that cat go? It's just a cat. I don't want to go look for it. And so, the two completely ignored Kaisa. Where could it have gone? We've been standing guard out here the whole time. Meanwhile, in the small space of the air vent, Kaisa continuously encountered animals that had been knocked out there. Reaching the end of the path, it noticed a large air vent appearing before it. Its eyes immediately lit up as it approached the place. It kept meowing, continuously signaling. Noticing the cockroach still trembling and lying still made it become very fierce. At the same time, while Kaisa wasn't paying attention, Amorph suddenly attacked from above. Its tail plunged straight into Kaisa's body. Along with the venom, a jolt of pain shot through its body, causing it to scream endlessly. And so, it thrashed around pitifully. Sometime later, Amorph opened, and its mouth wide towards this creature. It didn't hesitate to enjoy the delicious dinner it had hunted. Goodness. This meal made Damorph feel extremely satisfied. So damn good. Meanwhile, over here, K is a rag eye was rushing forward. Her appearance made everyone very confused. By now, she was completely furious as she walked forward. While the man was still sitting there quietly, she called out irritably. Commander. K is a rag eye's mood seemed to be not good. When do I get to see Kaisa? Huh? Ayu Sung calmly replied. Please wait a little longer for the guards to search. But she had no more patience to wait and shouted. It's been 2 hours already. Her mood had completely exploded by now. My Kaisa is very punctual. It's time for it to eat now. Something must have happened to it. Faced with her anger, Ayu Sung was very calm. Miss, K is a rag eye. I've told you before. This is a ship. He didn't hesitate to comment. Unless your cat found a way to escape this place. Otherwise, it's still somewhere around here. She still wouldn't give up and kept shouting. Then bring it back to me right now. Although very annoyed, he still reminded her. I've already said. Just be patient. Good news will come soon. He thought to himself. It's just a cat. Why make such a big deal about it? It seems Ayu Sung felt very displeased. Damn it. If she wasn't from a noble family, I would have thrown her in solitary confinement already. Kai is a rag eye still wouldn't let it go and asked. Where are the guards? He calmly informed her. They're all locked up. When we arrive, I will definitely. Before he could finish, she coldly ordered. Execute them all for me. This startled him. What? Kay as a rag I was still trying to keep herself from going crazy. You're the commander. You should have the authority to dismiss the entire group. Then use that authority. He quickly tried to stop her. But that's a bit too much. If we use the death penalty just for this, it will affect the morale of the other guards as well. Hearing this, she became even angrier and moved closer to him. Just for this. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Sung quickly explained. I mean, to issue that order, we must first investigate thoroughly. I didn't mean anything else. At this point, Kak is a ragai, not to be outdone, directly reminded him. Commander, it seems you've forgotten. This happened because your soldiers weren't doing their jobs properly. Hearing this, sweat poured down his face. I know I understand how worried you are. She tried to stay calm, but her face was filled with anger as she heard him say, I will discipline them all at once. Hearing these words, she finally put her head in her hands and sighed. With no other choice, Kay as a ragai turned to leave. All right, I'll be back into hours. However, her eyes looked as if she wanted to eat him alive. If there's still no progress by then, you can just resign as commander. Her imposing figure turned and left, leaving Yu Sung stunned. Overcome with anger, he immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Damn it. His mood had completely exploded. Where the hell is it? The entire preceding scene had been observed by a morph. Where else could it be? In my stomach. Its face became incredibly excited after devouring Kaisa. But what's this trait called wild instinct? A brief explanation of what it was thinking. The trait convergence system is something that combines related traits into one. It makes them stronger. I've used it so much that I know every branch of this combination system. A morph subconsciously recalled munching on the cat's flesh. A notification panel appeared, and it left me stunned. The content inside appeared to obtain wild instinct from the biological characteristics of a cat. Do you want to use wild instinct? Yes or no? This made it realize. It's a trait that even a game addict like me has never seen before. Along with it was a series of new system notifications. You have activated wild instinct. Can be merged with the existing super sense. Merge wild instinct and super sense. Evolved into the trait predatory sense. Information about the new skill continued to be displayed. Predatory sense. An enhanced version of the super sense trait. Based on available information, you can detect impending danger in advance. A brilliant hunter always knows how to see their own future. All of this made Damorph understand something important. It said I could sense danger, so I tried to activate it. At the same time, Amorph closed its eyes tightly to sense. But only its super sense was stronger than before. It could notice anything around it, but it didn't create any intelligent effect like I imagined. Thinking of this made Damorph a bit disappointed. This must be a passive instinct that activates automatically. And since there's no danger now, I can't use it yet. Its eyes lit up as it quickly rushed forward. I can test the trait later. First, I have to see how that woman is doing. She must not be in her right mind anymore. Just as Amorph calculated. Over here, Kay as a ragai angrily slammed her hand on the table. Damn it. Her mood was as if she was going completely insane. Why is it taking so long to stabilize? Her reaction surprised Amorph, who was watching. Just as I thought. She only acts human towards what she cares about most. The moment she loses what she has, she goes crazy. A terrifying smile immediately appeared on its face. Second target down. And now, Amorph continued to observe the guards outside. I will separate Jiayu Jian from her guards. The incident with the missing cat has already caused a significant rift between them. It subconsciously recalled the happy scene of Kay as a ragai Fi and Kaisa. Initially, the guards didn't care about the cat at all, and it was often fed the best kinds of meat that they could only dream of. This made the guards very uncomfortable. Any normal person in this situation would be boiling with anger. Many people were resentful of Kay as a ragai for spoiling her little cat, almost to the point of a class conflict erupting. Jiayu Jian is the highest-ranking noble in Megacorp. For the guards who are always forced to do unreasonable things, no one dared to openly oppose her. But in their hearts, a resentment was growing, and that cat was the scapegoat to bear her anger. In other words, it was also like a shield. And then, the final thing that caught Amorph's attention, but what if the scapegoat is no longer there? And what if the guards have to work there but off to find something they've always hated? Will they be willing to sacrifice themselves to protect her as they once did? All of this was part of Amorph's plan. Not only that, even Jiayu Jian no longer trusts these soldiers because the disappearance of her beloved cat was due to their negligence. Amorph was overjoyed as it remembered Kaisa's presence. Thank you, Kitty. It continued to stare at Kay as a ragai's current state. It's time to get Kay as a ragai Eugene's genes. Amorph's eyes slowly closed. Some time later, Kay as a ragai's mood completely exploded. Damn it. Unable to stand it any longer, she quickly went outside. The first thing she did was go to the control room. The only thing Kei Ragai could vent her anger on were the poor experimental subjects. Continuous cries of pain rang out, which only slightly appeased her anger. This place is full of useless trash. Realizing something was wrong, Kei Ragai paid attention. Her face was completely insane as she approached the amoeba. Who is looking at me with judging eyes? That's right. You. I choose you. Thinking of something, Kei Ragai's smile gradually became obsessive. Wasting no time, Kei Ragai quickly pressed her hand on the control button. A continuous stream of something was transferred into Amit's body. Feeling the pain, she screamed desperately. Stop. It hurts. Help. Feeling it wasn't enough, Kei Ragai reached out to begin the next phase of torture. Realizing something was wrong, she turned her head back irritably. After venting her anger, Kei Ragai went outside, leaving the amoeba trembling in pain. All of her actions made Dan more furious, but it could do nothing. Suddenly, the amoeba's voice rang out, catching its attention. Nice to meet you. Before it could react, she had raised one of her tentacles in greeting. This action of hers made Dan feel very confused. Realizing something, it immediately turned and went back to its nest. Its face was strangely calm as it thought to itself. No need for many words. I will give him something he wants more than a few paltry phrases. In its mind, only one word appeared: revenge. Over here. Kei Ragai angrily approached. It's been 2 hours. What are the results? Sung quickly replied. I just sent people to search. He quickly advised. You have to wait a little longer. Her face changed once again. Commander, no. Sung Samuel. She had now completely lost her mind over the loss of her pet cat. You are going against the wishes of a noble. Sweat poured down his face. I am the commander of the ship. You should watch your tone. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about such reasons. Do you know that I have more than enough power to kick you out of this commander's chair? Kei Ragai's face became more distorted than ever as she listened to his words. Even if you are a noble, you can't act so arrogantly. I still have the authority to detain you. This statement made her feel a little ridiculous. Detain? You just said you would detain me. He quickly added. The commander always has the right to detain anyone who shows signs of ignoring orders on the ship. The more she listened, the more Kei Ragai's mood exploded. Are you insane? This situation made Dan feel very interested. There's something to watch now. These two were already at odds with each other before I even got to see it. Overcome with anger, Kei Ragai quickly turned and went outside. Behind her were 2 guards following to provide protection. At this time, in the restroom, it seemed that Kei Ragai was thinking about something. She immediately ordered the guards. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. They heard this and nodded in agreement. Understood. After entering, she slammed the door in front of the 2 guards. After a moment of silence, a guard suddenly turned to his partner and said, Hey, I'm gonna go for a bit too. Seeing that Kei Ragai was alone, Amorph quickly approached. The opportunity has come. It cherished this opportunity and crawled continuously through the passages. Normally, the guard would follow her into the restroom. But today, they must be fed up with her foul mood. And the other guard went off to do his own thing. This happened to fit right into Amorph's plan. This means she's currently alone in the restroom. It was determined and not to waste a single moment. Besides, there won't be any security systems in there that can stop me from making my move. Finally, Amorph reached the restroom air vent. All the necessary conditions for an ambush are in place. It moved closer to the restroom air vent to observe the situation. Kei Ragai was still standing despairingly in front of the mirror. Amorph reminded itself. I must not miss this chance. While Kei Ragai wasn't paying attention, Amorph removed the air vent cover. She was still feeling terrible because her pet cat had disappeared. Perhaps at this moment, she didn't notice that Amorph had appeared behind her. At the same time, it had already prepared the venom on its tail. Drops of venom gradually accumulated on Amorph's tail. Without hesitation, it crawled onto the ceiling and moved closer to where Kei Ragai was still washing her face. Realizing something was wrong, she slowly stopped her actions. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. But an uneasy feeling filled her body, catching Kei Ragai's attention. Her eyes became bewildered as she realized something was unusual. Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately turned her head to search the area. At the same time, a morph behind her had already launched its attack with the venom from its tail. Everything happened so fast that it filled her with terror. Perhaps because Kei Ragai discovered it too early. And Morph's attack missed. The first chance to kill her was not as easy as it had thought. Still not giving up, it immediately turned its head to prepare an attack on Kei Ragai. Its venom successfully pierced her body. Feeling the poison spread throughout her body, Kei Ragai immediately screamed in despair. In just a short time, she had transformed into a pitiful state. Her legs gave out, and she fell to her knees on the ground. The once arrogant Kei Ragai now lay still on the cold floor. And Morph's saliva dripped continuously onto the ground. Seeing this situation, Kay as a rag eye looked up with difficulty. She noticed Amorph's terrifying face and red eyes staring at her. At the same time, Amorph also noticed Kay as a rag eye's distorted face. I wonder what she's thinking right now. Is she afraid of facing an alien creature? Without hesitation, it opened its mouth wide, preparing for its meal. Or is she regretting her current situation? Is she afraid of death? No matter what, Kay is a rag eye's Uji and must die. 2 words came to its mind: farewell. Amorph bit off Kay as a rag eye's head without a second's hesitation. It felt something changing within its own body. Human blood is flowing in my mouth. And every piece of genetic information that was once in her blood is now flooded my brain. Amorph gradually realized its body was evolving at an incredible rate. I can feel it. The pieces that can activate my talent are coming together. A system notification appeared: evolution condition from larva to juvenile has been met. Do you wish to proceed with this process? Yes or no? This was the notification Amorph had been waiting for a long time. Finally, without hesitation, it tapped the yes button on the screen. A continuous stream of memories flashed through its mind: the scene when Amorph encountered the guards here. It gradually looked at the prey appearing right before its eyes. A continuous scene of red syrup splashing onto Amorph's body. And then its body was submerged in a sea of fresh red syrup. The entirety of these memories running through its head made Amorph tremble instantly. The entirety of the recent memories left Amorph stunned. What is this? It still didn't understand what the hell was happening here. Is this due to the predation effect? So this is how it's used. Its face was covered in fresh red syrup. So, according to my predatory sense, a guard is about to come in here. Should I bail? Realizing the situation was not good, Amorph quickly turned to leave. No. There's not enough time. And so, it quickly climbed onto the wall to escape. Let's just deal with them all here. The sound of footsteps quickly echoed from outside. At that moment, a soldier suddenly entered and saw the scene. The next second, the expression on his face completely changed. Before him was Kay as a rag eye's body, lying still without a single movement. A few tears even stained her face. The situation was so sudden that the soldier was utterly confused. What happened here? While he was distracted, Amorph fled from behind, causing the soldier to turn his head in surprise. At the same time, it used its venom to attack him directly. A terrifying scene unfolded. Amorph had once again attacked another person. The large corpse quickly fell to the ground. The restroom now contained the bodies and streams of fresh red syrup. Seeing the situation, Amorph thought to itself, his comrades could come looking for him at any moment. I need to hurry. Strange sounds echoed. Who knows? They might have some kind of tracking device. I should take a roundabout way back to the nest. Amorph's eyes narrowed as it focused on sensing the space here. After a long while, it quickly looked up and around. All parameters checked. Then, Amorph continued to tap the yes button on the screen. Alright, let's do it. The system before it suddenly changed. Beginning evolution from larva to juvenile. Amorph's ears also began to show a change. Strange drops of water were continuously secreted outside. Not only that, but Amorph's entire body was covered in a very strange sticky fluid. Before it could understand what was happening, these things had completely covered its eyes. In its place, new layers of skin gradually grew. In this damp place, Amorph was about to molt into a new creature. It still didn't know what its current form looked like. But on the contrary, Amorph felt curious. Interesting. So this is what a fetus's memory is like. I can feel my body transforming into a different shape. It seemed that the bones in its body were gradually breaking down. This thick, resinous liquid is creating a very strange life form. I want to witness it myself. But it's a bit difficult. The next second, its body had completely vanished. Because the moment I turned into this cocoon, I lost control of my body. Amorph could only perceive sounds through the clear water. Anyway, I've done everything I can. Now, all I have to do is wait. A long time passed. Amorph slowly opened its eyes and looked at the scene before it. The entire space here was covered in a sticky fluid secreted by itself. After a long period of hibernation, the cocoon had become incredibly strong. Finally, just a small impact caused the cocoon to completely break open. A gray-green body quickly emerged. It seems Amorph had evolved into an even more dangerous creature. It quickly set foot on the ground below. Fog gradually appeared in this damp and dark space. Amorph still looked at its 2 hands in disbelief. At the same time, its teeth had grown much stronger. It had transformed into a creature with an incredibly dangerous appearance. Sometime later, Ayu-sung coldly asked his subordinates, "Have you found the cause of death yet?" Seeing this, the subordinate nervously reported, "Yes. According to observations, the head of research died from an attack to the neck." Everyone present found this hard to believe. It's highly likely the culprit used something similar to a small saw blade. But to be more certain, we still need to observe more carefully. Hearing this, Ayu-sung irritably asked, "Observe more carefully? Does that mean we have to perform an autopsy?" At the same time, the subordinate also quickly stood up and looked at him. "Do you want me to do that right away?" The expression on his face gradually changed. Damn it. Feeling helpless, Yu Sung held his head, not knowing what to do. I don't even know if we should or not. After a moment of thought, Yu Sung continued to probe. Security chief. How is the search on your end? The security chief quickly stood up to report what he knew. We've checked all the cameras on the ship, but we haven't found any abnormalities. The guard who is the #1 suspect is currently being interrogated. Hearing this, he suddenly became curious. Do you think he's the culprit? The security chief's face was very determined. Based on the information we just received, it's very likely he's not. Yu Sung quickly gave an order. When you have the results, report back to me immediately. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Remembering something was wrong, he suddenly called out. By the way, his next words terrified everyone present. I'm sure everyone knows what happened in the lab before, right? At the same time, Yu Sung slowly spoke to everyone. One of the most promising talents disobeyed the head of research's order, then had their brain scooped out and left to float in a glass tank. At this point, his face suddenly became serious. If that's what happened to someone who dared to defy her, what will be the fate of someone involved in the death of a noble? This terrified everyone present. He didn't forget to carefully instruct everyone. If you don't want to follow in those footsteps, we must find a proper answer to this matter. At the same time, the captain sitting on the side quickly spoke up. What if we say it was an accident during research? The old man next to him replied irritably. Captain, think carefully before you speak. That story will be hard to convince the researchers on the ship. He heard this and retorted. If you're talking about brainless talk, that's why you'll only ever be middle class. He shouted angrily. What did you just say? At that moment, the man with glasses suddenly proposed his idea. And how about this? She died of food poisoning. But his next words made the man furious. We'll take responsibility for this. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag everyone down with you. Head of engineering. And so, everyone present immediately started arguing with each other. What? How dare you speak to me in that tone? Who do you think you are? Unable to stand it any longer, the crisis management chief slammed his hand on the table. Order. While everyone was still confused, he continued to speak. Arguing now will only make things more chaotic. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present immediately became cooperative. He fell silent. He continued to turn and look at Yu Sung. Commander, we are currently near planet C8. Yu Sung was curious. So? The crisis management chief's face became very calm. C8 is the territory of the Space Hounds. Hearing this, Yu Sung seemed to understand. You're suggesting the head of research was killed by them. He nodded without hesitation and confirmation. That's right. We can say we were ambushed. And we couldn't save her in time. Yu Sung's face immediately became pensive. Space Hounds. He knew very well about these things called Space Hounds. The Space Hounds are a collection of wanderers and pirates in space. One of Megacorp's enemies. Many battles have occurred. Fleet combat is their specialty. So even a warship piloted by a seasoned veteran would find it hard to avoid damage. This made Yu Sung feel very confused. We are just a research ship. Can we fight them? Of course not. The damage would be extremely severe. And unexpected things might happen during the confrontation. Just thinking about this made his face full of hesitation. Not knowing what to do. If we report that the ship was attacked by them, we can cover up the death of the head of research. Remembering something, he continued to turn and look at everyone. This idea isn't bad. But our weapons are not on par with the Space Hounds. Hearing this, the head of the crisis management department suddenly announced. I have a few acquaintances. Let me contact them. Seeing the situation, Yu Sung immediately held his head. This guy has some formidable friends. He suddenly probed. How much will it cost? The crisis management chief announced without hesitation. At least 1 million. This number made him freeze. Damn it. Noticing the expression on Yu Sung's face, the crisis management chief quickly explained. Even the Space Hounds would find it difficult to touch K is a rag IJU Jane. So this is a suitable price for them to handle everything properly. With no other choice, Yu Sung could only nod in agreement. I will prepare the full amount. But remember to ensure everything goes smoothly. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Thank you, Commander. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Yu Sung immediately stood up. I will hand this matter over to the crisis management team to handle. And this meeting is now over. Amon quickly raised his hand and asked, so, what should we do with this body? His eyes gradually became cold as he ordered. Keep it for now. Then give it to the Space Hounds. Don't let anyone touch it. The subordinates heard this and nodded in understanding. Understood. Meanwhile, over here, Amorph had completely evolved into a very frightening form. Amorph looked at its current form in some surprise. So this is what it's like to become a juvenile. It feels completely different. It continued to walk forward, step by step. Now that I'm a juvenile, I have to change my plan. This space. which was once large, now seemed trivial to a morph. Up to now, the main thing has been to not let the enemy detect me. But now the importance of survival and hunting are equal. This gave a morph a headache, not knowing what to do. Survival is more or less stable, so I have to plan my next move. What's my next target? The system suddenly displayed a new notification: species malevolent outer space fiend variant MOF. State juvenile. Objective survival. First evolution successful. Current traits super sense. Wings. Chitin shell. Paralytic venom. Reinforced exoskeleton. Acid blood type unknown. After reading this notification, Amorph was a little surprised. First evolution successful. So that means I'm really a juvenile now. To explain this concept a bit, Amorph's evolution process is divided into 6 stages, and it will have to go through a total of 5 evolutions from larva to juvenile. Next is from adolescent to subadult. And finally, there is adult and transcendence. Achieving transcendence means completing the game. That is also the final stage of Amorph. The story continued to be told. In this game, if Amorph reaches transcendence, then all the secrets of this species will be revealed, such as where they came from or who they originally were. It's the same in real life. In the dark space, Amorph looked at this notification and thought to itself, but the problem is, it's hard to get to the end, including myself. Only about 20 people have ever seen the ending of a species, and only I have seen Amorph's ending. This made it feel a bit contemplative. But it turns out Amorph had noticed the type unknown in the system. At the juvenile stage, another type is unlocked. It said to itself, with my current traits, my type will probably be something that enhances physical strength. Right? The system suddenly appeared. No types are currently available to unlock. Would you like to view potential types to focus on developing? Yes or no? This made Amorph very hesitant, not knowing which option to choose. Should I take a look? I should. When the notification changed, its content read you can currently focus on the type's physical enhancement. 6 out of 10. Superhuman strength enhancement 1.5 out of 3. Amorph quickly paid attention. It's true. I've almost met all the conditions for the physical enhancement type. It's all thanks to the reinforced exoskeleton and acid blood traits. Acid that I got when I evolved into a juvenile. It's silently understood. These types are similar to the professions of other races, but with a slight difference. If the necessary conditions are met, a certain species will be unlocked and combine similar traits together. Remembering something, Amorph felt curious. But where did the other one come from? One is definitely from predatory sense, but there are no other traits like that. And so, it recalled every living creature it had ever eaten. This made it scratch its head fiercely. I've eaten every single one of them. While still racking its brain, Amorph was suddenly startled. I remember. The figure of the evil woman appeared before its eyes. K is a rag IJUJN. She's the only one I haven't finished eating. Her instincts are very good. It must be because of divine power. And so, Amorph quickly ran forward. I need divine power. I have to find the body. Although its body was now larger, Amorph acted very carefully. Even so, it was still somewhat unaccustomed to its current body. Now that my body has grown, the air vents are too small. There it is. A strange smell wafted over, catching Amorph's attention. It carefully approached the air vent and focused its observation. The smell of a corpse. Its eyes were glued to the scene below. Just smelling this foul odor made Amorph's mouth water. Found it. Its eyes showed incredible disbelief. The morgue, the place where dead bodies are kept, is right below me. Over here. The morgue keeper was still focused on listening to music. Keize Ragazuji N's coffin was still placed quietly in a corner. This man ignored everything happening around him and kept his headphones on. A scent wafted over, making him feel very confused. Unable to stand it any longer, the man quickly stood up to search around. What's that strong smell? The next sight made him freeze instantly. Before him was a round hole surrounded by acid. What's this? At the same time, Amorph was still hiding deep in the shadows, looking for an opportunity to attack. The poor man's face was still in disbelief. Corrosive acid. Where did it come from? Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly turned to leave. Better call security to be safe. As he was about to leave, Amorph suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a decisive blow landed. The poor man's body was covered in fresh red syrup. After some searching, Amorph found Kwai Ragai's body on one side. It quickly lifted the white sheet covering the body. Looking at her current state, lying there still, it couldn't help itself. Her exquisite face also made Amorph think in surprise. A true him-class noble. Even in death, she's still so elegant. But it still didn't care and reached for her face. No one is allowed to touch the body of a noble. Its frightening face gradually moved closer to her face. Strange. I've killed so many people, yet I don't feel any remorse. Its claws continuously created bruises on Kai's Ragai. People often say the environment has a significant impact on a person. Could it be that after becoming a morph, I've changed too? This made it ask itself a question: have these two cold-blooded monsters been my true nature all along? Wasting no time, Amorph suddenly opened its mouth wide. Thinking about it won't solve anything. Its large body quickly devoured K is a rag-eye greedily. For now, I'll just eat my fill. To live is to continue to kill. This is Amorph's destiny, and a way of life I must get used to. It seemed it no longer felt guilty for doing these things. After death, their bodies will return and become one with Mother Earth. So becoming one with me can also be considered returning to Mother Earth. While enjoying this delicacy, Amorph accidentally chewed on something. It looked in surprise at the device still stuck in its mouth. The object in its hand made Amorph feel confused. What is this thing in her heart? I don't know what it's for. Thinking of this, it clenched the object in its hand. It must be because her heart wasn't functioning properly. A system notification suddenly appeared before its eyes, startling it in surprise. The expression on its face immediately changed. I had a feeling. Jiu-J in his divine power. Along with it was the content. Predation effect activated. Successfully obtained superhuman organ gene. Received superhuman organ. From human biological characteristics. You want to use superhuman organ? Yes or no? Amorph suddenly felt confused. Why superhuman organ? And so, it moved closer to look at the information intently. Amorph can use divine power without it, so having this trait is useless. It quickly tapped the yes button on the screen. Well, let's not be too pessimistic. I still need more traits to unlock it anyway. Suddenly, strange tentacles appeared on Amorph's body. Looking at its current form made it feel a bit excited. So this is what Amorph looks like. Nice. It even used K as a rag-eye's bloody hand to get the password. Who knows? It might become useful. Like predatory sense. And merge with other traits. Other bodies were continuously pushed out. Which interested it. Finish with this one. I'll go for the guard next. Some time later, Amorph continued to savor the delicious taste of the food. This guy is interesting, but a bit hard to chew. Probably because he has too many muscles. At that moment, Amorph accidentally made a noise on the ground. It quickly turned its head to assess the situation. Realizing something was wrong, sweat poured down its face. I think the guards just changed shifts. And so, Amorph quickly monitored their actions. Doesn't the ship have enough power suits? That guy is giving his suit to the next guy on shift. Hearing this, it sighed and looked at the corpse before it. Someone will eventually come in here to check. Once the shift changes, everything in the room will be discovered. And since this is the space age, this made Amorph realize the situation was becoming more serious. Everyone will definitely think there's a monster on the ship. It didn't know what to do next. I'm still not strong enough to take on the whole ship. I need to find something to buy time until I'm stronger. Realizing something was wrong, Amorph paid attention. The acid hole continuously crumbing the floor surprised it. Smoke. That's right. This is a morgue. It continued to think of more interesting things. So there must be preservatives and chemicals to dispose of the bodies. Amorph's eyes gradually became more cunning. I've just thought of a very interesting way to both escape this crisis and torment the crew. Amidst the vast night sky, Megacorp has no official capital, but they have a place considered the center of their community. An image of Earth appeared. That is Earth, the current headquarters and main base of Megacorp. The 5 corporations that contributed to Megacorp's development are the kings of this place. The story continued to be told and is known as the 5 great families. One of them is the Jiu-Jin family, residing in a place once called East Asia. This place is highly developed. The Jiu-Jin family started in a small country called Korea. As of now, all the land here has become the residence of the Jiu-Jin family. At the same time, this place has also made a lot of progress. They have small planes for tourism, electric trains, and even an artificial sun for the internal ecosystem. And of course, there are the members of the Jiu-Jin family, along with 10 million tools to serve as their minions. The image shown is a small house with a very large garden. Akira was still comfortably tilling his large plot of land. The old man's face was full of interest as he freely did these things, while he was still comfortably communing with nature. 2 bodyguards were waiting behind him. Realizing something, Akira quickly stood up. The old man turned to look at the 2 of them. I've kept you waiting. Come here. The bodyguards quickly turned to look behind them. The butler immediately nodded his signal. The old man asked, "What is it?" The bodyguard quickly reported, "It's about your granddaughter." The old man seemed not to care much. "Which one?" Although surprised, the bodyguard still spoke. "Miss K is a rag guy." It was only then that Akira realized. "The daughter of my 3rd child." After remembering his granddaughter, the old man appeared cheerful as if nothing had happened. And then what? After a moment of silence, the bodyguard continued to report. Her signal device has been destroyed. Although a bit surprised, Akira tried to maintain a calm demeanor. That's impossible. I didn't make the girl do anything strenuous. He continued to report everything he had investigated. The last signal received was from C8. We have sent people to check. This is the territory of the Space Hounds. After a moment of silence, Akira gently placed his hand on the bodyguard's shoulder. Before he could react, the old man struck him directly. The bodyguard immediately fell hard to the ground. The old man continued to walk towards the poor man, and the bodyguard's body trembled with despair. Feeling it wasn't enough, Akira continued to raise his hoe and repeatedly strike his bodyguard. After he had his fill of hitting him, he immediately threw the hoe in his hand away. The old man's face showed no sign of what had just happened. Clean this up. The subordinates heard this and nodded in agreement. Understood. Akira didn't forget to ask. I don't need a tool that can't answer my questions. You guys are the most important thing to us. Understand? A bodyguard quickly stood up. Yes, sir. We understand. The old man continued to reach into his pocket to take something out. I spent 10 billion to raise Kei's Aragai. That's equivalent to building a new ship. Not to mention the gene-enhancing surgery she had. I don't believe a few measly pirates could touch her. Thinking of this, the old man gave a strange smile. I wonder who would dare to lay a hand on the beloved granddaughter of the Ju Jane family. Akira's face became thoughtful. The commander of Kei's Aragai ship is named Yusung Samuel. Right? The butler immediately nodded. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the old man became thoughtful. The Samuel family from Titan. That family used to be quite close to us. At this point, the old man's demeanor was extremely dangerous. But no. The head of the Egerton family is just a coward. So he wouldn't dare to confront the Eugene family. After a period of analysis, the old man turned his head and asked, My friend, what do you think? The butler quickly bowed. I think this was caused by the TNC. The old man's eyes became strangely sharp. I think so too. The story was told once again. On the outside, Thetan NC and the Ayrton family are competing for control of Jupiter. But in reality, they are in cahoots. The two sides are secretly cooperating. And the Ayrton family's source of money is from the TNC. Thinking of this, Akira found things were getting interesting. I'm sure that old fox wants a seat on the board of directors. You've realized that too, right? The butler heard this and nodded in agreement. Yes. Chamberlain, the chairman of TNC, is currently aiming for your CEO position. The old man heard this and burst out laughing. I knew it. What's new with that weakling? He only knows how to follow me around. He's scared to death. Just thinking about what had happened made the old man very excited. Realizing something was wrong, Akira immediately stopped laughing. The old man quickly gave a signal. We have a solid reason now. Take action. Inform everyone in the family. The butler nodded in understanding. Understood. Akira didn't forget to add. I have a spy hiding near C8. Contact him and tell him to handle it. Although very annoyed, the butler still had to nod. Understood. Sir. He thought helplessly. There's going to be a bloodbath. Akira's face became incredibly frightening as he threatened. Bring Yusung Samuel and everyone involved with him to me. Don't miss a single one. The old man's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat everyone alive. Anyone who dares to damage my property must die. Over here, Yusung was still standing still, not daring to move. The sight before him had made him tremble instantly. He realized that many people had died for unknown reasons. What happened here? Yusung quickly listened to the news from his subordinate. Smoke coming from inside. After you guys went in to check, you saw a fire? They nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. The soldiers didn't forget to add. We really want to see what happened. But according to policy, only the doctor is allowed inside. Looking at the situation before him, Yusung immediately sighed in exhaustion. I don't get it. This room only has corpses. How could it catch fire? The doctors were still examining the bodies. This ring belongs to someone on the night shift. The man's face immediately changed. He quickly turned his head and asked, Are there any other bodies? The secretary heard this and quickly shook her head. No. That's all. Is there a problem? Sweat poured down the man's face. How is that possible? Yusung stepped forward and asked in surprise. What is it? At the same time, the doctor's face had also turned pale. Commander, gather all the crew members immediately. We're in big trouble. Inside the meeting, Yusung became furious and shouted. What? The bodies of the head of research and the guard are missing? The more he thought about it, the more he found it hard to believe. How is that possible? The dead can't move on their own. He even felt suspicious. Are you sure? The doctor quickly stated what he had examined. I've checked back and forth several times, but I still can't find those two bodies. This made him find it hard to believe. That's not all. Everyone. Think back to the chemicals in the morgue. They can create fire, but not to that extent. At the same time, the crisis management chief also realized something important. So that means, everyone immediately became worried. Someone intentionally set the fire. This time, everyone immediately became very confused. But who could it be? Could there be an unidentified alien creature on the ship? The young man heard this and shouted, turning his head to remind him. Hey, that's not funny. Stop with the crazy talk. The security chief turned his head and said, Hey, head of supply management. I was just guessing. What are you getting so worked up about? At the same time, the doctor also spoke to everyone. The biggest problem right now is that the head of research's body is gone. He suddenly asked, Didn't we already arrange to meet the pirates at sea? Yu Sung immediately fell silent. He was about to give an order. Find that body at all costs. Is that clear? The doctor immediately announced. For now, let's narrow it down to one suspect. Overcome with anger, Yu Sung suddenly shouted, Damn it. His face now showed complete helplessness. This isn't just my problem. If you guys are worried about retaliation from the nobles, you better cooperate properly. After he finished speaking, everyone present became silent. He turned his head to one side. Crisis Management Chief. Have you finished contacting them? The Crisis Management Chief heard this and nodded. Yes. I contacted them right after the meeting. Hearing this, Yu Sung quickly held his head. Damn it. Don't tell them what just happened here. Just tell them we'll deliver the body as promised. Suddenly, the Crisis Management Chief became curious. Will that be alright? But perhaps this was the only way Yu Sung could handle it. If we find it and can't do anything, it'll be an even bigger mess. We just need to find it before we meet them. At this point, he quickly placed his hand on the security chief's shoulder. You know what I mean, right? His eyes held a glimmer of hope. You must find the mastermind. The security chief quickly said. I've tried my best. Yu Sung suddenly spoke up. It's not enough. His face was now extremely annoyed. But I'm giving you full authority over every member on the ship. Find the culprit for me. The authority is all in your hands. Over here. Amorph was silently observing the group's conversation. I'll definitely find them. I'm counting on you. Amorph let out a sigh of relief. Successfully pulled it off. It remembered the action it had just taken. Something that both concealed my identity and confused the enemy. Fire. By mixing the chemicals in the morgue to create a fire. Who would have thought an alien creature did this? Things gradually became easier. After mixing them, I created a highly toxic compound. Just adding a few drops of acid blood was enough. Everything was within Amorph's calculations. Luckily, everything went smoothly, and the bodies were burned to a crisp. Thinking of this, it quickly approached to observe the group still in the meeting. But I didn't expect someone to mention an alien creature. It scared the hell out of me, and they even arranged to meet with space criminals. This commander is really crazy. Amorph quickly looked at the back of the Crisis Management Chief. I think it was the Crisis Management Chief who proposed that idea earlier. I'll have to check on him later. Maybe this guy is in league with those pirates. Thinking of this, Amorph mentally calculated the next step in its plan. The pirates are a multi-racial group, so I'll definitely get some valuable genes. But once I leave, it'll be hard to get more from this research ship. I'll deal with it when I meet those pirates. Realizing something was wrong, Amorph paid attention. What's this? The figure of a fat man walked forward sadly. This is the supply management chief who insisted on denying my existence earlier. He had nothing to do with this. Why does he look so down? While Amorph was still wondering, the supply management chief suddenly turned his head to look around. He quickly used his hand to unlock a mysterious set of keys. Seeing him leave this place caught Amorph's attention. The escape pod bay. It seems this man was very mysterious to it. He's in charge of that place. Why does he need to sneak in? Why is he so wary of his surroundings? It quickly observed the space inside more closely. No matter how I look at it, this is too suspicious. Amorph inadvertently noticed a container on one side. What's in that container? His trail ends here. It continued to look at other places inside the space. There's an ID card and a fingerprint scanner. The security of this container is higher than the others. Its walls are too thick. I can't see through it even with super sense. This made Amorph even more certain. There must be something very important inside. It's so tempting. Thoughts swirled in its head. I was going to follow the medical team leader. But I'll change course. He will be my next target. Over here. The supply management chief slammed his glass of wine down on the table. That's right. The man next to him reminded him. Sir, don't drink anymore. The man said sadly. Just one more glass. He suddenly felt confused. What's wrong with you today? The man didn't answer and continued to lift the glass to his lips. My life is just a mess lately. It seems the supply management chief had done something wrong in the past. I shouldn't have listened to that black market merchant. He said it was an ancient relic and could be sold for a high price, which made me stop thinking straight. So he started doing bad things. I had already set a delivery date and snuck it on board. Things weren't as simple as he had thought. But during a drunken party, one of the eggs hatched. If I had closed the container door properly then, it would have been fine. This made him feel very helpless as he sighed. I can't tell anyone about this either. If the commander finds out, he'll definitely fly into a rage and kill me. The supply management chief immediately drank another bottle of wine. Alcohol is bad for you. Seeing the situation, the shop owner was very annoyed. We have to close now. The man suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Just one more glass. It seems he was very desperate. One last glass and I'll go. Although very annoyed, the bartender could only nod. All right. Sometime later, the supply management chief staggered forward. He could no longer see the way back and just stumbled around, complaining, "Damn it. How did it come to this?" A strange smile appeared on his face. Alcohol really is bad for you. Realizing something was wrong, the supply management chief immediately became serious. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" But perhaps he was just being paranoid. There was nothing behind him. However, the supply management chief couldn't shake off the anxiety in his heart. With no other choice, he immediately turned and walked away. Damn it. To hell with it. Following that were strange, continuous sounds that made the supply management chief terrified. He quickly turned his head, trying to see if anything strange was happening. At the same time, Amorph's familiar figure appeared from behind. Realizing this dangerous situation, he couldn't hide his composure. Unable to bear it for another second, the supply management chief quickly ran away. What the hell is going on? Tears streamed down his face. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. His chubby hands pressed repeatedly on the elevator door. Open up. As soon as the door opened, the supply management chief rushed inside. But perhaps he ran too fast and accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. His hand immediately trembled as he reached forward. Where's my phone? I have to call. Frightening sounds echoed continuously, startling the supply management chief. He quickly turned his head, his face full of tears. The door kept opening before his astonished eyes. Amorph's terrifying figure finally appeared here, making him so scared he couldn't do anything. It moved closer to his still frightened face. Wasting no time, Amorph opened its mouth wide towards the supply management chief. Thanks for the meal. A terrifying scene unfolded. What was bound to happen happened. Looking at the items inside the supply management chief's bag, Amorph sighed. This guy's daily routine is too simple. Killing him wasn't hard. It continued to search the area for anything unusual. He just gets drunk at the bar all day. But he gets paid quite well. Thinking of this, Amorph sighed and thought, the commander will be very grateful to me. Thanks to me, he won't have to waste any more money or time. Looking at the current space before it, Amorph sighed thoughtfully. This guy probably doesn't know what cleaning is. It's so dirty. After some searching, Amorph sighed helplessly. Where's his ID card? Noticing a large-breasted beauty on the side caught its attention. It's just a pity that now it's just a monster. This girl looks pretty tasty, but now that I've turned into this, I don't feel anything anymore. While searching through a stack of papers, a card suddenly appeared. In Amorph's hand was the hand of the supply management chief. It thought happily, here it is. I have everything I need. Remembering something, it immediately glanced at the man's corpse. Right? I have to clean up before I can go. After tasting it, Amorph was a bit disappointed. This one isn't tasty at all. He reeks of alcohol. Sometime later, Amorph continued to another door. It was prepared, holding the ID card forward. When the door required a fingerprint, Amorph held up the supply management chief's hand. The large door slowly opened, accompanied by plumes of fog. And so, Amorph stepped into the experimental space, constantly searching. I wonder what's in here. A series of samples before it made it incredibly disbelieving. A freezer. So he's a smuggler. Realizing something was wrong, Amorph was startled. It was only then that it looked at the boxes on the side. Amorph eggs, is it real? Finding it hard to believe, it quickly examined the outside of the eggshell. There's an empty egg inside. Unable to hide its curiosity, it quickly picked up the shell to examine it. This is my egg. Realizing what this object was, it was a bit surprised. So he was planning to smuggle me too. Amorph subconsciously recalled what it knew. In the game, Amorph's starting point isn't on a spaceship like this, but in an unidentified archaeological site. Returning to reality, Amorph continued to carefully observe the space here. It's unclear what happened, but it seems the owner of this body left the container after it opened, then died of malnutrition. After that, my soul entered this body. Thinking of this, it sighed and put the shell down on the ground. No wonder those cockroaches tasted so good. It was the body's instinctive act of survival. Amorph suddenly knelt down and bowed to its shell. My emotions are in turmoil. I will mourn it in silence. Realizing that time was running out, it quickly stood up and turned to face another direction. That's enough mourning. Time to get back to being Amorph. And so, it turned and reached for the remaining eggs. A second later, it stuffed them all into its mouth and chewed greedily. Amorph gave itself no time to rest and continued to eat and swallow. The hatched Amorph will devour all the other eggs. But unfortunately, after I finished eating, I didn't get any notification. Even so, it didn't care. It doesn't matter. It continued to look at the space before it. There's still plenty more to eat. The time that followed was Amorph's hunting time. Noticing a change made it happy. Excellent. The information was clearly written there. Species: malevolent outer space fiend variant MOF. State juvenile. Objective survival. First evolution successful. Current traits super sense. Wings. Chitin shell. Paralytic venom. Reinforced exoskeleton. Acid blood. Superhuman organ. Reinforced leg strength. Mimicry type unknown. Currently, you can focus on the type's physical enhancement 8/10. Superhuman strength enhancement to 1/3. Amorph quickly realized it only needed 2 more traits to complete the physical enhancement type. Thinking of this, Amorph immediately glanced forward. Honestly, I was quite disappointed after eating K's Aragai. I didn't see any divine power. Only this useless superhuman organ appeared. Amorph's figure flew from one side to another. But this supply management chief gave me a special gift. A powerful trait from the later stages of the game. The thought of this made it feel very interested. It'll be perfect for dealing with the crew. It's safe to say my plan has a better chance of success now. Its face immediately became serious as it calculated. This ship is about to meet the Space Hounds. I don't know how strong they are, so I have to get as strong as possible. Thinking of this, Amorph became even more determined. Beloved Jeans, I'm coming for you. No matter how much they scream, no one will hear the desperate cries of the members of this research ship. They will be buried in the deep, dark abyss. The scene shifts to the runway of the Megacorp research ship. A very large place. A man walked up and called out, "Scott, it's dinner time. Let's go." He heard this and nodded. "Let me finish this first." This made his colleague very surprised. "How long are you going to keep working?" He didn't seem to care about these things. Until late, seeing Scott working so hard. His colleague sighed. Damn it. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where constant discussions were taking place. I still don't get it. Get what? The recent order to stand by. Scott still looked confused and asked. We're not fighting anyone anyway. Why are they making us check all the planes? Cameron suddenly called out. Hey, Scott. His face was a bit serious as he reminded him. Can you wait until after this meal to talk about work? It was clear he didn't care. But just think about it. Don't you find it strange? Fincher. He continued to state what he had investigated. I heard a rumor that they're about to catch a metal gremlin. He immediately became serious. Hey, if we really encounter it, we won't stand a chance of survival. At that moment, Scott suddenly spoke up. Listen, there's already a gremlin on the ship. Cameron heard this and was in disbelief. What? His face became very serious as he continued. Have you been smelling a foul odor lately? That's the smell of a metal gremlin. After saying that, he continued. The people working in the kitchen also said that since last week, people have been going missing. Cameron continued to eat, as if nothing had happened. That's all nonsense. At that moment, the young man next to him leaned in and whispered. I've heard something too. I heard the supply management chief is nowhere to be found, and the cargo bay manager has been temporarily promoted to chief. This news made him find it hard to believe. Really? Scott next to him continued to speak. Fincher? I wasn't wrong. His face suddenly became strangely serious. Alright, let's say people are missing. Why haven't the higher-ups done anything about it? The man with glasses turned his head and said. Because if they say anything, it'll cause a panic. So they're keeping it quiet. Scott also nodded and continued. I told you, it's all because of that metal gremlin. So we're just assuming it's a metal gremlin now. Cameron didn't care and picked up his food tray to stand up. Then what does it have to do with warship maintenance? The one-mind man shook his head and continued. I don't know. I only heard that many people have disappeared. Scott forced a smile on his face. Or are they just taking their anger out on us? Overcome with anger, he quickly took his food tray and left. What a blockhead. Time shifts to night at the large aircraft hangar. Seeing his comrades still diligently repairing, Cameron was surprised. Scott, want something to eat? He immediately shook his head. No thanks. Remembering something, Scott quickly said. If you can, bring me that bottle of mixed liquor. Looking at the pile of aircraft parts before him made him very tired. Damn it. I don't know if I can finish this tonight. Suddenly, his face became strangely serious. Cameron's voice echoed. Scott, can you come out here for a second? He turned his head in surprise. Cameron. Then, he continued to repair as if nothing had happened. I'm busy. He kept calling out. Come out. It won't take long. The continuous calls rang out. Seeing himself constantly being interrupted made Scott angry. Come on. With no other choice, he could only go outside. If you're just talking nonsense, I'm gonna punch you. Seeing that there was no one in front of him made him very confused. He quickly turned his head to look around. Where'd he go? Cameron's voice came from inside the dark room ahead. I'm over here. Come here. Quickly, he asked in surprise. The maintenance room. After seeing him approach, Cameron continued to call out. Scott, over here. His actions made him very confused. What are you doing in a place as dark as a cellar? He quickly explained. I'm looking for something. The voice echoed continuously. Come in here and give me a hand. Scott didn't think much and went inside. He walked in, thinking in frustration. This is so annoying. A smell hit his nose, and he instinctively covered it with his hand. What's that smell? It's like the smell of metal mixed with something else. Although very angry, he still went inside. Where the hell is that guy? Cameron's voice rang out. I'm here. Unfortunately, because the space was dark, Scott didn't notice and accidentally tripped on something. And so, he fell flat on the ground. Now, Scott was in pain, holding his head. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. Wait, something's not right. Scott looked towards the flashlight on the side. I have a light, but I still can't see anything in here. What is Cameron doing in such a dark place? Thoughts swirled in his mind. I heard the supply management chief is nowhere to be found. Then the cargo bay manager was temporarily promoted to chief. Since last week, people have been going missing. These words continuously echoed in his head, making Scott very scared. I told you. It's all because of that metal gremlin. Seeing that no one was calling out anymore made Scott worried. Cameron. Strange sounds echoed continuously. He called out in fear. Cameron. A morph's hand on his head made him terrified. It moved closer to his face and spoke. Welcome. In the dark space. Scott's pitiful screams echoed continuously. It didn't forget to say to itself. This mimicry trait is quite useful. At the same time, Cameron had also brought the items and called out. Scott, I brought you the liquor. Looking at the empty space before him, he was a bit surprised. Where is he? Cameron bent down to search for his comrade's familiar figure. That guy never leaves his post before he's finished. Suddenly, Scott's voice rang out, catching his attention. I'm in the maintenance room. This made him very suspicious. Why did you go in there? The voice continued to reply. Just looking for some stuff. Cameron suddenly felt confused. But it's too dark in there. How can you find anything? Scott's voice quickly rang out from outside. Come in here and help me move some stuff. Although a bit surprised, he still went inside. Alright. The dark space before him made him very confused. Hey? Noticing the flashlight dropped on the ground, Cameron quickly picked it up. What's this? Suddenly, drops of fresh red syrup dripped continuously onto his body. This made Cameron very confused as he quickly stood up and asked, What is this? His blood-red hand startled even himself. Syrup? It was only then that Cameron realized something was wrong. What's going on? Scott's terrifying face appeared right before him. At the same time, a morph held Scott's head and smiled, announcing, I'm right here. Echo and screams appeared. It seems Cameron couldn't escape this pitiful fate. While enjoying the delicious meal, a morph thought with amusement. It seems I have a knack for luring people. It seems very satisfied with the skill it has. This mimicry skill is really convenient. At the same time, the story began to be retold. Among the creatures that the supply manager wanted to smuggle, there was a larva species called the red worm. The scene shifts to a vast desert. It is a giant worm species that only lives on planets with desert-like environments and has the ability to mimic the sounds of other living creatures. Perhaps that is also the reason it can hunt. Everyone says that in harsh conditions, it will evolve to be able to hunt prey more easily. Thinking of this, Amorph looked at its body parts. Getting the red worm larva's genes is awesome, but it's a bit of a shame that it's not as effective as the original trait. Thinking of this, Amorph continued to open its mouth wide to enjoy its meal. Because I can only mimic the voice of the last living creature I ate, but all things considered, it's still useful. Remembering something, it turned its head to look in another direction. Tomorrow, I have to go to the kitchen to hunt people. And so, Amorph felt very hesitant. What was his name again? Beat. I think this guy isn't very close to Fincher. But that's fine. Today's meal made Amorph feel very satisfied. It's settled. Tomorrow's dinner will be beer. Its hands quickly unscrewed the air vent cover. I wonder how that spherical amoeba is doing. It quickly crawled out of the air vent and thought silently. I can't keep calling it a spherical amoeba forever. Alright, I'll call it 26 from now on. And so, Amorph quickly walked forward to pay it a visit before returning to its nest. Suddenly, a familiar sound rang out, catching Amorph's attention. Hello. Its face showed some surprise and confusion. So the superhuman organ has this use too. It can be used to communicate with a living creature through wavelengths. This made it very thoughtful. Maybe I should say hello back. At the same time, Amorph made a soft sound as a signal for hello. The amoeba quickly sent back messages in response. Hello. I'm hungry again today. Food. Although a bit surprised, Amorph was very thoughtful. Is there something about this species I don't know yet? Even so, it politely replied. Sorry. It's a bit difficult today. It seems she didn't understand. What is difficult? It explained more clearly. It means I can't give you any. Seeing the amoeba's disappointment, Amorph was very hesitant, not knowing what to do. I understand why it's so disappointed. But that route is too dangerous now. It also knew that it shouldn't take the risk. Since the head of research disappeared, they've increased security to the highest level. The air vent in the research area has also been blocked off. Thinking of this, Amorph immediately let out a long sigh. So I can't bring it any calorie bars. For now, I can only communicate with it for a bit. It turned its head to signal. I have to go. The amoeba was still very obedient. Goodbye. Before leaving, Amorph didn't forget to turn its head and think. Well then, good luck. As it walked, it thought to itself, if I evolve into an adolescent, I can help it. But the conditions for that aren't easy. It seems this was very far off for Amorph. To evolve, the player must kill 10 characters from 2 intelligent species and steal their genes. Thinking of this gave Amorph a headache. There are only humans on the ship. I can't even evolve. There are also the pirates. But I don't know what they'll be like. Suddenly, conversations rang out, causing Amorph to turn its head and pay attention. It noticed the crisis management chief was still in contact with someone. Report. Close. This made Amorph watch with surprise. It's the crisis management chief. Who is he talking to on the phone? He walked while constantly talking. Yes. Everything is going according to plan. Yes. 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 The news from the other end of the line made him very surprised. What? An order from the family. Although very confused, he still nodded in agreement. It's nothing. Sir. How could I dare to question it? At this point, he sighed and walked forward. But well, that's good too. K is a Ragai has been eliminated. The ship will arrive at sea as planned. The crisis management chief's voice echoed continuously. All of Commander Yu Sung's orders have been recorded. This news made Amorph find it hard to believe. What? He continued to use his hand to unlock the large door. Yes, yes, it's all fine. It's all for the family. Now, for the wish of Lord Donggu Diu Jain. It silently watched his every move. Let me handle the risks. Understood. Yes. Seeing the situation, Amorph thought to itself. It seems I've just discovered something. A snitch. I remember he was the one who convinced the commander to give that order. This made it a bit hard to believe. But it seems this guy is planning something more. I need to observe him more closely, to see if it will benefit me. At the same time, in another place, Yu Sung Samuel's face was filled with anger as he shouted. Security chief. What the hell are you doing? The security chief quickly stood up and replied. I am sorry. Sir. He jumped up and scolded him again. There are no more sarais here. We have to contact those pirates again in 2 days. But the problem still remains. Nothing has been resolved. Unable to argue any further, the head of security could only explain. We've already increased the number of cameras and guards. But, before he could finish, Yu Sung Samuel cut him off with a glare. Damn it. This search party. He asked impatiently. How many people have gone missing on this ship in total? Another person replied. Including the recent supply manager. That makes 8 in total. Sir. Meanwhile, up in the air ducts, Amorph was silently listening in on the situation below. The first death was one thing. But how could 7 more people go missing without the culprit being caught? Are you all accomplices? No. Of course not. Sir? Seeing the group blaming each other, he chuckled to himself. Sorry, but the culprit is sitting right here. After some back and forth, Yu Sung Samuel finally sat down and sighed helplessly. Damn it. Another person spoke up. I think the head of security is telling the truth. Hearing this, he turned red with anger and shouted. What? The other person continued. I've checked every nook and cranny, and the security team has done everything they can. Yu Sung Samuel gritted his teeth and rebuked him. The culprit is still at large, and you're defending them. Suddenly, the crisis manager's voice grew more serious and firm. What I mean is, he exclaimed, if the culprit were human, I don't believe they could have hidden for this long. Every word he continued to speak gave Amorph a bad feeling. People are rumoring that there's a metal gremlin living on the ship. But it's also possible that this is the work of some unidentified creature. He thought worriedly. How did the conversation take such a sharp turn? The brown-haired man sitting next to him interrupted, finding it illogical. Listen, crisis manager. The AI technology on this ship has been used in combat. He continued. If there were any creature roaming the spaceship, it would have been detected long ago. The crisis manager replied. I'm a veteran, so I know the AI's capabilities very well. But as you all know, regarding the supply manager's cargo, the freezers there were all empty. At this point, his face darkened as he asked, so, where did those creatures go? Around the meeting room, everyone broke into a cold sweat with anxiety. Amorph was the same. My worst fear has come true. After a moment, Yu Sung Samuel spoke up. All right, let's assume there's a space creature causing trouble on the ship. But where is it? And why hasn't it been detected? Without hesitation, the crisis manager shot up from his seat, pointed upwards, and answered, "There is one place we haven't been able to thoroughly check." Everyone simultaneously looked up at the air ducts on the ceiling and asked, "The vents?" He continued, "These vents led to every part of the ship, and they're just large enough for a creature about 1 meter tall to crawl through." Others chimed in, 1 meter? That's a bit small. How could it kill someone? A metal gremlin is only about a cm, but it can destroy an entire ship. The more Amorph listened, the more his blood boiled with anger. He thought, that guy is a nod. I should have taken him out earlier to be safe. Back down below. Someone said, if that's the case, we're in big trouble. If it is the culprit that ate the research chief's body, we can capture it alive and hand it over to the nobles. He added, once they know it's the one that ate K's Aragai, they'll handle it themselves. The old man with glasses asked, what about the pirates? He replied, if we can't recover the body, we'll just have to fight. To win a battle, you need internal stability first. So, if we want to ensure everyone's safety, we must deal with that monster first. After a moment of thought, Yu Sung Samuel asked, how many soldiers are needed? A nod replied, I will take 6 people from Unit 8 to check the vents immediately. And so, the group decided on this plan. Approved. Good luck. Be sure to bring back positive results. Thank you, sir. At that moment, Amorph was approaching a vent cover, unscribing it as he thought. He had been patient for too long. This day was bound to come. He was certain that a nod guy will definitely set up a security system in the vents. That means there's no way out for me anymore. His body moved swiftly as he jumped down into the maintenance tunnels below. Once he left the nest, there would be nowhere else to go. The corridors are full of security cameras, and the vents are no longer an option. It's time to make a critical decision. The more Amorph thought, the more his head ached. Should he run, or stay, and fight to the end? Just then, his eyes shut tight as he recalled the previous scene. Anod had said, if the culprit were human, I don't believe they could have hidden for this long. These vents led to every part of the ship, and they're just large enough for a creature about 1 meter tall to crawl through. We can capture it alive and hand it over to the nobles. Once they know it's the one that ate K's Aragai, they'll handle it themselves. Suddenly, Amorph's eyes snapped open, glowing a brilliant red. He thought angrily, capture the Amorphne alive. They must think I'm just some wild beast. A puff of white smoke escaped his mouth. Even if my limbs are torn off, this head can still bite through an enemy's throat. That's the real Amorph. At this, Amorph let out aloud. Resolute roar. He would fight. In space, within the treacherous terrain of a ship's vents. He would show them. Trying to capture an Amorph with just a few soldiers is the most foolish thing in the world. He had made his decision. I will show you everything I have. And what a hell in space is like. Amorph slowly placed his hand on the floor. As soon as it was done, veins appeared and shot out from him. He thought, connect. Amorph felt his body making more and more contact, his auxiliary organs digging deep into the ship and beginning their analysis. He could see everyone's movements. They would transmit information about the structure of this research vessel, as well as the enemy's location and every move, to his brain. Just like that. After a short while, the entire ship was covered. Compared to a spaceship adrift in the vast universe, Amorph was like a parasite in the shadows, the brain of some inorganic creature, and knew the fate of this ship as if he were its master. Commander Yu Sung and the crew members are gathered in the cockpit, along with a nod. It seems they're planning to act from here. Not only that, but many armed soldiers are on the move. He could also feel the footsteps of the armed soldiers. They had indeed split their forces and were approaching from 2 different directions. Amorph carefully calculated his every move. The foundation for the plan is in place. I need to calculate the details based on the enemy's behavior and equipped weapons. At this thought, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Time to welcome my guests. In the monitoring room, every action was being recorded. A 1 in position. Team A, begin your operation. A man looking at the screen continued. Bone reporting. At the control room. Bone in position. Team B, begin your operation. Yu Sung Samuel was also monitoring everything. Bone, check the transmission line. It's unstable. Bone, Roger. If you detect anything suspicious, report back immediately. A nod crossed his arms and thought, some monster definitely killed K's Aragai, and this is my responsibility. His eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. The plan remains unchanged, but I must eliminate as many variables as possible before I have to meet Sai Jujin. There can be absolutely no mistakes. At this thought, he exclaimed in anticipation, you monster, today is your last day. Suddenly, an announcement came through. A 1 reporting, there's a fork ahead. We are moving to the right. Bone reporting, we've also reached the fork. Currently moving to the right. Another announcement followed. B3 reporting. Our transmission is a bit unstable. We'll follow as soon as it's fixed. The observer replied. Roger that. Make sure to catch up when you're done. Hearing this, a nod advised. The path there is quite complex. Remind everyone to be careful. The communicator relayed the message. Message from the control room, no need to rush. Search every corner thoroughly. Suddenly noticing something was not quite right, he spoke up. He said, B3's camera is moving. Check it. The communicator replied. Yes, sir. He spoke into the mic. B3, check your camera. Seeing no response, he urged again. This is the control room. Team B3, respond immediately. Check your camera. After a moment's wait, the screen finally came on with a reply. All clear. The communicator continued. B2, hold and wait for Team B3 to catch up. The other side replied. B2. Roger. Just like that. On the main screen, Team B2 was turning back. The two teams were closing the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, the two dots representing B2 and B3 touched. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, making everyone's face turn pale with fear. The communicator urgently asked. B2. What happened? The panic group replied. It's here. But before the soldiers could finish their sentence, the transmission was lost. It's. Hearing this, the communicator anxiously signaled. B3, do you copy? We've lost contact with Team B2. Report. The screen just showed static-filled blackness. B2 was ambushed by the monster. We can't see anything on the screen. Give me details. The faces of the others turned visibly pale. The other side reported back. It appeared so suddenly. We didn't see anything either. The head of security and the old man with glasses ran over, asking in unison. Hey, what's the situation? Standing on the other side, Anad was no better off. Crisis manager. What are you standing there for? He thought in fear. Is it all over? An indescribable sense of unease rose within him. A soldier in medium-class armor was defeated without even a fight. Even a seasoned assassin might not stand a chance. Anad's hand clenched into a fist. He had been gravely mistaken to think it was just some wild creature. This monster was much faster and more dangerous than he had imagined. After a moment of thought, he started pointing and giving orders. Guards, inform everyone to be ready to open fire if the situation gets complicated. Anad continued. B3 and Bone switched to searching for Team B2. The communicator quickly replied. Roger that. Message from the control room. He added. B3, cease the search for Team B2. Return to Team Bone's position. A voice came from the other side. Roger. A series of beeps sounded. Bone. After regrouping with B3, begin a search for B2. Bone. Roger. Anad gritted his teeth, thinking, at this rate, everyone will be wiped out. On the screen, Team B3's position was gradually moving toward Team Bone. Suddenly, an incoming transmission startled Anad. Bone reporting. We just heard something. Control room. Copy. What did you hear? Team Bone replied. I'm not sure, but someone's coming. This is a fork, so it's hard to be certain. After receiving this answer, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Bone reporting. That sound was B3. I can hear their voices. The communicator also let out a sigh of relief. Message from the control room. Bone, if you've met up with B3, report back. But after waiting for a moment with no reply, he gently called out. Bone? Suddenly, the screen came back on with an urgent voice. B3 has been defeated by the enemy. Anad exclaimed in shock. What? They could all still clearly hear the rhythmic footsteps of the armed soldiers marching. Unable to wait any longer, he hastily snatched the headset from the communicator and said, This is the captain. Report the situation in detail. The reply from the other side came. It all happened fast. I couldn't see anything. Hearing this, he went berserk, veins popping on his face as he roared. Damn it. Anad began to lose control. Questioning again. How can you say you didn't see anything when it happened right in front of you? The person on the other end whimpered. I'm sorry. At this, he threw the headset forcefully onto the floor, cursing. Damn you. His entire body slumped to the ground, his face dark as he thought. Impossible. How could he be standing right there and not know anything? Sweat poured down Anad's face. Not only that, but the cameras of Bone and B3 were also offline, as if trying to keep the monster's image out of frame. While still thinking, he suddenly realized something was wrong here. Wait a minute. Immediately, he calmed down and picked up the headset from the floor. Then Anad put it on with a serious expression. He spoke softly. Bone, this is the captain. State your name and rank. A voice from the other side replied. Why? Seeing no answer from the other side, he asked again. Bone, I repeat. State your name and rank immediately. After a few seconds of silence, a chilling laugh came through. I've been found out. On the main screen, the view was slowly changing to a different direction. Then suddenly, a giant hand with sharp claws came down from above, shattering the camera lens. Witnessing the scene, the head of security was so scared his mouth hung open. The entire group fell to the floor, staring at the screen that had lost its connection. Anand sat there in a daze, ignoring the voices echoing in his headset. A one. Copy. What happened? His state slowly turned to rage, his temper flaring. A one. Copy. Respond immediately. Meanwhile, over at Amorph's location, he had already finished off all of Team B. So much for Team B. Everywhere he walked, the floor was spattered with gore. He thought to himself, after communicating with the 6 using its wavelength, I came up with a plan. Use that same wavelength to jam their transmission signals. Due to the wavelength emitted by Amorph, B3's radio was jammed. Because he had to repair the equipment, B3 fell behind, and then he was neutralized with the Nerd Tossin, a new trait he had just developed. Without hesitation, Amorph began to greedily tear apart the entire group. I haven't had a full stomach in days. I need to eat my fill now. After eating his fill, he turned his attention to another target. Next up is Team A. With that said, he used his senses to scan every nook and cranny of the ship. Let's see. After searching for a while, Amorph finally found them. These guys are cautious. However, he wasn't worried and began to move. But Team B knew nothing about me. These guys already know that Amorph can mimic voices. He hid behind a corner, thinking, should I use that trick to deal with them this time? To be careful. He calculated further. There's a fork. Considering Team A's movement speed, they'll be here soon. Amorph's eyes were full of anticipation as he wondered. They say knowledge is power. But is that really true? He exclaimed. Sometimes, knowing too much makes you more likely to die. Cut to Team A's side. This time, everyone was much more careful. Their flashlights were on. When they reached a fork, one of them spoke up. A one reporting. We've reached the fork and are currently moving to the right. A voice replied from the other side. Control room. Copy. Roger. A nod reminded the soldiers. This is the captain. I'll make it clear again. This creature can mimic human voices. Open fire the moment you hear anyone. Just as he finished speaking, a loud cry rang out. Is anyone there? Help me. A soldier confirmed. It's the enemy. Open fire. Immediately, all of them fired straight ahead in unison, creating an explosion. Gunshots rang out continuously, followed by the faint silhouette of Amorph fleeing down another path. It didn't stop there. Someone in Team A1 ordered, keep firing. A voice came from the control room. Message from the control room. Check the enemy status. They replied. A1 reporting. Roger. While everyone was distracted, Amorph had circled around from behind, waiting silently. The rest of you, hold your position. Support A1. Roger. Sensing something was wrong, a soldier's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Before he could figure out what was happening, a loud, tragic scream echoed, startling the others. A3. What's wrong? They exclaimed in fear. Behind us. The enemy is behind us. Hearing that, the control room ordered. A1. A1. A2. Open fire immediately. They replied. Wait. We can't. The group said worriedly. The creature has taken A3 hostage and is hiding behind him. If we shoot, A3 will get hurt too. Anand urged. Damn it. Just shoot. He roared. A1. Open fire immediately. That's an order. Having no other choice, A1 had to comply. A1. Roger. Firing. As he spoke, a barrage of bullets was fired directly toward where Amorph was standing. While fleeing, he was unfortunately hit by a few bullets. Droplets of his blood flew everywhere. When it landed on the ship's floor, it turned into a type of acid. A2 reporting. We have casualties. I repeat, we have casualties. Do not fall back. Continue pursuing the creature. Just then, A3's body, lying on the ground, began to stir. The others ran over to reassure him. Damn it. Don't you die on me. A3 is starting to convulse. Inject the meds. With that, one of them pressed a control panel. Injecting. After being injected, A3 stopped moving. One reported. A1 reporting. A3 has been medicated. We will resume the mission immediately. Control room. Copy. Proceed. While they were talking, someone next to them spotted something. That damn monster. I'll tear it limb from limb to be satisfied. It turned out he had found Amorph's bloodstain on the floor. It's wounded. 2. All of their faces turned terrified. Does it have acid blood? I don't know what kind of monster that is. Sensing danger, the two of them became more cautious. One of them spoke. It's too narrow in here. The person next to him replied. So what do we do? The other answered. We keep going. As they were walking, A1 said quietly. A1 reporting. We require permission to administer enhancement drugs. Hearing this, a nod replied without hesitation. This is the captain. Permission granted. As soon as he was injected, A1 began to change. His eyes flashed a brilliant yellow. Immediately after, he couldn't bear it and collapsed to the floor. Suddenly, his hand clenched into a fist, creating a dent in the floor. The two of them continued to move forward confidently, saying, "We have to kill that damn monster. Just you wait." After walking a bit further, one of them suddenly stopped to observe. It turned out he had spotted a large hole with black smoke ahead. Thea cautiously approached and leaned down to take a look. One reported back. A1 reporting. There's a large hole in the vent. No sign of the monster around. He offered his speculation. It seems to have crawled down into the corridor. Control room. Copy. Roger. While the group was distracted, a morph was already waiting behind them. The monitoring room reminded them. We'll check the corridor. Give us your exact location. A1. We are near research area C6. Just as he finished speaking, a morph leapt straight down. Hearing a strange noise, one of them was startled and whipped his head around to look behind him. Quick as a flash, one of them immediately fired straight at the charging amorph. This time, even though he was hit, he showed no signs of pain or retreat. Before the soldier could understand what was happening, a hand grabbed his head. A morph simply threw him with such force that he couldn't resist. The soldier's entire body flew backward helplessly. Witnessing the scene, the remaining soldier was frozen in fear. Very quickly, he regained his composure and fired wildly at Amorph. Ignoring his comrade, seizing the opportunity, Amorph prepared a surprise lunge. But the soldier still reacted in time, deflecting the blow behind him. He clenched his fist, aiming for Amorph's head. The soldier's eyes flashed blood red as he roared, "Die!" Fortunately, as the fist was about to land, Amorph managed to dodge to the side. Without hesitation, he swiftly darted backward. Seeing this, the soldier hadn't given up and once again raised his weapon to fire. But it was too late. A1 screamed in a helpless, mad rage. Cut to Amorph's side. He was climbing across the pipes. Only when he felt safe did he stop and exclaim, "That guy was stronger than I thought." The more he thought, the more something felt wrong. Normally, no one gets that strong even after taking enhancement drugs. I'll have to adjust the plan. Amorph scratched his head tiredly. I can't fool A1 anymore, so I'll have to switch to another method. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with an idea. That's right. There's still one way. Back to A3's location after being injected. He had regained some consciousness and was able to sit up. His body was completely drained of strength, trembling with fear. Just when he thought everything was safe, his eyes suddenly shifted to the side. Tucked away in a corner, Amorph had been standing there for who knows how long. His eyes gleamed with hunger as he began to move. Before A3 could react, he lunged forward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Amorph was right in front of him, smoke billowing from his mouth. Witnessing this terrifying scene, A3 could only sit there helplessly, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he was pinned to the floor. Then Amorph dealt a fatal blow, piercing straight through his body. A3's agonizing screams echoed piercingly. Just like that, Amorph enjoyed another delicious meal, feasting on his flesh. A large, stinking pool of gore spread across the floor. After a while, he finished eating and licked his lips, thinking, absolutely delicious. With that, he reached for the helmet lying nearby. Amorph held it up, looking at his reflection. This way, they'll know A3 was taken out by me. Quick as a flash, he slapped his hand against the camera lens. In the monitoring room, the display shattered into pieces. Then it finally lost its signal. Message from the control room: A3 has been attacked by the monster. I repeat, A3 has been attacked. As soon as he received the notification, A1 immediately rushed over. His eyes were bloodshot with anger as he panted heavily. Finally, upon arriving and seeing A3 sitting there, A1 asked, A3, are you alright? He gently approached, reaching out his hand to ask again. A3, answer me. To save his friend, A1 pressed the injection button, cursing, damn it, I should have treated him back then. But before he could understand what was happening, a sharp tentacle shot out from the middle of A3's stomach. A single stab pierced A1's neck, choking him instantly. Feeling the pain spread through his body, A1 collapsed to the ground, writhing. As he lay there, A3's abdomen was slowly being torn open. Hearing a strange noise, A1 turned his head in panic, exclaiming, Huh? It turned out that Amorph had been waiting for him, having crawled inside A3's armor. Only now could he reveal himself comfortably. A1's face turned pale as he tried to flee. But before he could act on his intention, Amorph grabbed his head. He squeezed A1's neck tightly, lifting him into the air. Then, Amorph leaned in close and said, Now, it's your turn. His grip grew stronger and stronger, making it impossible for him to breathe. His eyes wide in shock. In the end, one met the most tragic fate. Gore splattering everywhere. It didn't stop there. A morph calmly feasted in front of the camera. The entire scene was captured without missing a single detail. There was no sound from the radio, but Amorph knew they were scared out of their wits. Cut to the monitoring room. Just as he thought. Everyone was in a state of panic. Huh? Huh? What is that thing? Anod's face also turned deathly pale. We're all dead for real. But for Amorph, it wasn't over yet. The danger isn't just in the vents. You're next. After finishing off all the teams, he finally left, thinking to himself, I wonder what other plans my enemies will come up with. Amorph sped away quickly. They've only lost 6 people, including the soldiers and the leaders. There are still over 90 of them left. With that recent warning, they'll surely focus all their efforts on eliminating me. Thinking it over, he still saw too many dangers. He knew they didn't have enough weaponry on the ship. But the problem was the type of weapons. If they use plasma weapons, Amorph will be in danger too. It's a type of powerful firearm used in spaceship battles, often used to destroy ships and tanks. But this weapon is very heavy and large, making it difficult for one person to carry. There is a lighter version of this weapon, but it's very expensive, and that lighter plasma launcher has been fully supplied to the fleets by Megacorp. Thinking of this, Amorph asserted, looking at the facilities on the ship. I'm guessing they were also given one. Just as he was about to keep moving, he suddenly heard a loud noise from below. Below, a group of soldiers was currently on patrol. The soldiers are moving through the research area. They must think I'm ambushing them in there. Without wasting any more time, Amorph exclaimed, all right, my chance has come. Just like that, Amorph continued to dash forward. While they're investigating the wrong place, I have to take out the leaders. As long as I take down that group, I can disrupt the enemy's command system. And above all, I have to kill Anod. His existence is too dangerous for me. Up in the vents, Amorph was still eavesdropping on the group's conversation. Crisis manager. Where did that monster come from? More importantly, what is it? Anod explained. The supply manager didn't register a creature. It's very likely that's what we're facing now. Yusung Samuel shouted. How can you be so irresponsible? He continued. We even gave the commander's armor to those soldiers, and it still didn't do any good. Hearing this, Amorph exclaimed. So that's what it was for. The commanders. He laughed mockingly. That armor is meant to protect people in outer space. You should know how to use it better. Being stingy will cost you your lives. Unable to hold back any longer, Anod began to react. If we had more advanced equipment, this wouldn't have happened. And you're very wrong to say my side hasn't done anything. His face showed clear anger as he explained the situation. We now have information that the enemy is a very dangerous creature, with superior intelligence and the ability to mimic humans. Yusung Samuel shouted. Have you heard it speak yourself? The atmosphere became tense, with neither side backing down. Trying to gather information on a battlefield can get you killed. So, whatever information you get, you have to act on it immediately, no matter how little. Anod continued. We've already sent soldiers into battle, but I want to request one more thing. Yusung Samuel asked irritably. What is it? And his next words left him stunned, his eyes wide open. I want to be granted permission to use the military's plasma launcher. Yusung Samuel exclaimed. What? The head of security cut in, shouting. Are you crazy? We already agreed to use that against the pirates. The bald man with glasses added. Crisis manager. We're on a spaceship. The group continued to argue. It's true this used to be a warship. But what are you thinking? Using that thing inside the ship? If you want to kill yourself, pack up and leave the ship. Then you can die however you want. Hey, quiet. Up above. Amorph thought to himself. Just as I thought. They have that thing. Taking this opportunity, he began to observe the situation. The enemy is in a panic. This is my chance to finish them. There were quite a few people below. Anod, Amorph's primary target, was too far away. The closest person was. Finally, after searching, he identified his target. Him. Amorph slowly swung his arm back and exclaimed. Research Director Key. The one who always tortured the 6. I'll make him the target. Without hesitation, he began to act. This is even more convenient. I was planning to take him out anyway. His hand stabbed down hard on the vent cover. Hearing a strange noise, Anod was startled and turned his head to look. And in that moment, he saw Amorph leaping straight down towards Key's position. Before the man could react, his mouth was wide open. The surprise attack knocked him to the ground. Gore splattered all over the floor. Witnessing that scene, the others were frozen stiff, unable to move. Only when Amorph attacked again did the group scatter and run, shouting, the monster is here. The next unfortunate victim was the head of security. Following that, The white-haired old doctor also lost his life. In the room, in the room. Desperate screams echoed endlessly. Help! Help me! One person urged anxiously. Damn it! Someone, warn everyone on the ship. Now, the communicator replied. Roger that. Message from the control room. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp tentacle stabbed straight through his throat. All soldiers. In the blink of an eye. A morph had finished off the noisy ones. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets shot at him from behind. The one responsible was a nod. He thought. Impressive. I thought he would have run for his life. He's reloaded. And he's even wearing armor. However, a morph didn't seem to care much. But that gun won't do a thing to me. What is he thinking? Without wasting any more time, he started to build momentum, preparing to charge. But whatever. If the guy wants to die that badly. Just as a morph was about to strike. Suddenly, an instinct warned him. A series of images flashed in his mind the moment he charged and was shot by a nod. His face showed clear anxiety as he wondered. What? A plasma gun. A morph slowly backed away cautiously. This one is expensive, but extremely convenient to carry. Any hit to the head or chest would surely kill him instantly. Even if he missed, it would still result in a serious injury. He affirmed. Damn it. I knew he had connections to the Zhujian clan. Seeing a morph halt his attack, a nod also noticed and exclaimed. He didn't bother hiding the other weapon, reaching into his coat. So you know what this is. In the next second, he pulled out an expensive plasma pistol. Yi-sung Samuel exclaimed. Is that a plasma pistol? The old man with glasses replied. But that thing is worth a fortune. A nod smirked and continued. I don't know what you are, but you remind me of someone. His face revealed a murderous intent as he exclaimed. A monster with countless abilities. Just like the ones my old master, Simu Al-Zhujian, used to make. Without hesitation, a nod fired the first shot. But luckily, a morph reacted in time and dodged to the side. Without stopping, he continued to fire a barrage of other shots. Looking at where morph was hiding, a nod said. He has eliminated all possibilities before it even got here. Behind the table, he thought worriedly. The situation is not in my favor. Since I woke up in the cargo hold, I've never felt as terrified as I do now. The morph's mouth was still stained with red gore, but he had faced far worse situations in the game, and the winner had always been the same morph. No matter who appears next, even his master, he will be the one to greet them. Not a nod. Bears, lions, and wolves are predators, often appearing in the media and seen as symbols of strength and resilience. However, the truth is different. In reality, predators are just cowardly creatures, always avoiding confrontations that could lead to serious harm. But being so cautious to the point of cowardice is what makes a true hunter. As an amorph player, of course, he knew this by heart. Just as he thought this, a shot came from above, right over Amorph's head. But one must never forget that. No matter how strong a trait or how important the information you hold, without knowing caution, it's all useless. Facing this situation, he had to give credit where it was due. I have to admit, this guy is good. As Amorph's eyes scanned across a nod, he sensed that his heartbeat was very stable. That means he was just pretending to be worried earlier. Maybe he already investigated, believing I have something similar to a bioscanner on me. His face revealed his cunning nature. This man shares the same hunter's blood as Amorph and is an experienced predator. Without hesitation, he began to move, jumping in another direction. Seeing his silhouette, a nod continued to fire at him. A series of explosions echoed continuously through the space. Yi-sung Samuel warned anxiously. Crisis manager. Don't forget you're in the control room. The old man with glasses added. Be careful not to let the shots hit the equipment. Hearing this, a nod turned his head to look back and replied. I know. Just as he finished speaking, he fired another shot as fast as lightning. Fortunately, in that dangerous moment, Amorph managed to move to a new hiding spot in time. A nod's face darkened with anger as he gritted his teeth and cursed. You insect. Meanwhile, at Amorph's position, he was sweating bullets and panting. He's trying to trick me. He could hear him whispering into the radio. Message from the captain: the monster has attacked the control room, requesting all troops to assemble here. After hearing this, Amorph ducked back into cover to calculate. I knew he would stop. Those previous shots were just to trap me in here. He was buying time and keeping Amorph away from the commander and other crew members, so his men could come and capture him later. At this thought, he let out a contemptuous laugh. His trap worked. Very clever. While trying to find a way out of this spot, he suddenly noticed something. I need to deal with this place before the reinforcements arrive. Amorph quickly grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher. A fire extinguisher. This might work. Without a second thought, he pulled the pin on the extinguisher. Then he aimed the nozzle at where Nod was standing. Just like that, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Anod quickly covered his nose and shouted, "It's starting to play tricks." Hidden within the smoke, a morph dodged the bullets. The entire group was thrown into a passive, fearful state. "I can't see anything." Seeing this, Anod shouted angrily, "You idiots! You idiots! At a time like this, you still don't know to pull out your weapons." They stammered in reply, "I am sorry, sir." But suddenly, another voice echoed, Where's that monster?" He was startled. Could it be? Anod quickly gave an order. "Damn it. Everyone, get the commander out of here." Amorph thought. Quick reaction. He closed in behind one of the soldiers. "But that's not my plan." As he said this, his mouth full of sharp fangs began to open. Then a morph bit down hard on the soldier's neck, causing gore to fly everywhere. A blonde soldier looked around and called out, "Commander, where are you?" A voice replied, I'm over here." Before he could run in that direction, another voice warned him, "The commander isn't here. He's over there." The soldier exclaimed in shock. "Huh?" Hiding behind the thick white smoke, a morph was still waiting. "The monster is trying to trick everyone. Don't fall for its trap." Sir Roger. However, before they could finish speaking, a swipe of claws lashed out. The blonde soldier stood frozen in fear. "Don't listen to that nonsense. The commander has been killed by the monster," he stammered. "And navigation chief." But then, a curse came from another direction. "Damn it. Don't listen to those words. It's mimicking the chief's voice." The blonde soldier fell deeper into panic. "I am the navigation chief. Trust me." Damn it. Be careful. Those are the monster's words." With no other choice, he had to raise his gun. "Shoot it now. Hurry up." As soon as that voice finished, he fired a shot. Roaring, "Die." From the other side, receiving that bullet, there was only a cry of pain. It turned out the person standing there was actually a Nod. Now, one of his arms was scorched and burned by the bullet. Damn it. Before he could figure out what happened, a bad feeling washed over him from behind. Immediately, Nod raised his gun and fired a series of shots. "Got you." Thanks to his quick reflexes, Amorph safely dodged the attack. Without stopping, he continued to charge forward. Suddenly, his spine split open. From within his body, a pair of wings unexpectedly sprouted. Seizing this opportunity, Amorph flew straight toward where Nod was standing. In that moment, his face showed clear horror and helplessness. His pupils only had time to register the most horrifying image of his life. In the blink of an eye, Nod was torn apart. Bright red gore erupted. His body limply fell down. His body lay crumpled on the floor, ending everything. In this round, Amorph was ultimately the triumphant winner. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps came rushing in. One of them aimed his gun at the shadowy figure and asked, Captain." But before he could finish, Amorph appeared, standing right next to him. By the time the blonde soldier realized it, it was too late. It was too late. His eyes rolled back. What met his eyes was the sight of Nod's mangled face. His eyes still open. However, Amorph had no intention of staying and just walked past. Even after he left, the soldier stood there, frozen like a statue. Amorph nimbly climbed back up into the vents. As he left, he felt a twinge of regret. It would have been nice to stay and enjoy this meal, but there's not much time left. My instincts are telling me to get out of here now. After everything was over, Young Samuel looked at everyone and shouted angrily, "You idiots!" He glared and asked, "What's taking so long?" The soldiers could only reply, "We were sorry." Seeing the floor covered in foul-smelling gore, he quickly ordered, "It's disgusting. Clean this place up immediately." They replied, Yes, sir." Just as he finished speaking, another person approached and said, "Commander, we've tallied the casualties." Young Samuel turned and exclaimed, "Oh, the temporary medical chief?" He asked worriedly, "Is anyone else alive?" The medical chief replied, "No, sir. Everyone has perished, except for the temporary research chief. In another room, he was being treated." Young Samuel asked again, "What? That old researcher Key isn't dead yet?" The medical chief answered, Yes, sir. He is currently in the recovery room. Although his body was fortunately immune to the monster's neurotoxin, I'm afraid he will permanently lose his sight, smell, and taste." He added, "Even though he's alive, Mr. Key will need life support equipment for the rest of his life." But his next statement angered Young Samuel. Why don't we just surrender to the Space Hounds?" "Sir?" His blood boiled as he questioned back. "How can you be so selfish?" Without another word, he immediately turned and left. "Stop with the nonsense and get your job done." As Young Samuel walked away, he thought, "Damn it, how many people have we lost in total? The chiefs from research, engineering, medical, navigation, crisis management, and supplies no one is left. At this rate, we'll be fighting the pirates with nothing but faith. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Damn it. Maybe I should just abandon everything and run away. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed. The soldier said loudly, "This gun doesn't look like a normal type. It seems to be one of the commander's weapons." While they were still admiring it, Yusung Samuel shouted, "You there. Give it to me. So this is your plasma pistol." Nods? Looking at the gun, Yusung Samuel felt lucky. Great. Still has 60% energy. A bit scratched up, but still usable for self-defense. There was a small scratch on the gun. I can't trust anyone anymore. Only I can protect myself. After taking the gun, Yusung Samuel went back outside. The monster is still roaming the ship. And in 2 days, we'll clash with the pirates. What should I do? Meanwhile, at a Morph's location, he muttered to himself. I've eliminated most of the leaders. It will take some time for the system to report the problem. And I don't have to worry much about that idiot Commander Yusung. Sensing that this was the most opportune moment, a Morph decided it was time to expand the nest. He looked around, calculating. I currently have 3 options. Since my nest is also in the cooling unit, that gives me 2 more options. Food is the key to survival. So the mess hall is the most important place. A Morph can poison the food source and cut off their supply. Next is the armory, which also houses the plasma launcher. I have to do something before the enemy uses it to take me out. And finally, the laboratory, which contains many skin samples and cyanurium. But the problem is, the rate of obtaining a quality sample is less than 10%. As a Morph spoke, he looked at his own body. With cyanurium alone, he could easily gain the power of an adolescent Morph, and then prepare to face the pirates as well as future enemies. Without wasting any more time, he started to act. That's the decision. I'll make nest in the mess hall and the laboratory, then steal the plasma launcher. A Morph thought to himself that he didn't plan on using it, but he couldn't ignore what a Nod had said. Whether his master is Sichin or someone else, they could very well team up with the pirates or disguise themselves as one of them. Nothing is scarier than an unidentified enemy. I have to gather everything I can use. As he was walking, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello. A Morph hid in a spot and thought. It seems the Six is in a pretty good mood today. Probably because they didn't do any injection experiments today. He immediately replied. Happy, are we? The other side answered. Yes. No. Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, while I'm hiding like this, how can they conduct experiments anymore? They're probably all hiding in their rooms. In that moment, an idea struck a Morph. Should I take a bit of a risk? With that thought, he touched the sensor device, activating it. A series of bright red lights flashed along with a piercing siren. A blinding red light shone, and the mysterious voice asked, What are you doing? A Morph replied in his own language. I am waiting. He thought deeply to himself. It's been almost 30 minutes and no one has come yet. This must be it. Then, he raised his claws. I don't need to move stealthily anymore. Immediately, a Morph pushed down the vent cover. He crawled out and jumped down, landing calmly. He looked at MIP in front of him and said, Long time no see. She replied, Yes. A Morph rested his hand on his chin. Looking at this color, it seems quite healthy. Then he wondered, but staying here forever means starving to death. Should I bring it along with me? A Morph looked at the cheerfully wiggling MIP. The spherical MIP isn't too picky about food and is immune to neuric toxins, so I can either place it in a nest or bring it along with me. After thinking, he immediately asked, Want to go outside? She looked up, confused. Outside? Where to? He informed her, Out of this laboratory. Hearing that, MIP excitedly exclaimed, Yes, I do. After getting her response, the Morph started to find a way. He turned around and didn't forget to warn her. Be careful, she expressed. Okay. He quickly dashed forward, aiming his head to break this test tube. A sound of shattering glass echoed. A Morph had successfully gotten MIP out. She jumped from the floor onto his shoulder, thanking him profusely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Suddenly, he told her, Wait a moment. MIP wondered. What for? A Morph informed her. Let me create a nest. He opened his mouth and spat out a slimy, greenish liquid. That slimy substance covered the entire room. They clung in clumps, spreading to every nook and cranny. Inside the clumps, a faint pink object was visible. A Morph looked at his work and thought to himself, They won't be able to use this laboratory anymore. After that, he snatched a brain from the floor. I'm so hungry. I must have used a lot of energy just now. He began to eat Travensway. This brain is still alive, but it doesn't taste good at all. Maybe from now on, I need to remember that I need nutrients, not appealing flavors. Right beside him, MIP was also nibbling on her food. A Morph mused. It's enjoying its meal too. Huh? Suddenly, a scent slowly drifted over. After sniffing it, Amorph immediately recognized it. Someone's coming. He detected something approaching. One of them had very steady footsteps. Probably a soldier. The other must be a researcher. Amorph hid in a corner, observing sneakily with a smug look. Just two of them. Even if they brought the whole unit, they probably wouldn't be a match for me. The researcher and the soldier entered. The sight before them left the two stunned. The researcher shouted, "What happened here?" The soldier, with a horrified expression, replied, "It looks like some kind of nest." Feeling eyes on him, he spun around and raised his gun. Immediately, Amorph lunged towards him. Bullets were fired continuously but were still too weak against him. He stretched out his claws, grabbing the soldier. Then, Amorph's claws pierced through his body. The soldier was too scared to speak, his eyes wide as he stared at him. Finally, due to excessive blood loss, the soldier collapsed. Once that was done, Amorph turned to look at the researcher. The man was sitting on the floor, screaming desperately, "Please, spare me." His claws gripped the man's head tightly. Just then, MIP moaned. "Hurt. Amorph glanced back and saw her on his shoulder. Angry, he realized something. It seems this guy participated in the experiments on the spherical MIP. No wonder it got angry as soon as it saw the one who tortured it. Then he thought to himself, "That's right. How could I forget that the spherical MIP can also devour people?" Immediately, he plunged his tail into the researcher's neck. Green veins bulged thickly on the man's face. Amorph brought MIP in front of the researcher. MIP hesitantly leapt forward. It completely enveloped the researcher's head. Amorph stood by, observing and pondering. A soldier who dies instantly, and a researcher who dies slowly as his head dissolves. I wonder which one's fate is worse. He picked up a glass jar, emptied all the food from it into his mouth, and told himself, "But they're all dead anyway. What does the process matter?" Suddenly, the system panel appeared before him. He was delighted. "I'm so lucky today. I reached my goal faster than I expected." On the system panel, a message appeared: currently able to specialize in one type. Do you want to activate physical enhancement? Two options appeared: yes or no. Amorph smirked, thinking, "I'm so lucky today." He thought, "I reached my goal faster than I expected." The system panel appeared: currently able to specialize in one type. Do you want to activate physical enhancement? Yes? No? Amorph looked at the panel and thought, "I've eaten over 500 different specimens, but I've only received 3 traits. But getting one type is fine." He gently touched MIP. "Should I activate it?" Amorph turned his head to look at her and said, "Wait for me a moment. It won't take long." And he pressed the yes button. Then, immediately after, Amorph's body became sturdier. His legs and thighs also became surprisingly toned. Seeing his new form, MIP was extremely surprised. She radiated a sparkling light and said, "So big." MIP happily jumped around, continuously saying, "So big. So big." Amorph said, "I've matured." She wondered, "Matured? What's that?" He gently explained, "It's when a young one grows up." MIP seemed to realize something. "Young one? That's me." She joyfully jumped up and down. "Big baby. Big baby." Amorph thought helplessly. "Baby? Huh?" He thought to himself. "Well, biologically speaking, I haven't fully matured yet, so it's not entirely wrong." While MIP happily bounced all over the place, Amorph was still thinking. When it learns to communicate more, I'll explain it then. He mused, raising his hand. "But my whole body feels heavier and much sturdier now. It's like I've gone from a cheetah to a rhinoceros." He looked at his arm and noted that his height had increased quite a bit, and his arms and legs were covered in a layer of armor. Amorph surprisingly dropped down as if to gather momentum. Still thinking. "And most importantly, my legs have been strengthened, becoming much thicker." The system panel was still being carefully examined. What about the traits? It displayed all the information about him. Species morph. Space tyrant. Hey. Status young. Goal survival. First evolution successful. Current traits: super senses. Wings, chitinous shell, paralytic venom, reinforced exoskeleton, acid blood, reinforced leg strength, mimicry, natural recovery, blade tentacles, contaminated organs. Super strength includes predatory senses merged, superhuman organs, physical enhancement type. Currently, you can only focus on one type. Superhuman strength though. Sixth, he quickly read the important information. Natural recovery, blade tentacles, contaminated organs. Natural recovery has merged with fierce vitality to become self-regeneration. Amorph thought to himself, "Everything's fine, except for the penalty with this type. Type physical enhancement. Currently, you can only focus on one type. Superhuman strength." To point 6. The information stated that the number of types an amorph can possess is unlimited. but each time a type is acquired, the requirement for the next one doubles, according to Amorph. For example, if I acquired the super strength type first, the number of requirements to achieve physical enhancement would increase from 10 to 20. He considered, if this were just a game, I'd sit back and calculate the time to grind for each type. But danger is very near. I can't do that. Then Amorph raised his hand with a thought. I'll just postpone activating a new type for now. I should take this opportunity to test out the new traits I just got. A tentacle immediately appeared from that arm, making him think. The durability of the blade tentacle was too low. After being swung, it immediately pierced the nearby wall. Amorph retracted the tentacle, still pondering, but thanks to the physical enhancement type, it's been upgraded and strengthened. And then he unleashed another technique that emitted a green substance. Next, contaminated organs. The places this substance passed through gradually melted. This can be used with my existing traits. This trait can create spores containing acidic solution. Amorph looked and commented. It said I could easily turn this entire ship into a fortress. Getting the skill while facing a tough enemy couldn't be better. He walked while thinking, with MIP hopping behind him. Everything's been checked, so we should get out of here. She jumped onto Amorph's shoulder and asked, Baby, where are we going? He replied, the cargo bay. Amorph and MIP left together. He thought, I wonder how the crew will react if they see me now. Will they cry? Or will they rush to the escape pods? The answer will soon be clear. The sound of footsteps and screams grew more frantic. Run! It's coming! A brown-haired man hastily said aloud. Hurry up! We can't delay any longer. As he watched the last person enter, he shouted. Now! Close the door immediately. That person looked at the trembling door closer and urgently commanded. What are you doing? Close the door. But the other person just trembled and replied. We're all going to die here. The brown-haired man shoved that person away forcefully, complaining, useless. Get out of the way. Then he quickly flipped the switch. The iron door gradually closed right after. But unexpectedly, the hands with black claws tinged with reddish-brown grabbed and warped the door. Amorph appeared and ripped the door apart. The crimson in his mouth made people lose their minds at first glance. Amorph drew closer. Some people vomited. Others screamed in terror. Their faces were all filled with terror as they pleaded. Stay away from me. Save me. What followed was a horrific bloodbath filled with piercing screams. Bloody handprints dragged across the glass door frame. It wasn't just that handprint. There were many other bloodstains on the glass frame. Those terrible screams echoed even out into space. Cutscene. Someone's bruised eyes slowly begin to move. It was Key. Thinking, I don't hear the doctor's footsteps anymore. What happened? His hand trembled and slowly clenched. Damn it, this can't be happening. He lay in the regeneration pod and lamented. What did I do to deserve this extreme pain? It's better to be dead than to live like this. Then a sound caught his attention. Curiosity made Key wonder. What's that sound? Are soldiers coming? He gasped, his face horrified. No. This is. Outside the pod. A morph appeared, causing him to scream into the void. That monster. It's come for me. Outside. He began pressing the keep out of the containment pod. He wondered in astonishment. What is it doing? A slimy substance dripping down his eye caught his attention. It was a MIP covering Key's head and using its special ability to quickly destroy his head. Feeling the pain of being corroded, Key despaired. My head is melting. A morph stood outside as if about to attack, making him even more desperate. Is anyone there? Someone wants to kill me. The screams mixed with blood turned into a hunt. 3 hours passed quickly. A MIP gradually emerged from the containment pod. A morph picked her up and asked, Finished eating? She replied, Yes. He slowly sat down. You've gotten your revenge. How does it feel? She asked. Revenge? What's that? Key's containment pod had somehow been reduced to just a skeleton. A morph explained. It's devouring the one who tortured you. Very delicious. He looked at her happy expression and thought. It seems the Six still doesn't understand complex emotions like revenge. But I'm not sure if it's because it hasn't learned it yet, or if it's just the nature of its species. A morph pondered. To catch the eye of these researchers, it must be suspicious. I just hope it doesn't evolve into a sea devil or something similar. He explained. Sea devils are similar to spherical amoebas, only living on ocean planets. Their bodies are about 25 meters long and contain countless tentacles. Because the two types look quite similar, players have always suspected that sea devils and spherical amoebas have something in common. A morph looked up at the sky and thought. In the end, it was probably just the game company being lazy with character design investment. But who knows what reality will be like? MIP's words brought him back to focus. Baby, I'm full. She slowly crawled along a morph's arm, making him silently acknowledge. It looks completely exhausted. A morph and MIP gradually left together. He looked around. My nest is still fine. A morph's face slowly turned menacing. In any case, His inner shadows gradually moved past the chaos here. It's time to find the next prey. At the Dravam cartel space hound siege ruling territory, a spaceship was echoing with screams. Help me. Someone grabbed the girl's hand. As she screamed, he cursed. Get over here. Her face was streaked with terrified tears, surrounded by evil men holding her tightly. Brother, help me. The blonde-haired man shouted in panic. Let her go immediately. Suddenly, a bullet flew through his back. The man lay in a pool of red. The attackers were ruthless thugs. Someone screamed. No. Under their commander's words, they became even more brazen. Take whatever they have. Kill all the men. Bring the women. Those scum surrounded the bound people, speaking loudly. This is the creed of the Drava cartel. Elton leaned his chin on his hand, admiring the chaotic scene. Hey, what are you standing there gawking for? Get over here and look. The screams blended with the scene. Please. Please spare me. He sat there, glancing at the pile of jewels beside him, thinking irritably. I've wasted too much time dealing with these amateurs. A sentence got Elton's attention. Commander, why would you do this to us? He listened to these words. We paid you mercenaries for protection. So why would you do something like this? Immediately. Elton replied with a sentence that stunned the other person. You fool. Did you think we were friends? What? He said nonchalantly. You hired a stranger. What more could you ask for? How boring. You megacorp fools are always like this. The other person was indignant. You bastard. What did you just say? He shouted. The defense force has received our distress signal and is on its way. When they get here, you're all dead. Elton cleaned his ear. Oh, I'm so scared. The more the other person talked, the more enraged she became. Letting a bastard like you die would be too easy. I'll have to tell them to turn you all into giant mutants. Elton slowly stood up. Silent. He took the short sword from the hand of a subordinate who was trembling before him. Elton said to the other man. Look, Commander. You're not entirely ignorant of the rules of megacorp mercenaries. Let me repeat it slowly and clearly for you. He grabbed the man's head so quickly he couldn't react. Elton exuded a murderous aura. A mercenary betraying a mission is an unforgivable crime, but if there are no witnesses, there's no crime. What? He brought his face closer. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that defense force won't be of any help either. Who's left here to explain what happened? The other man's face darkened as he asked, Are you planning to eliminate us? Elton replied, I'm not familiar with such big words, but I can assure you of one thing. He smirked and licked the blade, continuing, That is, I really enjoy flaying you megacorp pigs. And then a scene full of gore and screams unfolded. Scene change. Elton had just returned. His underlings around him bowed 90 degrees and shouted, Welcome back. Leader. Elton threw out a person's face and said, Take it, and do your job like always. Yes, sir. He asked, By the way, do we have anything else to do today? The subordinate holding the skin asked back doubtfully. What do you mean, sir? Elton sat on his chair and said, Nothing. Bring Manhwa here for me. The man ran off. Roger, he thought with annoyance. Damn it, why am I surrounded by idiots? Soon after, someone announced, Boss, she's here. Cdul appeared with a timid demeanor. Greetings, sir. You summoned me. He said. Yes. I heard you had a problem. Explain what it is. The thing is, she hesitantly explained, we had an appointment to meet a client introduced by an acquaintance, but suddenly we couldn't contact them anymore. Elton shouted in frustration. What? And she screamed in fear. He ordered. Explain it clearly to me. Yes, sir. Cul said. I received a request from the research ship commanded by Mr. Sung Samuel. They asked us to dispose of a body. Elton interrupted. The Samuel family. Have they arrived yet? You know them, sir? He crossed his arms and sighed. They're the third family of Titan. Whose body is it? His eyes immediately narrowed when he heard Csul's reply. A noble, sir. A woman from the Zhujian family. She added. In our last exchange, they said they would pay us 1 million. Elton sighed wearily. 1 million. These lunatics. Then he thought. They're definitely hiding something. Megacorp's situation has been strange lately. Elton pondered. There's a rumor that the Egerton family, the young generation of Mars, is currently confronting the Zhujian family, who have dominated Earth for so long. He mused again. The Egerton family specializes in ship development, but they also secretly conduct genetic modifications. Elton thought to himself. A body from the Zhujian family must have undergone countless comprehensive genetic modifications. What if I steal that body and give it to the Isaacsons? He calculated. They would surely let me name my own price for that corpse. Elton smirked. Oh, chance to get rich is coming. Elton looked up and thought to himself. They would surely let me name my own price for that corpse. He growled under his breath, full of intent. A chance to get rich is coming. But the more he thought, the more annoyed he became, staring into the distance as he cursed. Those damn Ortoness turned me into a giant mutant. I want to crush them to pieces. But personal matters must be separated from business. He turned to ask Sichuel. So, to sum up, you can't contact them. Were they attacked or something? Seo replied, trying to force out each word. I'm not sure, sir. A fearsome expression appeared on his face. Elton continued, growling. So there's someone lurking near us. I don't know who he is, but he's got guts. He roared, projecting an air of authority, pointing forward and giving a clear command. When we're done here, we'll head to Yusung Samuel's ship. Prepare to hunt him down for me. His subordinates immediately responded. Yes, sir. Elton didn't forget to add clear instructions. Blow this ship up for me. Leave no trace. All the soldiers had to respond in unison. Roger. His ship seemed to start up, locking on target. It fired continuously, causing the golden ship in front to be blown to pieces. A device was pre-planted on the hull of the golden ship. A time bomb was ticking down, second by second, to detonation. Then a massive explosion erupted, its sound echoing throughout space. It was enough to awaken the monster's focus. Amorph looked up. He immediately assessed the situation and placed his hand on the floor. Everything around him turned red. His eyes glowed brightly, and two words appeared in his mind: connect. The iron bars seemed to connect to each other with red lines. After connecting with everything, the monsters gradually realized the enemy's plot. It seems they've drilled a hole in the outer hull of this research ship to conveniently dock their vessel. Seeing a strange symbol on the ship's hull, they understood immediately. This symbol is clearly that of the Space Hounds. From the ship's hull, a strange yellow circle appeared. A masked figure kicked open that circular section and entered. Immediately, Elton's subordinates followed, one by one, watching the subordinates through the connection. Amorph mused. They're heading straight for the cockpit. Just like warship players, they know what to do as soon as they set foot on board. The others continued to use advanced tools, cutting another section of the ship's hull to create a door. He watched with amusement. But should I call them smart or stupid? Usually, anyone boarding a ship like this would sense that something is unusual. Seeing those guys confidently kick down the door and proceed inside, he made a very accurate judgment. Their greed must have blinded them. As expected, the subordinates' jaws dropped. The scene on the ship now was a mass of slimy substance that the monster called a nest, completely covering the room. The subordinates reported to Elton. Leader, we've taken the cockpit. But something's not right. He was enjoying a glass of wine. Hearing this, he stopped and asked, what's wrong? The orange-haired man looked up at the strange creatures while reporting to him. There's no life on the ship, and it's surrounded by some kind of creepy hue-looking plant. Elton shouted angrily. What plant grows in space? Are you messing with me? He spoke into the phone with a fearful voice. But it's true, sir. He clenched his fist in frustration, not hesitating to throw his wine glass, shouting over the speaker. A bunch of useless fools. I'll go see for myself. If I find out you're lying, I'll snap all your necks. With that, Elton and his other subordinates headed to the waiting ship. Amorph had also realized it. To hearts and advanced machinery, it seems this giant mutant is their leader. He carefully observed the remaining ones. Should I take a look at the rest of them? This insectoid's body is emitting pheromones. He glanced at the purple-haired man who was laughing. A galactic association and Roy with a mechanical heart. Not a real one. A multi-racial gang. Huh? Interesting. Amorph seemed pleased. Just when I didn't know how to kill someone from the different races besides human. This will make it easier to complete the evolution condition to the adolescent stage. Then he saw a person. That person was Sichuel. Strange. Why is there such a silent person among them? He felt a bit suspicious. It's as if her head is full of machinery instead of a brain. Which is why she's like this. With that said, he stood up and moved closer. I need to observe more carefully. Seeing Amorph's action, MIP spoke up and asked, Baby, where are you going? He whispered back. Outside. It's dangerous. So you stay here. He didn't forget to instruct MIP. Keep an eye on that thing for me. Which made her ask back. That thing? Amorph gestured as he went out. It's very important. MIP jumped up. Okay. You can count on me. Baby. Leaving the hiding spot, he flew as fast as he could, his mind immediately calculating the next plan. My only chance will be when the enemy lets their guard down. I have to destroy the power source on their ship. I can't let them leave here. As he leapt away, he thought to himself. With their bottomless greed, they'll surely try to protect both ships, and will have to split into teams for both pillaging and defense. Everything turned red, carrying the thrill of the next play in Amorph's plan. When they split up, that's when I'll start my hunt. As always, sticking his fingers out of the door. With his sharp claws, Amorph carved a hole in the door. He forcefully pushed the door wide open. Then he stepped outside. In Amorph's mind, calculations were running. They didn't install any security systems. Well, they are pirates. After all, he released his spiritual energy to feel again. They probably never imagined they'd be the ones getting robbed someday. At the same time, the sound of the reactor echoed not far away. Excellent. I've found the nuclear reactor. Not too far from here. Then he moved forward. The nuclear reactor, with its tangled web of cables, gradually came into view. Using his ability again, he saw two androids guarding the reactor door. He immediately jumped down. The situation is all clear, except for those security androids. The moment they're attacked, they'll report to the central AI system. In that moment, Amorph wondered how to get past this obstacle without getting caught. Suddenly, he bared his sharp teeth, drool dripping down, with a look of hunger. Should I get a little something to eat first? A while later, Amorph was running down a hallway. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He heard a strange noise and quickly found a hidden corner to observe. Amorph peeked his head out to scout and saw a human and insectoid. He quickly decided, I'll take them both out here. Waiting for the prey to get closer. Without any delay, he swiftly lunged out, extending his sharp claws toward the human. With one strike, he decapitated the man. A long stream of gore gushed out, splattering everywhere. The insectoid person smelled blood. He quickly pulled out his tool. But Amorph was a step faster, grabbing his hand tightly. Next, the insectoid was beaten to a pulp. Dazed and confused, one of his arms fell off. The insectoid screamed in pain. My arm. Amorph continued to use his head to suck on the man's scrawny body. The insectoid couldn't take it and coughed up a mouthful of gore. And then, he put force into his arm, gripping the top of the man's head. The insectoid screamed, help. A second later, he ripped the man's head clean off. The man was completely lifeless. After that, Amorph had to sit down and eat the insectoid's body. After gnawing on it, he mused, just as I thought. Eating these NPCs isn't enough to meet the evolution requirements. He heard a voice from the phone calling for help. The voice on the phone said, Patrol team. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Amorph cleverly replied, nothing's wrong. The person on the other end continued, then answer properly. You idiot. The person on the other end warned, don't be slacking off over there. Amorph said, I'm sorry. Amorph then smashed through the door. He entered, rummaged through everything, and thought, I don't need to confront the androids. He looked around. It must be around here. In the next second, he shot out a pile of green slime. The slime was green, and that slime ate through the floor, revealing the nuclear reactor right before his eyes. Amorph pondered. Excellent. I knew it. He continued calmly. I had already planned for this. A human would have realized it immediately. But these are androids. They aren't programmed for unexpected situations. Spitting out the green substance once more, Amorph looked down from above with clear satisfaction. The engine part is done. A series of announcements rang out. Message from the control room, requesting reinforcements. The monster is trying to break down the door to get in here. The man with the severed arm turned and shouted at the blonde man. Damn it. They don't have enough people to send us support. The blonde man, seeing this, said anxiously, what about the commander? Where's the captain? The other soldiers were injured. One was disinfecting a wound. Another was clutching his head and laughing insanely. The captain's dead. Everyone, snap out of it. We're all going to die. Elton, on his end, was furious hearing his men screaming on the other side. It broke through the door. Everyone, prepare to fight. No, I don't want to die. On the screen, countless massacres were taking place, along with desperate screams. Damn it. It's a smoke grenade. Seems to be from inside. Help me. Elton broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, what happened? He thought to himself. The surroundings are covered in some strange plants, and there are no signs of life. It's like a ghost ship. He looked at the blue-haired man typing at the keyboard and thought, I need to find out who the attacker is quickly. I've had my men rewind the ship's recordings. He recalled the images of his soldiers in pain, wounded and crying out in despair. But all he saw were people with missing limbs or those who were intact but had gone insane. He gritted his teeth and thought, no one on the ship is sane anymore. What on earth did they encounter? Then Elton turned to his second hint-in and moaned, hey, rewind to the older footage. The man obeyed. Roger. On the screen were two men. Roger that. Make sure to catch up when you're done. The path there is quite complex. Remind everyone to be careful. He looked at the smooth-talking man and continued. This one must be in charge of the ship's security. Then he looked at the bald man. That weakling must be you, Sung Samuel. He thought further. It seems their subordinates have all been defeated, so the leaders are starting to waver. But suddenly something made him widen his eyes in surprise. He saw the image of a morph climbing down from the ceiling. It's attacking from above. The image of a hand grabbing a gun. Then the image of a morph attacking the other side. He continued to think. This creature is definitely intelligent. It must be an extremely dangerous creature with superior intellect. He recalled the image of him lunging down from the ceiling, and the shocked face of the scarred man. The more Elton thought, the more scared he became. A moment ago, I was worried about how to deal with the Zujian clan. But now, I have to worry about how to get out of here safely. He turned and called out, "Hey, Manhwa." But on this side, Manhwa was stunned by something. Seeing her, he yelled, "Manhwa." She was startled. Yes, leader. You called me," he asked. "You said you lost contact since last night, right?" She replied softly, "Yes. The original plan was to meet yesterday." Then she explained, "But the ship never arrived, so we had to spend the whole day searching for them." After hearing this, Elton fell silent, deep in thought. He thought, "I've grasped the situation of this research ship now. But the problem is, I still don't know what that creature is." He smiled slyly. "But we managed to sneak in here without making a sound. So that monster probably hasn't noticed us yet." Then he raised his hand and ordered, "All right, everyone, go find that creature and destroy it for me. After that, find the body." Suddenly, someone called out, "Leader, there's a problem." The person turned to ask what was wrong. The orange-haired man reported nervously, "The thing is, the ship's engine is broken." Hearing that, Elton was shocked. "What?" he asked. "What did you say?" "It was running smoothly just before." The other person stammered, "Leader, it's because," he reported, "it's completely melted, so it can't be repaired." The leader wondered, "Why?" Then he threw the device on the floor, cursing, "Damn it." He angrily started smashing things. "How dare it mess with my ship? I'll grind you into pieces." Seeing the scene before her, Sinuel fell to the ground in fear. Elton yelled, "Manhwa." She stammered, "Why miss yes?" "Sir," he asked, "can you start the ship?" She replied, "Let me see." Hearing that, he immediately struck out at her. "Damn it." She covered her face in fear and cried out. She stammered again, "No, sir, I can do it." Elton ordered, you guys, give her a hand. The rest of you, come with me to find that damn monster. Hurry up. Anyone who falls behind gets their head twisted off." At this moment, on Amorph's side, he was observing everything. Seeing him like that, he smiled. "Oh, he's getting angry," he thought to himself. "They just don't know it. But there are still survivors on the ship. About 20 of them, including the commander and the leaders, hiding all over the place." He pictured the room and the people hiding. "I didn't spare them out of mercy. Megacorp and the pirates don't get along, so a fight is bound to happen." He rubbed his hands together smugly. "While the survivors are fighting crazily with the pirates, I just need to be the fisherman who reaps the benefits." He continued to watch the image of Sichuel in the control room. Right now, in the control room, there are only 3 pirates and a woman pretending to be a civilian. This could be a good opportunity to attack. But I have a bad feeling about it. He looked at the woman in front of him. Amorph's instincts are warning me that this woman is very dangerous. She is a Nod's master. At this moment, the crisis manager smiled cruelly. "A monster with countless abilities. You're just like the ones my master, Sejun, used to make." Seeing this, Amorph scratched his face. "I don't know what that Nod guy saw in me, and her to say something like that. She looks like she's already genetically modified. But as a noble of Megacorp, who are obsessed with prolonging their lives, this woman might have modified herself even more than Kaize Rakayuji." He thought to himself, "If she's on par with a real player, it'll be tough, even after I've evolved to the adolescent stage." He smiled. "It's been a while since I've fought a genetically modified person. What could be better than watching a strong opponent be both scared and surprised by me? For now, I'll just keep an eye on the one I suspect is Sichuel Zujian and deal with the pirates first." The men in the lead were trembling and sweating profusely, while Elton behind them was walking and grinding his teeth in frustration. The underlings were terrified because their boss behind them was grinding his teeth and emitting an incredibly heavy killing intent. The expression of one of the underlings changed when he saw a signal on his device. He announced, "Boss." Hearing this, Elton replied, "What is it?" He happily reported that his bioscanner had detected a human signal. He asked the underling again. "So?" The underling happily explained, "It's pointing towards the captain's quarters, but the way is blocked. I think if we drill a hole." Before the underling could finish, Elton yelled, "You idiot," making the underling nearly wet his pants. He glared at the underling. "Do you need my permission every time you want to take a leak?" The underling trembled. "No, sir." Then he replied, "All right, I'll do it right away." The others from afar were also scared and started drilling the wall. The wall was gradually being drilled. When it was completely drilled through, the underling with the scanner led the way and broke down the wall. Stepping inside, he held the scanner and stared at it intently. Because he was so focused, He got his face blown off. The ones outside screamed when they saw the guy get killed. Damn it. They have guns inside. Everyone. Take cover. Seeing his useless underlings, Elton gave an order that terrified them. He yelled, You idiots, you idiots. Advance for me. After saying that, Elton charged in like a wild beast. Using one of his mechanical hands, he smashed a soldier's head. With his normal hand, he punched another soldier's face in. Then he chopped off another one's head. Inside, the scene was incredibly bloody. Someone inside screamed, A monster. We couldn't see more, but we can guess the scene was very gruesome as blood splattered all over the wall. A soldier with a broken helmet clutched his head and screamed in pain. Elton was lifting that soldier up, surrounded by the corpses of many others. He threw the dead soldier next to a surviving scientist, making him want to wet his pants. Elton slowly walked towards the surviving scientist. The man screamed, Wait, I surrender. He glared at the scientist and told him, My pirate crew doesn't care if you surrender or not. The scientist still tried to persuade the boss. I'm the chief doctor on the ship. I can help you. Elton was surprised to hear that. A doctor? Elton continued to ask. So where is the captain of the ship? And what are you doing in his quarters? The doctor thought of this and was so angry he was about to burst. That bastard. Realizing this wasn't the time to be angry, the doctor calmed down and replied, He used a life raft to escape. Elton asked further. So the captain abandoned his entire crew and ran away. The doctor replied fearfully, I don't know if he managed to escape, but that's all I know. Elton looked around and thought, This is bad. This ship has been ravaged by the monster, and the only person who knows every nook and cranny has run away. Remembering something, he looked at the doctor and thought, Wait, this guy might know something. He gritted his teeth threateningly and asked the doctor, Hey, you are the doctor of this ship, right? Then you must know where the body is, right? There's supposed to be an important body in here, right? He trembled and replied, That body is in the monster's hands. Elton was furious. Again? That monster again. Angrily, he slammed his fist into the wall next to the doctor. Damn it, what did that monster do with the body? The doctor, terrified, replied, It eats people. Hearing that, he became furious. So that means I don't have much time left. Elton turned his back and ordered his underlings. You guys, the monster has the body. You all split up and go find it. Go in groups of 6. Report immediately if there's a problem. The underlings received the order and quickly complied. Yes, boss. After giving orders to his men, Elton looked over at the doctor trembling on the ground and asked, Hey doctor, you said you want to be a pirate? Lucky for you. We need a doctor. He asked a question that made the doctor turn pale. Hey, do you know about genetic modification? The doctor was scared. What? Yes, I know about that. The scene widened, and we could see the underlings in action. In the room were the doctor, Elton, and one underling. The doctor clearly declared, Leave that to me. Meanwhile, Amorph was using Linked, and had heard everything that was happening from start to finish. Amorph witnessed everything through the link. He assessed with disappointment. How frustrating. The battle between the survivors and the pirates ended much faster than I thought. Reflecting on it, Amorph concluded, but with a half-man, but he didn't even blink. Half-machine freak is their leader. It's not surprising. He looked at the underlings splitting into groups of 6 and commented on them. They are moving in groups of 6. And except for the leader, only one subordinate is following him. They move like an army. Amorph said to himself, using the link, It's time for me to act. Seeing this, MIP excitedly jumped towards him and demanded to come along. I want to go too, my dear. But he stopped her. Stay here. She replied angrily. No. I have to go to help. Leaving Amorph speechless with her stubbornness. Now it's acting like a child who wants to help its father. Looking at the angry MIP, Amorph thought, maybe MIP needs combat experience too. Even if it comes along, it won't be much help. And I can't let it get in my way. So he made the decision to pick her up. He placed her on his shoulder and reminded her. The enemy is very dangerous. Be careful. On his shoulder. She cheerfully replied. Of course. You too, my dear. With MIP in tow, Amorph pondered. Where should I start? Then looking at the group of 6, he decided. We should start with this group of 6 first. An underling was below. Checking the door. The insectoid man stood to one side, complaining. What is this? A forest? What kind of monster is this that can grow a tree taller than a door? The one checking the door said to the others behind him. Hey, we need to cut down all these trees before we can place the drill to open the door. Another one heard this and complained. What a hassle. Then he used an axe to chop down a tree trunk. This caused green fluid to spray everywhere. The one standing closest was drenched in it. What is this? He yelled at the one who chopped the tree. Hey, what the hell is this stuff? The other guy laughed and replied, I don't know. But it looks like slime. The man covered in slime complained. This stuff looks disgusting. The one who chopped the tree couldn't stop laughing. The one checking the door cursed at the two of them. Hey, we don't have much time. Get back to work. He picked it up and exclaimed. The more I look at it, the more it looks like before he could finish. The man who chopped the tree looked at his axe and saw it slowly melting, which startled him. The axe had melted into a liquid form. He shouted, What the hell is this? The man who was hit by the fluid started screaming in pain, making the others look at him. Half of his face had started to melt. He clutched his face in agony. My face. After screaming, he collapsed face first into the puddle of slime that used to be his face, terrifying the man who had chopped the tree. What? What the hell is going on? As he was leaning against the wall, he heard very loud footsteps and turned his face to look behind him. Before he could understand what was happening, a morph lunged out of nowhere and used his tail to pierce through him, killing him instantly. When the others saw him, they were terrified. One yelled, "To the monster!" Another one commented, "How? Why does it look so different from what we saw before?" Then the three standing behind started firing at a morph, shouting as they shot, "Kill it!" But it had no effect on him, as his skin was resistant to bullets. The morph lunged forward to attack. First, the man who was examining the door. Then, another man with a gun. An insectoid was shooting and shouting, "Die! Die!" He was then grabbed by amoeba, who used its body to latch onto his head. A morph was standing there, enjoying the bodies of the dead. Meanwhile, amoeba was using its body to suffocate the insectoid, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. But unfortunately, one was still alive. He shouted, "Help!" which made him turn around in surprise. Over there, an underling was panicked using a radio to call for backup. But the monster has appeared over here. He was saying, We need support when a morph bit his head off. Gore splattered everywhere, staining an entire wall red. On the ground, the radio crackled with a voice. "Where are you guys? Why aren't you responding?" He picked up the radio and reported, "I made a mistake. Nothing's wrong here." The person on the other end was furious. "What? Are you crazy?" The person on the other end continued to berate him. "Do you have a death wish? Playing around with the radio?" A morph repeatedly apologized to the other side. After speaking, he turned off the radio and decided to keep it. "Maybe I should hold on to this radio. It could be used for distractions." A morph examined the one whose head he had just bitten off. "This one's still breathing. Is it because this one is a cyborg?" He recalled the practices of large corporations. They didn't just offer genetic upgrades. They also replaced what they considered the weak human body with machinery. Then a morph remembered their desire to spread this ideology by any means necessary, kidnapping people regardless of species and performing cybernetic enhancements, whether the person wanted it or not. As he put the head into his mouth, a morph commented, "Those big corporations are truly inhumane." While the head still had breath, it screamed, "Help!" while chewing on the cyborg. He wondered, this is a machine? But eating it probably won't hurt, right? While eating, a morph commented on the taste. "Very interesting. A cyborg. So it has a slightly strong, oily flavor." Suddenly, a panel appeared, startling him. After reading it, a morph was surprised. Just like in the game. So I'm not that surprised. The notification panel appeared. The process of evolving to the next level is halfway complete. You have completed the first task. As for the second task, only 1 out of 10 targets have been completed. Seeing this, a morph remarked, "This is truly unexpected." He stood there, thinking about his impending evolution, and couldn't stop smiling. There are 12 cyborgs on this ship, right? If I eat all of them, I'll evolve to the next level immediately. After dealing with the insectoid, Amoeba climbed back onto his shoulder and asked, "Hey, dear, what's got you so excited?" He replied, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Wiping himself off, a morph thought, "Everyone calls them space hounds, bringers of disaster. But to me, they're like Santa Claus handing out gifts." A stone man was shooting and cursing. Damn it. But his fate was sealed when a morph grabbed his head. Then he tore the man's head off after grabbing it. A morph held the head in his hand and looked at it. The headless body, due to the speed of the attack, hadn't fallen yet and was still standing, blood gushing from its neck. He turned to look at the surrounding chaos. 2 teams down. He mused, but I let 3 cyborgs get away. A while later, walking through the base, he thought, that looks like the guy who got hit by acid in the armory. Only his legs hadn't melted. He pulled up one of the cyborg's legs. Should I just swallow him to be safe? Immediately, he put it in his mouth and chewed with relish, then spat it out. The predator effect didn't activate. He looked around, coughing. It's just a corpse I didn't completely finish off. What could possibly happen? Then he extended his claws. Immediately, he plunged them into the cyborg. MIP also perked up. Baby, are you hungry? Amorph replied. I have to eat those of this type. Then he rummaged around. You go eat over there. MIP said. Okay. Enjoy your meal. Then he set up a hybrid cyborg. This feels a bit weird with 2-6. But I have no choice. Suddenly, a radio appeared on the cyborg's arm. A voice came through. Anyone still alive? Report in. I'm in the control room. We're still searching. The voice continued steadily. The cargo bay is a mess. Leader. The situation is bad. This area is like a battlefield. He replied in a disguised voice. I'm searching the armory. While still chewing, the other person continued. Where is the captain in the lab? Why isn't he answering? He stopped his action, raised the device, and chuckled. We found the lab. The other side replied. Huh? This isn't your radio. He continued. Yeah? He's taking one last look. The other side said. Is that so? All right. He hung up and thought. Exasperated. Pirates with such discipline. That guy is just a giant mutant. But I should still be wary of him. Then he dragged the corpse away. I never thought I'd be hunting with a spherical MIP. The gaming community would probably faint if they saw this. Over here. In the room. He was playing a game while saying. A morph is originally a solitary creature. And in reality, I'm not exactly the friendly type either. The situation is starting to differ from what I knew about the game. I'm worried. But it's also thrilling as hell. On this side, Elton was holding a radio and thinking. Something's not right. I used to be in the military. So I'm very strict about mission reports. He furrowed his brow. Why would someone who clearly knows the situation still defy the rules like that? Then he tapped the radio. My instincts are telling me this is a trap. He raised the device and ordered the other side. This is the leader. The guy in the lab is acting very strangely. Everyone, change course and head there for me. The other side said. Sir? Yes. Sir. Roger. He turned to the medical team leader and said. Doctor, where are the escape pods in the engine room of the ship? The man hesitated. Please, follow me. Elton clenched his fist. No one touches my warship. He looked at the preset bomb. I need to find the escape route quickly and then plant the bomb in the engine room. The ship uses a nuclear reactor, so a small bomb will be enough. Imagining the explosion, he thought, after safely escaping, I'll detonate the bomb remotely. Then that terrible monster will be obliterated along with the spaceship. At this thought, he was smug. Of course, my underlings who stay on my ship are dead for sure. But there are plenty of others out there who want to become pirates. As he walked, he wore a sinister smile. I'll just bring Manyun and the doctor along. Then he suddenly spoke up. Hey, doctor. The doctor was startled. Yes, sir? Elton asked. You've fought this monster before, so you must know something about it, right? Does it have any weaknesses? The doctor immediately replied. No, sir. Hearing this, he got angry. What? The underling was annoyed. He pointed his gun at the doctor. You. Answer properly. The medical chief was scared. I'm telling the truth. Elton stroked his chin, thinking, this guy is just a coward. He's terrified of me. But is that all he has to say? He crossed his arms and thought. This proves the doctor is even more afraid of that monster than he is of me. Over here. The purple pyre-haired underling was still threatening. Mess with me. You tired of living? Then Elton asked. So what are its strengths or traits? The doctor quickly said in a panic. It moves like a ghost. Elton propped his hands on his hips and asked. A ghost? The person immediately confirmed. Yes. It devours people in the blink of an eye. It doesn't even leave a piece of the body behind. So it took us a long time to realize someone was missing. Elton asked again. Isn't that just because you're all stupid? The medical chief, panicked, said, the security system on the ship is very dense. And there were many people. So it was hard for us to move around. He continued. But it avoided everything and kept killing people. If it's not a ghost, I don't know what else to compare it to. After hearing this, Elton raised his radio. It sounds absurd, but he doesn't seem to be lying. I have to gather my men. He then spoke into the radio. This is the leader. Change of plans. Elton gave an order over the radio. This is the leader. Change of plans. Little did he know. The person holding the radio on the other end was no longer his subordinate, but a morph. He continued speaking. We will regroup fully before heading to the lab. Everyone, move quickly. Hearing this, he thought to himself. Smart. He looked at the radio and smiled. My voice mimicry fooled a human. But this guy wasn't deceived. Is this thanks to a giant mutant's natural instinct? Then he used his power. But it's too late. If you turn, you'll see the image of the pirates. The pirates are constantly murmuring, but still following orders to return. The morph thought to himself. This time, I'll use a new way to deal with them. Then he plugged his tentacles into the wall. He used his power. The nest construction strategy. A large hole appeared in the wall. My consciousness will be transmitted through the branches of the plants. Yes. And those electric sparks spread throughout the base. The flow of senses will coordinate with my consciousness, controlling all the corridors and rooms here. He looked at the pirate soldiers below. Auxiliary organ link complete. Now they are literally in the palm of my hand. As if sensing something, the pirates looked at each other in confusion. They felt a black smoke creeping through the base. He thought to himself, activate paralytic spores. Immediately, the smoke overwhelmed them, making it impossible for them to breathe. Over here, some had already vomited. Others trampled each other to escape. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of the pirate soldiers. Seeing that scene, he thought to himself, normally, you have to reach the adolescent stage to use the nest construction strategy easily. I was just trying it out of curiosity. But I didn't expect it to work. He wiggled his body. I'm so tired. Then he walked away. Using so much energy has made me hungry. MIP, seeing this, jumped after him. Where are you going? He replied, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. MIP agreed. Okay. Immediately, he arrived where the soldiers had just fainted. He reached out and grabbed one of them. He began to ravenously devour every piece of flesh. Then he looked around and thought to himself, pirates will be pirates. Share the fortune, but fend for yourself in hardship. Sticking out his long tongue to savor the taste. But who cares about them? Getting to eat without a fight is a great deal for me. On this side, Amipi was also enjoying the spoils. 9 on someone's hand. A morphobe and the system panel. Among the 7 I just killed, 1 was a cyborg. How many more do I need to evolve? He looked at the system panel and thought, I've got 8 cyborgs now, so I just need 2 more. I'm about to level up to adolescent. The system panel read, you have completed one of the conditions to evolve from young to adolescent. First intelligence species 10 out of 10. Complete. Second intelligence species 8 out of 10. Incomplete. Assessing the situation, he stroked his chin and thought, 5 of them escaped. Then he looked towards the entrance. The training room of all the places. Why did they run in there? At this moment, those men were behind the door. He thought, they probably thought it was a good spot for observation and shooting, since the training room is much larger than the other rooms. Their terrified faces appeared. The only problem is that the previous crew thought the same thing. The pirates piled up corpses to block the door. He thought, the place they once used to bond with their comrades. I have long since turned into a slaughterhouse. At this thought, he leaned his ear against the door and laughed. I can feel their pheromones and breath behind this door. They must be shocked by the scene in the room. Seeing this, MIP was confused. Not understanding what was happening, he turned to MIP and said, it's dangerous. Get behind me. MIP obediently said, okay. You heard me, right? Immediately, he used his fingers to pry open the door. More than 20 have already died here. Then he broke through the door. Killing 5 more won't make a difference. Seeing him, the others immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets at Amorph. His skin completely resisted the bullets. It was incredibly tough. He continued to charge forward. The bullets felt like they were just scratching an itch. The second man command was terrified. Damn it. Why is it unharmed? He immediately pulled something out. Take this. He activated it, and it emitted a strange blue light. He pointed the metal rod at him. You bastard. Do you know who I am? I'm the second in command of the Java cartel. He was so scared he started swinging wildly. Come at me if you've got the guts. He saw the blue light and thought to himself, a light sword. If that thing hits my armor, it's gonna hurt. He quickly assessed the man before him. But having a good weapon is useless if you don't know how to use it. The auxiliary organs told me he's just an ordinary man in his 30 seconds with a few lifestyle-related illnesses. He arrived. I'm no stranger to impulsive pirates like this. The other side immediately raised his sword. You think you're so tough? But it was no use. He immediately inflicted damage on him, and he cried out in pain. Then his hand knocked him to the ground. A large pool of blood immediately appeared on his body. He was still holding the sword. You damn bastard. At this moment, he approached the man. Amazing. After a nod, it's been a while since I've met such a stubborn prey. Immediately, he plunged his claws into his head. I should finish this quickly so he doesn't have to suffer any more pain. After that, he fell down helplessly. While leading the man, he thought, for left, they must be hiding in the changing room. Suddenly, a notification from the system panel rang out. He widened his eyes. What's this? He widened his eyes. Curious. Human instinct. The system displayed the information predator effect activated. Successfully obtained the human instinct gene. Received human instinct from the biological characteristics of humanity. Do you want to use human instinct? While devouring him, he thought, Human instinct. What kind of trait is this? The name sounds so all-encompassing. But his hands still press the yes option. But now is not the time to be picky. Should I accept it? The prompt immediately appeared. In survival space, there are countless traits, but not all of them are beneficial to the user. He remembered the image of Elton. A prime example is the trait of the giant mutants. Their physical strength doubles, but they lose control of themselves. At this moment, he had chewed down to the last foot. Reading and thinking. There are traits where the drawbacks outweigh the advantages, and vaguely named traits soft and led to death. He was still deep in thought. The universe of survival space is nothing like paradise. It's filled with cruel beings. Meanwhile, MIP was playing with the light sword. He thought of the events. The Zionists. The androids. The Galactic Association, those who specialize in kidnapping people and turning them into androids. And Megacorp creates monsters by altering genes according to their whims. Then he nodded. This is a place where creatures like them led human civilization. So how could there be a trait that encompasses the qualities of humanity? He looked at the foot of the man he was halfway through eating. If this is something that can enhance human emotions, it will surely be a disadvantage for a morph. A creature that prioritizes intellect above all else. Then he leaned towards the no option. This is too risky. I'll refuse. But, suddenly, a jolt of electricity shot through him, making him break out in a sweat. His two fangs immediately split apart. He thought worriedly, my auxiliary organs are telling me to reconsider. Is it that important? He rubbed his chin. These little tentacles have never forced me down a dangerous path. I guess I can trust them. He then pressed the yes button. If I'm going to accept, I'll accept. Suddenly, a light shone on him. Stunned, he looked at his hands. But nothing had happened. Amov checked the system panel again. No new parts had grown on his head. Nor did he feel any guilt. He thought to himself that this human instinct trait must be classified as a mental one. The system panel indicated that he only needed 3 more to receive this type of superpower enhancement. He could now specialize in one type. Superpower enhancement 3 of 6. Supernatural visceral sense of smell. Human instinct. He then looked at the system panel again to read the detailed description of human instinct. The information appeared instantly. Human instinct helps the user make the right decision when faced with a choice. Note: do not regret your choices. Seeing this, he scratched his head. Not good, but not bad either. So, what? He closed the system panel, focusing on completing the conditions for this type. From a distance, MIP ran toward him. Baby, are you okay? He turned around. What's wrong? MIP replied. Baby's acting strange. It's not moving at all. She immediately jumped on him. He thought to himself, I'm not the one you should be worried about. He tried to walk. Suddenly, a scent wafted straight to his nose. He licked his lips, savoring it. I can smell the bandits from every corner of the training room. None of them will escape me. A desperate scream echoed through the hallway. Help me. Please. Spare me. His whole body trembled. Am I next? He tried to deceive himself, thinking he was a better person than the others. I'm clearly kinder than those guys. Why me? Suddenly, a strange sound, as if something was approaching, made him turn his head. It was as if he had a bad feeling. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his breathing grew heavy. He silently prayed for protection. Leader Zuma Q. Please protect me. Congratulations. Coincidentally, Amovi smelled the guy standing behind the door. Ziu Bakar. My apologies. Perhaps out of mercy. He turned and spared the man's life. Hearing the footsteps fade away, the man sighed in relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. His hands fell limply to his sides as he relaxed. After this is over, I have to disappear without a trace. He thought to himself that if he had the chance to live, he would leave this evil guild. That's right. I'll go to the Star River Guild. And no one, not even Drava Cattle, can. But unexpectedly, something caused his eyes to turn bloodshot and his pupils to shrink. In a moment of carelessness, an invisible force struck his stomach, leaving him no time to defend himself. His eyes wide with disbelief. Taking advantage of the robot soldier's drop guard, a hand suddenly plunged into its abdomen. It was Amov. He slid his sharp hand into the hole he had just created. The hole widened. The soldier thought he had left, but it was a trap set for when he let his guard down. Amov bared his sharp, blood-stained teeth, leaving the man unable to do anything but beg for mercy. No. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. A massacre took place. Soon, only the robotic eyes of that soldier were left, falling to the ground, as Amov chewed on his God-sent meal. He thought, did you really think you could escape, little buddy? While eating, he mentally calculated how many robots were left. 7 down. Just 1 more to go. On the other side, see how, the last one Amov mentioned, was sitting and typing, organizing data. But the problem was that the last one was in the control room. along with the person he wanted to avoid the most. The genetically modified woman who I believe is from the Zhujian clan. After finishing his meal, Amav left, planning his next move. First, I'll deal with the leader. Suddenly, something appeared before him, causing him to freeze in shock for a few seconds. A powerful force flew toward him from an direction. Luckily, he dodged it in time. You damn bastard. There you are. Amav quickly leapt up, his hands and feet clinging to the leg. It was Elton, now filled with rage for the one who dared to eliminate his underlings. You took out my men, and now you dare to kill my second tech and Montu? Standing before the towering figure, flanked by two subordinates. He hadn't expected to be found so soon. But this just makes things more convenient. He scanned the giant's appearance from head to toe, making comments. A mutated giant with a lot of high-quality genes. I also need to stock up on genes before entering the control room. Behind him were a robot subordinate and the chief medical officer. The chief medical officer is here too. He sided with the bandits. What a surprise. Amav jumped down. It doesn't matter. They'll all end up in my stomach anyway. MIP, standing on his shoulder, whispered, quick, find a place to hide. I'm so scared. Be careful. With that, she jumped down to find a hiding spot. Don't worry. Hearing those reassuring words, she quickly leapt off his shoulder. Okay. She swiftly jumped away to find a suitable hiding place. In no time, MIP found a spot and changed her color to blend in. MIP didn't forget to anxiously remind Amav. Be careful, baby. He approached Elgin to observe him. I have to admit, this guy looks scarier than I thought. Observing his muscular body, he estimated his height. He's as big as an elephant. Over 3 meters tall. Some would say I don't stand a chance just by looking at him. But in the end, appearance is just an excuse. Amav calculated. Since he's a modified mutant giant, let's see what he has in store for me. On the screen, Amav confronted Elton, who was followed by his underlings. Hey, should we go out there? Do you want the leader to wring your neck? The two stood in front of the screen, talking. He told us to stay here and help Manyun. Honestly, it's not like we've ever been much help to anyone. The robot guard asked Ciel about her progress. Hey, Mion. How much longer? Cul stammered in reply. Almost done. The robot guard started to get annoyed, his words growing harsh. What's taking so long for a simple task like that? It might be a bit outdated, but this is still the eye system of the Megacorp warship. His tone made her a little nervous. It's also the core of computer science and space engineering, so it's not easy to operate. Speak human, will you? He uttered a few threats, then turned to leave, but not without a warning to hurry her up. Get a move on, so we can go help the leader. All right. As their footsteps faded, she felt a sense of relief. Arnan did a great job, but Zhuel's thoughts were the complete opposite of her recent expression. The monster cleverly used a smokescreen to conceal itself. But how did it get past me and the remote tracker? She looked at the data panel. It has swept through the central lab and dealt with all the gene samples. This creature's intelligence is not to be underestimated. Looking closely at the experiment data, Zhuel saw something that made her eyes light up and her pupils constrict. Based on the report, it only took the gene samples. That means it knows how to use its own abilities. She moved her abnormal arm and shoulder. A series of questions popped into her head. Could this be a type of monster that absorbs genes to evolve? So, it's similar to me. But on the screen, Elton just stood there without any reaction. She made her judgment. Then it's obvious. Elton is no match for it. An unseen hand was controlling Elton like a puppet. He's just a monster enhanced at someone else's will. A pitiful creature. He probably doesn't even know where he came from. Ciel smirked. A terrifying smile. Just when I was sick to death of that old man, I get some good news. She approached the two of Elton's underlings who were on guard. These bandits are no longer useful to me. I better reduce the number of genes that monster can take. Seeing Cul approach, the two men understood that she was finished. Manyun, are you done? Let's go then. But after a few steps, Ciel stopped at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, which puzzled them. Without a word, she slowly lowered her glasses. Manyun has many names. A sword materialized in Cul's hand. Who knows from when? She took off her lab coat, revealing a chilling murderous intent that made the two soldiers' faces turn pale with fear. The enemies of Megacorp called her the Mystic Witch, but her clan called her the Phantom, and they always treated her with fearful respect. To understand her better, here is some information passed down by word of mouth. Machia, Thujian, the leader, called her by the codename Y. To the man who was once her father, she would be Co. This woman is the epitome of the Zhujian clan's genetic engineering and the sole heir to a forgotten lineage of this family. A monstrous foot rushed forward. Elton began to attack, raising his claws. A blow was aimed at Amav's head, but he was no slouch either. Aiming straight for the giant's side, it was as if Elton knew in advance, swatting away Amav's arm with a light scoff. He roared. Seeing the situation was not good, Amov retreated, noticing the instability within his body. He grunted softly. After retreating a certain distance, Amov could clearly feel his body. My supernatural organs are going numb. As he suddenly realized, perhaps during the challenge with Elton, he had activated a grenade. When did he activate the stun grenade? Amov thought to himself. Does he think I'm like those combat invalids? Big mistake. But his choice of weapon isn't bad. He started speaking, interrupting his train of thought. So you're not a new weapon created by the Star River Guild? He asked him directly. You can understand what I'm saying, can't you? Then he raised his hand, revealing a switch hidden in his mane. As he realized what it was, he thought, a detonation switch. Elton explained. I've planted a bomb in the external nuclear reactor, synchronized with my heart. His next words sounded like a threat. So if you kill me, this entire ship will explode, and everyone will die here. Amov seemed to understand. A bomb. The two behind him looked worried. The doctor's expression confirmed what he had just said. The only question is whether he'll detonate the bomb or not. In his mind, Amov had some admiration for Elton's intelligence. This guy really values his own life. Superior intellect, a transcendent body, and overwhelming arrogance. Not only that, he also acknowledged that his will to live was incredibly strong. Nothing could extinguish his will to survive. Just then, Elton activated the bomb. Initially, the red blood cells in his body were in a normal state. After pressing the button, his red blood cells began to activate, linking together and changing color. Gradually, they became darker and larger. A pain scream accompanied a mouthful of red syrup gushing from Elton's mouth. The red blood cells were in their initial state. Then they began to change in both color and size. The color grew darker, and the size grew larger. He suddenly let out a loud roar. Elton's hand transformed as a cracking sound was heard. His body radiated a thick red aura, accompanied by a growl. His legs grew weak, and his skin seemed to have lost all strength. He was no different from a lifeless monster. Then he let out a loud, garbled scream. Witnessing the scene, Amov was a bit surprised. This guy is disgusting. It's just a gene graft. What's so great about it? Elton stomped his foot, sending rocks flying. Amov stood and analyzed him. With a physique this size, it's very likely he has the genes of a mountain walker in him. This species has a tough hide, so they're also known by another name, stone dragons. Elton continued to roar fiercely, but Amov quickly dodged his attack. His tail scraped against Elton's ribs. Amov's target was the bomb hidden in his heart. The bomb. Unfortunately, Elton crushed that thought with a devastating blow to his head. He laughed maniacally, thinking he had won. But it was only when he took a closer look that he realized. Because that blow had no effect on Amov. Amov immediately fled to escape. The man angrily punched the floor. You damn insect. The two then stared at each other for a moment. He was also surprised by his own strength. If it weren't for this rock-hard head, I would have been done for with that last hit. I was wondering why he was clinging to that bomb, and what his scheme was. He backed away a little, guessing it was a dirty trick. As if reading Amov's thoughts, Elgin said, no matter how you attack, it's useless. But he continued to think of a way to attack. Besides his chest area, there are many other places I can target. Upon closer inspection, he realized the shell covering his arms and legs was too hard. Without a plasma weapon, no other weapon could destroy it. Elton was also observing Amov. If I can just land one hit on that guy's body, I'll win. But it seems he's seen through that and is aiming for my tail. To fully understand his strengths and weaknesses, he had been observing him all along. But that didn't bother Amov at all. Too bad for you. My tail isn't the only dangerous part of me. But he still dodged Elton with ease. Amov kept leaping back several meters. Meanwhile, Elton pursued him fiercely. Time for a new tactic. I can secrete venom from my fangs and claws. Then I just need to break through that shell and attack him. And victory will be mine. He gripped a device in his hand. So, how do I get past that shield he's so proud of? It's time to bring out the light sword. From the beginning, Elton was no match for him. Moreover, mutant giants have a fatal weakness. Amov deliberately led him to a certain place. I just need to hold out until that weakness is exposed. The place he led Elton to was an area with many wooden crates. The cargo bay where I first woke up. It's the perfect place to stall him. Near a spot where a swarm of cockroaches had gathered, a strange noise was heard. The footsteps belonged to Elton. As he walked, he cursed nonstop. That slippery little pest. He seemed to have lost control, punching every obstacle in his path. The swarm of cockroaches scattered in panic. While running, one of them cried out after being impaled by something sharp. It was Amov, using his tail as a skewer and eating heartily. I'm completely outmatched by this incredible strength. Analyzing his appearance, the mutant giant is both strong and fast, but it will exhaust its stamina very quickly. So at some point, he'll have to take a break to recover his strength. Amov hid at a safe distance to avoid being detected. If I keep provoking him until he's exhausted, even if he doesn't want to, his body won't let him continue attacking. My only option is to wait. On Elton's side, he ran around looking for Amov, cursing nonstop. You damned insect. Where are you hiding? It turned out Amov was hiding high above, so Elton didn't see him as he ran past. It's almost time. But then he realized. That's right, he has 2 hearts. I wonder which one is connected to the detonator. He remembered that Elton's body had 2 hearts. A mutant giant's main heart is usually on the left, so it's very likely he chose that one to connect to the detonator. He considered how to approach him. But this guy is very smart, so I can't be sure about that. A voice cut through Amov's thoughts. You filthy bastard. A devastating punch flew towards him. Luckily, Amov dodged in time and ran into a narrow passage. Then he leapt high onto the wooden crates. Coward. All you're good at is running. His left knee had been severely injured at some point. Elton was furious for almost catching him and couldn't help but let out a roar. Amov observed him from above. He must have been modified, so his weaknesses are somewhat reduced. He watched from above, observing his every move. Shouldn't he have stopped moving by now? Nothing has changed, except for his speed. Standing there observing wouldn't do any good. Amov jumped down, but it seems he can't avoid taking a rest soon. He silently leapt high into the air, preparing to attack Elton from behind. As if sensing him, Elton immediately snatched a brick from the ground nearby. Elton spun around and threw a series of bricks at Amov. Die. His reflexes were too fast, but luckily, he managed to dodge. After the barrage of bricks stopped, he landed on one knee. Seeing that Amov was unharmed, Elton roared in anger. As he approached, Elton threw a punch at the top of his head, but Amov's expression didn't change. He just grunted lightly. The opportunity had arrived. A sword was already in his hand, appearing from who knows where. Here's my chance. He swung a single slash at Elton's right arm. He spun around and opened his jaws, preparing to bite into his arm, giving him no time to counterattack. What? A deep bite into his arm made Elton let out a pained scream. Amov made a part of his arm explode, just as he opened his mouth to bite. What? The intense pain came from the arm, bitten by Amov. He was thrown hard against the wall. How dare you bite me? Elton turned the tables and went on the offensive. You bastard. As he charged forward, his body suddenly froze. He suddenly realized it was all Amov's doing. Elton's arm trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. His legs wouldn't stop shaking. No. Elton himself had no strength left to resist. Impossible. As he collapsed to the ground, he approached. Amov had successfully neutralized him. The paralyzing effect isn't as effective as when I used it on humans, but the toxin must be spreading. With great difficulty, Elton managed to utter a few words. Help me. Taking this opportunity, he continued his work. A chunk of Elton's flesh was ripped out from the side. Then, Amov found it. There it is. Inside him was the important object, the detonator connected to his second heart on the right side. Any impact would activate the timer. Elton had planned to hide the detonator. This heart limits the side effects of the gene modification. He knew he might die if this part was damaged, so he wanted to take me with him. While disarming the detonator, he thought to himself, this will take a while, but after I remove the detonator, should I get rid of all the mutant giant's gene samples? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Baby. He was busy with something important when he was interrupted. I told you to hide. MIP had urgent news to report. Baby. We're in trouble. Amov turned to her with a questioning look. What is it? She had just witnessed a vision of the future. MIP would be burned to a crisp, and Amov himself would have a hard time surviving. Seeing the devastating outcome, he came to his senses. The best course of action right now is to escape. We're screwed. Amov didn't forget to bring MIP with him. Just as they escaped, a sea of fire erupted behind them. Chul walked slowly. Did you run away? She walked with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Let me guess where you're hiding. I'd love to know. I didn't expect to run into Chul so soon. Said Chul Zuji and I had planned to deal with her last, but I didn't expect her to come here herself. The strange thing was her arm. A glowing sword protruded from her arm. This woman's genes have been mixed with the genes of Galar, and Beast and other high-grade parts. Chul's appearance was distinctly different. Not to mention, with the naked eye, I can see she has dozens of other genes in her. In this situation, I definitely can't fight her. Her eyes were abnormally crazed, and my whole body was constantly warning me not to confront that creature. What is Chul planning to do with Elton? I have to endure, take a step back, and reassess everything. He struggled to muster his strength and called her name. Monyun. Chul ruthlessly struck the weakened body. You did well. The sword pierced straight through Elton's heart. Not only was her attitude cold, but also cruel. How could I let you escape? Right? Chul's actions threat and Amov. Damn it. What do I do? Every move he made was cautious. The tip of her sword must have activated the bomb's timer. Rushing into attack now would be suicide. Xiao glanced at Amov. I need to observe the enemy more. Gather more information. Are her eyes those of an otherworldly observer or a daredevil? He spoke first. I have a proposal, she said bluntly. You seem to be like me, so I'll spare your life. But on one condition: you must become my subordinate. Chul didn't want to spare anyone. In other words, I want you to be my pet. Chul showed a disdainful attitude towards Amov. You seem to be like me, so I'll spare your life. But on one condition: you must become my subordinate. What she meant by this was, in other words, I want you to be my pet. She explained further. You are also a living being dependent on genes. So only I am suitable to be your master. She extended her invitation. Come to me. That disgusting Zaichu Elzujian is asking me to become her subordinate. The two sides silently observed each other for hours. Emma thought carefully about her request. She's not lying, and she has no reason to lie. He was probably at a disadvantage now. The sword this woman is using is a Galercan's claw. Even my shell would be pierced through in an instant. Was this destined from the start? And she has a dozen other weapons to destroy me. Amov had thought it over and over. Honestly, surrendering to this woman is a very reasonable choice. CL smiled, satisfied with this decision. The sound of his slow advance towards her was like a creature crawling to its new master. Yes, you've made a wise choice. MIP comforted him as Amov was gradually being subjugated. I'm here. Don't be afraid. What he was doing now was not all there was to it. Chul had no idea why she liked Amov. Amov is a type of monster that doesn't surrender so easily. She also didn't know why she was such a terrible, useless character, or why everyone called him Morph Bug in the online communities. For him, the reason was very simple: the freedom to choose. And at the same time, he disliked being tied down. He used the choices he made himself to become infinitely stronger. This was the plan Amov himself chose. That's what I like about Amov. That's why. So, you still chose to face me in the end. I only have one choice. MIP didn't understand why Amov remained silent. Baby? Cmuel thought he had truly accepted his fate. Good boy. That's more like it. But perhaps not. Because she suddenly flinched. Her pupils changing. Amov slashed straight at Ul's face. After that, he intended to escape. Hold on tight. Okay. She chose to provoke someone with a crazy streak. I see. So that's your choice? She was determined to deal with the one who dared to provoke her. You want to play with me? She readied herself, knowing this place was about to become a fiery hell. This place is also about to collapse and is no longer safe. Of the 30 Nizik stratagems, fleeing is the best. She is much stronger than me. This will be the toughest opponent since I became Amov. Recalling the combat experience he had accumulated over many encounters. But I've taken on so many strong enemies. And always won. I'll teach her a lesson that in a fight, physical strength isn't everything. Suddenly, a strange sound came from a glass object in the wreckage. A robot hand appeared, holding onto the floor. It was Elton. Lucky to have survived. That damn woman. Remembering Zahai-Shul's actions, he was furious. How dare she betray me? I have to take her down and make her beg for mercy. But Elton's heart was in bad shape. Damn it. The device is broken. If I don't get to the engine room in 10 minutes, it's all over. He struggled, using all his strength to climb up. Me? Die here? Not a chance. Elgin was determined and not to die on this battlefield. I am Elgin Drava. Not like those other useless fools. Elton used all his remaining strength. Me? Die here? Not a chance. He reminded himself again. I am Elchin Rava. Not like those other useless fools. Over on this side, Amov wasn't idle either. He was trying to escape. MIP felt worried and asked him. Does your leg hurt a lot? Baby? It's much better. She was afraid Amov couldn't take it. Really? Really? The scary thing is Cmuel's daredevil eyes have X-ray vision. So I can't launch a surprise attack. Cmuel seemed to be watching his every move. No matter how well I hide, she'll find me. And if I'm not mistaken, this woman has other sensory-based skills too. Amov remembered the bomb that had been set. Time is running out. Stalling for more time won't help. She probably already knows what I'm about to do. I'm sure she's guessed that I'm worried about the bomb and plans to escape using an escape pod. He predicted the battle between them. Most likely, Cmuel's plan will be to block all paths to that ship and corner me. Cmuel will definitely not hesitate to swing her sword. And then she'll use her immense power to make me surrender. You could call it a standard tactic. Amov thought carefully. That's also the trick I used on the bandits. It feels like I'm fighting another player. He kept running, thinking he should go as fast as possible. I have to focus on dealing with the enemy now. I'll worry about the bomb later. If there's anything unclear, I'll find out when I face her. He was carefully planning his strategy. The main problem is that my attack and defense are much weaker than the enemy's. There must be a way. Then Amov suddenly remembered something important. That's right. It was the potion. It was as if he had a premonition that the potion would save his life. And something in that lab could help me turn the tables. It's I-9UM. With it, I can use my adolescent body for a certain period of time. See Nuel's flames burn through the sky. The move she just used is called Sword Dance. A Galaga N technique that even uses magic. I'm not strong enough now. But with that potion, I'll definitely get stronger. And right now, I can't resist magic. But once I reach the adolescent stage, I'll gain that resistance. These thoughts gave him of a surge of power. If these claws can land just one scratch on that Setchuel, my armor can definitely withstand it. But everything has two sides. And that potion is no exception. And I'll be able to attack from a distance too. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of energy. The important thing is to deal with Setchuel. So I just need to finish her off within the time limit. This is no time to worry about. He reassured Demipi after making his plan. Wait a moment. Amav left her behind alone. Where are you going? I need to get something. Taking advantage of the time, he searched every nook and cranny. I remember it being around here. Luckily, he found it. Here it is. But then he suddenly hesitated. When I used it in the game, all I saw was a buff activation message pop up. I wonder what it'll be like in real life. But at this critical point, there was no time for hesitation. I'll have to find out for myself. And might be called out from a distance. Warning him. Baby, don't. Amav didn't understand her action. What is it? She remained silent, not responding. Why are you acting like that? The danger was that Setchuel could attack at any moment. Normally, nah. I would wait for her answer. Without hesitation, he downed the potion. But there's not much time left now. Just a few seconds later, Amma felt a strange sensation. The potion was really taking effect inside him. His whole body felt like it was on fire. The parts of his body began to transform. His whole body was rippling with muscle, and purple veins bulged. The transformation was so unbearable that Emma screamed in pain. It hurt so much. His knees also rippled with muscle, and the veins were clearly visible. Black smoke appeared, enveloping his entire body. I can't pass out. The silhouette behind him gradually changed completely. His eyes also changed after this transformation. In no time, his large appearance also changed, growing several times larger in size. Mipi happily bounced around. She looked up at Amma's new form. Baby got bigger again. He looked at his transformed body in awe. It worked. Just then, a notification appeared on the system. On the system was the updated information after Amma's level up. Species Violent Spatial Morph Variant. BSMV. State Adolescent Temporary. Goal Survival. Successfully Evolved Ones. Current Traits Super Senses. Wings. Shit and Shell. Paralyzing Venom. Reinforced Armor. Acid Blood. Reinforced Legs. Mimicry. Natural Regeneration. Pain Tentacles. Contaminated Organs. Bone Spike Launcher Organ Temporary. Super Strength including Unified Predatory Sense. Supernatural Viscera. Human Instinct. Super Resistance Temporary. Type Physical Enhancement. He read and memorized the new features. There's a change in the traits. The reinforced shell has been upgraded to a phenomenal form. Horns also grew on his head. I've grown some awesome horns on my head. They're perfect for stabbing or sucking enemies. Then he glanced over his body. Looking closely, his arms had also changed, growing new deformed shapes. And on his left arm, a bone spike launcher organ had grown. The power of this thing is equivalent to a plasma blast. And I can even apply traits to it, observing every sharp line on his hand. As for the shell, a shield layer has been added to protect me from magic. It's more than enough to block an attack from a Galergan's claws. After examining his new form, he considered the potion's duration. Now, I just need to check the time limit. The effect of Suenyam in the game lasts for 5 minutes. He speculated that its effect might be similar to in the game, so it's probably the same in reality. Seeing a red dot on the map, that Suel is within my sensory range. I need to hurry. He resolved in his heart that he must drain as much of her stamina as possible before they face each other again. He channeled all his strength into the soles of his feet. Connect. 5 minutes isn't a lot of time, so I have to set up the battlefield as quickly as possible. The theme changes to Xiao, who is walking, searching for Amov. Suddenly, she stopped and looked up. At her feet, a strange liquid was wriggling. The liquid gathered into a ball, forming a cluster ready to attack. A stream of liquid shot out, covering Sushuel from above. Instead of dodging, she smirked. This smile looked very much like she was enjoying it. Her smile grew more grotesque as she counterattacked. In a corner of the battleship, the spacecraft also exploded. As a result, the inside of the ship began to shake violently. Amav had a feeling that Zemoya was coming. She's coming. He held Mipi tightly so as not to drop her. I'm about to run. Hold on tight. Okay. His legs tensed as he gathered momentum. He bent one knee, getting into a jumping stance. Meanwhile, he thought about how to lure Sahal to the nuclear reactor. Just one slash from Xiao's sword and my muscles will be gone. So I have to lure her to the nuclear reactor. Because if we get there, she won't be able to use her full power. She won't dare to go all out there. Just a light touch or graze would be enough to blow everything to bits. No matter what Sinuel is like, she can't defeat a nuclear reactor. No matter how many genes she has, she can't survive a nuclear explosion. Amav remembered a suitable area for this. There's only one more area left. He hadn't gone far when Sinuel suddenly appeared in front of him. She seemed crazed, her terrifying smile accompanying her question. Where do you think you're going? But before Amav could reply, Sinuel unleashed the sword hidden in the sleeve of her arm. Success. Seeing the dangerous situation, the first thing he did was throw my pea away. Damn it. Without any preamble, Sihel started her attack. The sword created a flame that shot towards Amav. Luckily, he reacted in time and quickly dodged the attack. Amav threw him IP away to avoid getting her involved. Damn it. Sichuel attacked, her sword creating an arc of fire. The flames hit Amav. The fire continuously slashed at his body. Fortunately, he had observed Sichuel's attack in time. I just saw her claw attack clearly. Sichuel's power was terrifying. Normally, I wouldn't be able to see anything. Is it thanks to my supernatural viscera? But she suddenly stopped, tilting her head to one side in confusion. Amav put all his strength into his feet to build momentum. Then he used all his might to charge straight at her. Ciel curled her lip into a smile. Her pupils gone as she swung her arm. A single strike created a straight line, and a stream of bright red liquid gushed out. Although he managed to dodge, a sharp pain numbed Amav's entire body, leaving him speechless, only able to scream silently. This only made her more excited. You're faster than before, aren't you? Seho raised her leg to kick, but Amav managed to dodge in time. He also counterattacked, but she was no ordinary opponent. Cduel laughed loudly, her arrogant voice responding lightly. Still nothing compared to me. Just as she revealed an opening, Amav used his tentacles to wrap tightly around her. At that moment, Amav used his remaining tentacles to attack Xuel head mine. His sharp tentacle was just millimeters from her eye. In the nick of time, Xiao reacted, knocking Amav's tentacle away. But in exchange, one of her swords was tarnished and sent flying. The broken sword grew back. Not bad. Col smirked. Perhaps this was the first person to make her feel so excited. You successfully cornered me. Ciel's appearance changed, her black hair turning red. Amav was shocked and couldn't believe it. What is that? Red speed. Impossible. Suddenly, before he could do anything, his tail was cut off from who knows where. He was stunned by his severed tail. Unable to believe it, he quickly backed away. Ctuel calmly walked over and stepped on the severed tail, trying to create some distance. Are we? She tilted her head, her tone completely different from before. An interesting opponent like you must know about red mist, right? Everything seemed to be unfolding just as the data in his head predicted. As expected, this woman is no pushover. An image of a cheetah with a red mane and sharp spines covering its body appeared. Red mist. It is a carnivorous animal that lives on jungle planets. Its mane emits a pheromone to threaten and cause hallucinations in its enemies. Amav stood there observing Cchuel. If she also has the ability to cause hallucinations like red mist, I have to find a way to take her down before the cyanide effect ends. He felt a slight waver in his heart. Panicking won't change anything. I must stay calm and wait for an opportunity to strike. Without much thought, he charged at her. She laughed in amusement. That's more like it. And so, the two continued to fight. They were evenly matched, one punching the other in the stomach. The other side was no slouch either, punching Cchuel in the stomach. But it seemed the tide was turning in her favor. Cchuel used her sword to slash at Amav. She started to get angry, losing all patience. I'm starting to get tired of you. A flurry of sword strikes against Amav forced him to retreat. Cduel kept throwing them at him. Unexpectedly, a sword suddenly deflected back, aiming at her. Amav seemed to understand how to deal with Cchuel. I think I found a way to deal with her. He observed her, speculating in his mind. Perhaps Cchuel has acquired the skills of all the players, but she has one fatal weakness: she can't use two skills at the same time. Ctuel gritted her teeth, looking impatient. I'm so sick of you. You're definitely going to die here today. Ciel gritted her teeth and clicked her tongue. Annoyed and without a hint of patience, she said, I'm so sick of you. You're definitely going to die here today. Amav said nothing, silently planning. Let's see how long it takes her to switch abilities. An image of Ciel with no friendly expression appeared. No matter how fast she is, there must be a gap. And that's when she's just a normal, completely harmless person. To gather more information, he changed his strategy. I'll have to change my tactics. He put force into his legs and lunged forward. Amav jumped high and attacked. Let's push her to the limit. The world in her eyes was a cold, incredibly heavy place. What intelligent beings called the deep, dark sea was this person's home? She was crawling somewhere. A harsh environment with low temperatures and high pressure. But she didn't find it too bad. It wasn't just MIB. There were many other creatures exactly like her. Because she had always been protected by others. At the bottom of the sea, due to their low status, creatures like her were eaten by others. They were very weak, destined to live their lives in fear. That was the norm. To avoid becoming food, MIB could only rely on herself. When she realized she had a special power, she used it to protect her kind from ravenous predators. Gradually, MIB became the leader. After a while, that character became the alpha. But life remained much the same. The image of creatures like MIB huddling together, sharing food, and then sleeping with the herd was the greatest happiness in her life. But then, what was bound to happen, happened. However, she and her kind were sucked into a device. That happiness didn't last long. MIB's survival instinct kicked in. As the desperate screams of the others rang in her ears, a desire ignited within her. As the alpha, she unleashed her power, hoping to fulfill her duty as the leader. MIB unleashed her power as a leader to protect what she cherished. Just when she thought it was over, she thought she had succeeded in saving everyone. But unfortunately, a robot hand grabbed her tightly. But sadly, that was not the truth. MIB's form was gradually distorted. No miracle appeared. Only endless exhaustion. The scene changes to MIB in a test tube. As the years passed, the leader who had failed in her duty finally woke up in a prison filled with foul-smelling liquid. It wasn't just her. There were many others. There, she watched as everyone was shattered. And she could do nothing. They were all shattered one by one. The painful deaths of those she was supposed to protect. Kay as a rag-eye stood hugging a cat, smiling cruelly as the furry creature in her arms was given a name. 26. In this prison, none of her kind survived. Only MIB was left, imprisoned at the very bottom of hell. She prayed ceaselessly for someone, anyone, to come and save her. Back to the present, MIB and CHUL continued their fight. And if they came, she was ready to offer her life to protect them. She was angry, with no patience left. I'm so sick of this. As for him, he ran for his life without a single glance back. At that moment, he unleashed a move. Hello. As he ran, he taunted, you and your cheap tricks. At that moment, he turned around and used his tentacle to counterattack. Hello and goodbye. Angrily, she counterattacked, slicing off the tentacle. But the severed tail sprayed a strange liquid. Ammo's tail continued to attack Shuel. She was still on par with him, dodging the attack in time. Seatnu used her sword to counterattack, creating a curved slash that cut Ammo's tail. So while she was dealing with that tail, he took the opportunity to use his other tail to spray liquid on her. It turned out that the liquid was acid. Her clothes began to melt away. She continued to punch, but surprisingly, he managed to block it in time. Amov had probably predicted her move. I guess she had some kind of defensive skill. Looking at her hot body, he was a bit surprised. But I didn't expect it to be the super mavula's skin of a wolf from Elf. At that moment, CNUL used her other hand to deliver a flurry of punches to Amov's stomach. You have to be punished for biting your master. The pain numbed him again, and he fell backward. But Amov quickly regained his composure, putting Frost into his legs to prepare for a counterattack. That's not enough to defeat me. He jumped up, using his tail to wrap around behind her, which surprised Sehuel slightly. He used his hands to grip her shoulders tightly. He lifted Sehuel over his head, which surprised her. What? Below. Amov, lifting her, cursed silently. Damn, she's heavy. The super mind alloy skin is equivalent to a super enforced suit of armor. Amov took a deep breath, but it adds extra weight to her body. With all his might, he threw Chul hard against the wall. This might be my chance. At this moment, she was extremely furious, losing all reason and gritting her teeth. That damn monster. Two swords appeared inside his hands, her face turning cold and expressionless as she gathered all her strength to attack. Suddenly, gravity shifted, and his body was crushed to the ground by the force. I'm done for. Chul unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, each sword strike landing on Amov, and his body seemed to be engulfed in flames. He was now on the defensive. Thousands of fire slashes continuously struck his skin. But he held on, waiting for an opportunity. Just a little more. Finally, the opportunity arrived. Amov seized the moment. Here's my chance. He put all his strength into ramming her. But unfortunately, he only hit the wall. Chul, however, laughed loudly with an arrogant, haughty attitude. Miss me. But she suddenly froze at the sight before her. An image of Amov's eye changing. Feebles have turned. Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't miss. Everything is changing. Right from the start. His form had now changed. You're not my target. Chul Zujian. He quickly scraped his sword on the ground, not forgetting to shout. Damn it. Samuel turned her head to look behind her. At this moment, Emma's eyes changed, causing her face to turn pale. He raised his hand, preparing to end Samuel's life. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. She was like a cat on a hot tin roof, screaming, not wanting to leave. I can't die here. Samuel's sword barely had any strength left to hold on. She was changing her state, forcing herself to use the skills at once, pushing herself to the brink of death. The force seemed to want to pull Samuel towards Amov. At this moment, he counterattacked. I have to take her down before it's too late. He shot a Bonil, aiming for Samuel. Surprisingly, she smirked cryptically. A voice rang out, startling Samuel. Don't touch my baby. It was a MIP. She took this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Then the two of them combined. What the hell? Again? An explosion echoed throughout the area. Her body was covered in red syrup, her head losing consciousness. The final blow quickly knocked her out. MIP rushed towards Amov, crying for help. Baby, help. He reached out his hand and caught her tightly. His tail held onto Samuel. There's no way I'm losing to them. He held the two girls tightly by himself. Hold on. Don't let go. Emma felt a very strange energy in his tentacle. A magic energy just shot out from the tentacle. Could it be 26? After thinking about it, well, I have to find a way out of here first. CL's body was being dragged along. Emma panted heavily, with heavy steps. He walked, dragging Samuel. He remembered there was a hole in the ship earlier. Damn this ship's maintenance system. There's a huge hole, and no one's done anything about it. Emma punched in the code. If humans were here, they would have fixed it immediately or at least temporarily sealed off the damaged area to stabilize it. The door opened, but besides the bandits, who else is there? I'm sure they're busy hiding from me, so they don't know what's happening. Seeing the situation was not good. Amov held the two of them tightly. The ship is really done for. Noticing something wrong with his hand, MIP asked, What's wrong with your hand, baby? Looking at his hand, he saw that it was dissolving. From who knows when. His tail too. Everything was dissolving and returning to its original form. So the potion's effect has worn off. The effects of Psi and UM in the transformation are about to end. Luckily, returning to my original form isn't too painful. Amov was a little disappointed. I was hoping it would last longer. But his state changed. Anyway, I got something important. An image of CSUL appeared along with a string of information. In this game, Megacorp contains about 1,0 genes. All of them are from rarely seen creatures. CUL's Azujian is an NPC on par with the real player, so she also possesses some decent skills. He lifted her body. Compared to when I ate those test samples, I'll probably only get 3 genes this time. He looked down at her fingers. Just one would be fine, but I hope it's the Galagan's claw. Amov turned back, opening his mouth wide, starting with her head. Let's see. Just after finishing her head, his eyes widened in realization. Amov finally understood. That's right. The bomb. He knelt down. According to my predatory sense, I only have about 5 minutes left. That's not enough time to disable it. Amov reasoned. I'll have to abandon the ship. I need to find a way to get to the escape pod as fast as possible. He started running, calculating, but it'll take at least 5 minutes to get through the corridor to the hangar bay. There's no way I'll make it in time. Amov leapt high. There's only one way. He landed in front of a weapon. Without thinking, he grabbed it. MIP was fascinated by the weapon. Oh, shiny. That's right. Shiny. He skillfully performed the plasma charging procedure, setting it to the highest level. The system announced 30%, 70%, 100%. A surge of power was released. But after that, it gradually. After finishing, he turned to MIP. Hold on tight. Okay. After saying that, Amov jumped away. He jumped, holding the two women while also gripping the weapon. Amov held both women tightly, the weapon in his other hand. The three of them escaped through the pre-existing hole in space. He turned his head slightly, and a tentacle emerged from his palm. The tentacle wrapped tightly around a nearby iron bar. It helped the three of them land gradually. The tentacle slowly unwrapped. They finally landed safely. Safe. Amov landed on one knee. He took a few more steps. Soon, he saw the runway. Great. We're almost at the runway. He used his tentacles as support to conserve energy. Amov aimed the weapon at his target. A blinding light formed a straight line. After finishing, Amov tossed the weapon away. Thanks. You've worked hard. MIP, on the other hand, was thrilled. This is so fun. As they were hiding, they saw an escape pod with its door open. An escape pod with its door open. Is someone planning to escape on that? So, they landed where the ship's door was open. Then I won't have to waste time finding a way to open it. Let's see if there's anything to hold on to. Okay. The scene changes. Elton is dragging himself step by step. Damn it. I really thought I was about to meet my maker back there. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it. I've regained my senses. But my eyes. Remembering that moment, Elton was trembling as he pressed the button. Because one of his hearts was destroyed. His whole body went haywire. On top of that, he almost detonated the bomb while disarming it. The bomb's timer was at 10. You damn monsters. Don't think you can escape from me. I've set the bomb to explode in 10 minutes. Elton smiled triumphantly. After I successfully escape this ship, those monsters will be turned to dust. Suddenly, everything became strangely quiet. Why is it so quiet? Did someone collapse? But Elgin didn't care much. It's probably just a rat and a pest. Young Samuel saw him, suddenly stepped back, and shouted, "A pirate?" Seeing him, Elgin deduced, with that uniform, he must be Captain Young Samuel. It's completely different from what that woman Manuel told me. He must have been trying to stay quiet because he couldn't abandon the ship. But now he thinks everything is fine. So he's showing himself. Young Samuel raised a gun. Don't come any closer. He trembled as he threatened. Or I'll shoot. This is a plasma gun. Trying to shoot me with that. Elton helped him. Even if it's a plasma gun. Take the safety off before you threaten someone with it. What? What safety? Damn it. Before he could react, Elgin had knocked it away. Young Samuel fell sprawling to the ground. Then Elgin picked up the gun. You fool. But you did scare me a little. What he said earlier was just a trick, Young Samuel. Hey, Captain. Plasma guns don't have a safety. Then he approached and pointed the gun at Young Samuel. If I had the time, I'd skin you alive. But unfortunately, I don't. Please. Spare me. Young Samuel trembled and begged. I won't do anything. Please spare me. There's no need for this. Elgin, without a shred of mercy, pulled the trigger. Goodbye. Suddenly, the gun reacted strangely. It seemed the gun was a bomb. Elgin was blown to bits. Only his feet were left standing. The rest of him was blown to smithereens. At this moment, Young Samuel broke out in a cold sweat and started to laugh. He laughed loudly, his voice full of triumph. You damn pirate. You damn pirate. You got what you deserved. The beast within Young Samuel was revealed. I am a descendant of the giant titans, the eldest son of the Samuel family. He raised his hand victoriously. And I am invincible. But not long after, a huge explosion occurred. The escape pod managed to get out in time. Seeing the situation wasn't good. Baby. Oh no. Emma ran over. Are you alright? Then he lifted MIP up. She's unconscious. He placed her on a cushion. That shockwave shouldn't cause serious injury. So she'll wake up soon. Then he looked outside. The ship had now exploded into small fragments. This was the first place I set foot in when I appeared in this world. The large ship was finally blown to smithereens. Emma picked up a wine bottle. He looked inside the bottle. Did someone come in here to drink? After looking, he threw the bottle away. I have a bad feeling about this. I should probably check the internal surveillance footage on this escape pod. He walked over to the keyboard and typed a few things. On the screen, an image of a drunk Young Samuel appeared. Sitting comfortably, the internal recording began to play. He sat there, hugging a wine bottle. Oh, it's Captain Young. He's still alive. Young Samuel's face was flushed as he continued to drink. So that's where he was hiding. Getting drunk all this time. He was probably waiting for things to calm down before showing himself. After finishing his drink, he drunkenly stepped outside to check on the situation. It was too quiet outside, so he found it strange and decided to see what had happened. He continued to watch the screen. That guy was hoping those soldiers had killed me, or that some ship would pass by and save his sorry life. Seeing nothing of importance, Amov decided to delete the video. But it's none of my business. The screen displayed a notification: internal recording deleted. Changing navigation mode to standby. The default preset locations were displayed on the screen. An image of a globe appeared. It was one of the planets under Megacorp's control. Usually, these places have a large-scale garrison. Hearing this, Amov entered the data. I need to avoid them as much as possible. The closest place to my current location. It must be this place. The location he chose was a planet surrounded by a large, modern-looking ring. To be more specific, the Spatial Trading Station T is a massive space colony drifting through the universe. And it's also where players in this game gather to trade. I also hunted them to get more game samples. Remembering this made Damov sigh. Thanks to that, so many nicknames were born. First was the cowardly bookworm Amov. He changed the destination. But that's just how Amov is. There's nothing else I can do. Changing course. The system announced destination set to Special Trading Station TC. The rescue ship began to move. After finishing, Amov sat back in his chair to enjoy the ride. Switching to autopilot. Time remaining before landing is 3 hours. After everything was settled, he turned his chair. A colony with countless creatures. This will be a paradise for my development. Amov walked over. But he looked at MIP. I can't believe this kid is a sea nymph. MIP seemed to be sleeping. These creatures are similar in appearance, habitat, and enemies, only differing in size. It's probably because they're the same species. Most humans are afraid of this species. Sea nymphs have a super strength trait called fear of the deep sea, which can plunge humans within a certain range into extreme madness. Emma bent down slightly to observe. This trait is similar to the red mist illusion, but it can be activated at will, has a wider range of effect, and is as rare as the Gaelic claw. His hand moved towards MIP. This might be my chance. But Ammo's hand pulled back. No. He shook his head, not allowing himself to do it. If I eat 26 now, there's no guarantee the predatory effect will activate. And I'm quite fond of this kid. Ammo gently petted MIP. She's actually quite useful. I'll do my best to help 26 until my last breath. Then he turned to Sichuel. For now, I'll just observe her. Hunger began to take over. I should finish off the rest of her body. Amov turned towards Sichuel. For now, I'll just observe her. He opened his mouth wide. Time to finish off her body. Next up was Sichuel's leg. He stomped hard on her leg. He opened his mouth and took the first bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. An extremely blissful and numbing pleasure. Absolutely divine. Next was the arm. The taste of K is a rag azujian was like a lavishly prepared high-class dish. So I thought she Olzujian would be the same. But it turns out she's not. Next came the neck. The more I chew, the more I can feel the deliciousness of the meat fibers. I swear, this woman tastes better than anything else in the world. Soon, Sihuel's entire body was eaten clean except for her head. It was just me and the unconscious 26 there. So no one could interrupt this delicious meal. The system continuously displayed notifications predatory effect activated. Successfully acquired the biological trait X-ray vision of bones. Seo Zhujin. Do you want to apply X-ray vision? Do you want to apply camouflage skin? Predatory effect activated. Successfully acquire the biological trait Galergan's Claw from So Eugene. Do you want to apply Galergan's Claw? A plan appeared before them. The capital plan of the Star River Alliance. Watu 1. A robot cat stood in the heavy rain. It peeked its head out to look outside. Not far away, people were bustling about. They were raising their hands in a proper salute. On the screen was the Supreme Commander. Everyone saluted in unison the Supreme Commander's Akka. He is the father of all robots. Zubak Har was everywhere. Even now. He is still watching over us and leading the Star River Association to the path of glory. In front of the cat, a device beeped. Footsteps were approaching. The footsteps stopped, replaced by the sound of a button being pressed. The lid of the experimental chamber was slowly opening. The glass began to open wider. A person's hand reached up. That person was none other than Sichuel. She coughed a few times and then panted heavily. Looking at her naked body, Sichuel was a bit surprised. Is this a spare body? Sichuel was a bit surprised. I can't believe I needed to use a clone body. She stepped down. It doesn't feel like the original. As Sichuel walked to the mirror, she called the system. Display the gene settings of this body. But the system couldn't update. Warning, some genes could not be updated. The current gene information is displayed as follows. Sichuel angrily punched the mirror. The genes I collected are all gone. And my plan is ruined too. No. In disbelief, she swore. That son of a bitch. If I ever see you again, I'll rip your head off. The scene changes to another setting, the Special Trading Center. Porteria. There, someone was listening to music. It was Carpenter. Apparently on duty nearby. Suddenly, the other end of the line spoke up. Hey, Carpenter. You free? He woke up. What's up? Why do you ask? They informed him that Sector 7 had just received an escape pod from Megacorp. The control tower made contact, but there was no response. Carpenter could only sigh. Who's slacking off this time? The information received was highly suspicious. The ship is on autopilot, so I'm afraid something's wrong. He accepted. All right, I'll check it out. Carpenter drove towards that location. I wonder where this thing came from. A short while later, the vehicle arrived. Ian Defipai saw D3. Stepping closer, he saw it. Looks expensive. Then he plugged a device into the suspicious ship. Repeat. The door opened, and Carpenter went in to investigate. He looked inside. Why is it so dark? Why aren't the lights on? Help me. He shone his light around and discovered a pool of white goo. Carpenter's hand touched it, curiously examining it. What is this? But he had just realized where it came from. An Amov appeared right above Carpenter. A moment later, his colleague was searching everywhere for him. Hey, where's Carpenter? Carpenter? He came in early today. What a strange guy. But he said he needed more money to buy a new house. Speaking of the devil, the guy next to him said. The white mask-skinned man called out to Carpenter. Hey, Carpenter. Yes. He seemed to sense something. It was him. But something was strange. What's he doing just standing there? Maybe it's just a random thought. Something's not right. Am I overthinking things? The white-skinned man asked. Hey, I thought you were working the late shift today. Are you already heading home? Carpenter replied. I have something to do. He asked again. Has the leader said anything yet? He replied, and then turned away. I told him I was busy. And he approved my leave. The colleague looked annoyed. What's with his attitude? The other guy didn't care. Just let it go. The two of them laughed and made a guess. Maybe he lost some money or something today. There was the sound of a stranger's footsteps. That person was walking step by step. He exuded a dark aura. And that person was none other than Amov. He smiled smugly to himself. I didn't expect my new trait to be so useful. With the combination of CHUL's abilities and the sound chip skill, I know things that even those cyborgs don't. Combining the camouflage skin from CHUL's gene and the sound chip, I obtained the sound chip organ. Amov's phase was half human, half monster. This organ will analyze the victims I consume and secrete a special pheromone that confuses the senses of other creatures, while also making me appear as the victim in the eyes of others. Theet Mu faced each other. At a glance, this trait seems invincible, but it also has many significant weaknesses. The pheromone doesn't work on cameras or mirrors, so my identity would be revealed immediately. His face had a murderous aura, which made his opponent question him. Furthermore, the uncanny valley effect will create a creepy feeling for others. The effect of the mimicry is long-lasting and hard to explain. Amov clenched his fist. Everything has clear strengths and weaknesses, but it's still something I can use effectively. He raised his sword in a style similar to CHUL. I also got the Gaelican claws I've been longing for. Amov ran quickly, but it's similar to Amov's super sense, so I can't really use it much right now. The super trait of X-ray refraction will be beneficial for future combinations. Accompanied by the tentacles on his neck, I was very surprised to find that I even have the rare monster tentacle mutation. Suddenly, a bunch of tentacles grew out from behind my head. An image of a large dragon appeared. They look like the tentacles that grow from the mouth of a Gaelican, also known as a space dragon. He held a Maipi tightly in both hands. I don't know why this happened, but they are definitely better weapons than the claws. I have to thank CHUL's Ajin for this. He leaned closer to Maipi's tuft of hair. Now, I have for super strength related traits. I just need super res resistance. And as soon as I become an adolescent, I can get another superine strength type. Suddenly, she spoke up. Baby, I can't breathe. He leaned down and whispered. Just bear with it for a little longer. Okay. After saying that, he ran deep into the narrow corridor. But I've been to this place in the game many times. This is the first time I've actually set foot here. He raised his head. The special trading center TC is magnificent as it is on the outside. It's just as rotten on the inside. That's why I chose this place. Here is some information. It is divided into 4 areas and one central management zone: the business district and the residential area. The central management zone, the port area, the entertainment district. The entertainment and residential districts have the lowest security level. Next is the entertainment district. The entertainment district is where mega or presidents relieve stress with rented slaves. Combat androids patrol the area to apprehend criminals. Finally, the residential area. The residential area is located near the slums where the lowest class of residents live. If someone suddenly disappears here, no one would find it strange. In the residential area, Amov leapt quickly. The residential area will do. As long as I watch out for the androids that occasionally patrol this area, I'll be fine. He stopped at a building. Now the problem is how to get there. There are so many people here. I can go through the sewers or the underground railway. They were both built when the city was constructed. However, there's a big problem here. There's no water inside, so it's highly likely that the sewer system is undergoing large-scale maintenance. Amov transformed into a human. If this were a game, I'd choose the sewers. But this is reality. Too bad. But I'll have to choose the underground railway. The path I used to take should be around here somewhere. He glanced into an alley. This section. Amov smirked lightly. Below the alley was a mysterious door. Found it. Then he transformed back into Amov. He used his strength to turn the gate. He opened the gate and looked inside. Then Amov went inside. He quickly flew down. Only I know about this place. The monster let out a fierce roar. At the port area's wildlife smuggling surveillance office, the people around were using all their strength to hold back the monster with ropes. One of them shouted, "Chief, we can't hold on much longer. Where's the restraint team? Get the tranquilizer guns out here." The woman roared, "Which idiot brought this mountain crawler in here?" Lad walked in from outside, not even bothering to look. She snapped irritably, "You crazy bastard. Lad, can't you see what's happening?" Lad replied casually, "Come on, Chief. I'm going home." Hearing that, the chief was furious. "Everyone's stuck here because of this monster. And you think you can just go home?" Lad smiled. "I don't do overtime. Good luck, everyone." Then he waved goodbye, ignoring the chief shouts. Get back here, you selfish bastard. At the special trading center, entertainment district, Lad walked in, and the system at the center immediately greeted him. Welcome to the special entertainment room, where all your fantasies come true. He looked at the system screen and thought to himself, who should I choose today? He thought with amusement. That girl looks just like my difficult colleague. Lad pointed at the screen, where a short-haired girl appeared. It seems she comes here often too. He licked his lips and said, I'll choose her. After a while, a hand covered in red syrup was washed at the sink. Lad laughed eerily. Better than I thought. He paced back and forth, thinking, was that too harsh on her? After thinking for a moment, he said, the shop will clean it up anyway. On the bed, a girl's eyes were rolled back, her body covered in red syrup. Lad thought, I've paid in full. He then presented his card for verification. The system chimed. Thank you for using our services. He went down the stairs. After having some fun. My mouth is craving alcohol. A round of drinks and then sleep sounds good. I'll buy 2 bottles on the way home. The high-speed train whizzed past. Lad casually walked to the door. He noticed something and looked over with a puzzled expression. He cursed out loud. Damn it. Who broke all the streetleted? Lad's hand switched to flashlight mode, while he continued to grumble. This is so annoying. He used his hand to shine the light forward. While scanning, he thought, when will I ever get out of this dump? After walking a short distance, Lad grimaced. Damn it. What's that smell? He ignored it and kept walking, still feeling uneasy. I don't know why, but I don't like it one bit. His thoughts continued. I have to hurry. Lad didn't know that a figure in white was standing nearby. Emma spoke, startling Lad. Hey, mister. Half of the mode's body was shrouded in darkness. He asked Lad, where are you going? Lad replied, I'm going home. He politely asked, it's too dark here. Can I walk with you? Lad looked at him for a moment and then agreed. Follow me. Amov complied. Thank you. The sound of footsteps echoed rhythmically. Amov called out. Hey, Lad, while shining his light. Replied. What? Amov asked Lad. Are you a robot? Lad nodded in response. He suddenly let out a soft chuckle from behind. I see. Lad turned around, thinking, what's this? Is he trying to mock me for being a robot living in the Megacorp district? His jaw dropped in astonishment. Amov was holding a fleshy orb in his hand. Lad saw it squirm and shouted. What is that thing? He shone his light on the creature, thinking, I think my colleague once told me about this high-level creature. He said it only likes to play with human heads. His legs trembled. If I don't do something now, I'll become its next victim. His mind screamed. Run. Lad turned and ran for his life. Ammo's face darkened, and a black aura slowly spread across his body. He transformed back into his monstrous form, thinking, he ran away. But I can guess the reason. He looked at the creature in his hand. The creature wriggled and said, Baby. He's scared of me. Ammo was confused. Why is that? The creature replied, I don't know. He thought. As soon as he saw 26, his heart rate shot through the roof. What could scare him that much? The orb form of the MIP is known for being cute. Ammo's train of thought continued. 26 is a mutant. But she doesn't look that different from the normal ones. He looked at the sad-looking 26 in his hand. How could anyone be afraid of such a cute creature? I really don't understand that robot. He suddenly realized. Oh, right. He's a robot. Amov calculated. The Psi Nyu M effect has worn off. And I'm back to my juvenile form. I need to eat more robots to evolve into my adolescent form. That's all it takes. On the other side, Lad was running for his life, not daring to look back. He rushed towards the door. Lad opened the door and entered without hesitation. Then he slammed the door shut, ignoring everything. Lad opened a bottle of water. He chugged it down. He leaned against the wall, panting. That was a close call. He warily walked to his bed. I'll report it tomorrow. Then he flopped down on the bed. Lad grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. As he watched, he grumbled. It's the same old stuff over and over. This is so boring. His complaints scurried outside. If I had enough money, I'd move out of this place right now. Amov, with a hungry look in his eyes, looked up at the glowing window. Lad walked and cursed. Damn it. What kind of superiors are they? He walked, gritting his teeth in anger. It's all because of that woman trying to send me to the mountains that I have to work overtime. And thanks to her, I have to waste time going to the shop to vent. He stopped. But I already reported him. Lad looked around, observing his surroundings. He wouldn't be waiting right outside my door. Would he? Feeling safe, he continued walking, fearing a surprise attack. He kept looking at the garbage. This far, I should be safe. I've been worrying so much my throat is dry. As he was going up to his floor, Lad heard a noise. Once I get home, I can drink as much as I want. He couldn't believe his eyes. Amov was standing in front of his room, trying to open the lock. He managed to open the door to Lad's apartment. Amov used his tail to whip the door open and enter. Lad, on the other hand, trembled as he called the police. The voice on the other end answered. Hello. Residential District Police Station. He stammered. Hello. I think there's a monster in my house. By now, Amov had already gone inside. He surveyed the house. As he walked, Amov thought, this place is too small. The structure is quite similar to a studio apartment. He placed the creature on Lad's bed. Every corner looks disgusting, especially this bed. Does he like to sleep like a noble? Amov calculated his next move. Since I've decided to hunt robots, I should at least do some preliminary research. All day today, I've been checking if there's anyone else in this building and have also discovered many potential preys. Images of a green-skinned person with scales and two antennae on its head. A reptilian Mike's-like being. And a snarling wolf appeared. Reptilians. Cold men-blooded types. Werewolves. And many more. A diagram for Amov's efficient development appeared. To reach the sub-belt stage, I need to consume more species. A total of 60 species that can be mimicked. And I need for more to be enough. He looked out the window. Many players quit as soon as they reached this point. You could call it a wise choice. Because after reaching the sub-belt stage, the evolution conditions become even more demanding. Amov observed the towering buildings. Of course, there will be many alien species in the Special Trading Center. So collecting genes will be easier. At this point, he remembered the coup. Not to mention, Megacorp has diplomatic relations with the coup. So there will surely be countless coup in the administrative district. Amov bared his fangs and licked his lips as he thought. Gathering 60 of them is only a matter of time. Before deciding, he continued his inspection. Great. Since I have to stay here for a while, I might as well check the surroundings. As he passed by the partition, the neighbor's voice was heard. The sound prowling isn't very good. I can hear the sounds from the next room and the floor above crystal clear. Thanks to this, Amov discovered. So it's clear that no one lives downstairs. Amov used his sonar to sense someone in the hallway. Someone is heading this way. He could clearly see the number and faces. A total of 3 people. That robot into police officers. Amov held out his hand and called. Come here. The creature jumped over. What's wrong, baby? Then he pulled them both away. We've got work to do. I don't intend to cause trouble with the authorities yet. So for now, let's just observe the situation. The police officer asked Lad. A monster in your house? He replied. Yes. The police officer pondered for a long time. Then he turned and said. The door is still intact. Lad yelled. I told you it picked the lock. The police officer looked into the bag with a grim face. I see. Then the police officer asked. Is that alcohol in your hand? Lad was surprised. Huh? The police officer looked at the computer to check. I've checked the records. Last night, you also made a bogus report about seeing a strange person. Then he asked Lad. Are you drunk? Which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Lad glared at the police officers. These guys, if they weren't public officials, I would have stabbed each of them. The police officers requested. Please open the door so I can check inside. Lad reached out to open the door. Yes. The 2 police officers went inside. The police officer sneered. Looks like a pigsty. Lad, holding the bag, trembled with anger. First, the police officer shone his flashlight into a large jar, covering his nose. The other one opened the fridge, which was full of beer. All right. Then the 2 police officers concluded. It seems there are no signs of anything unusual, which made Lad panic. Impossible. He was too loud. I clearly saw it with my own eyes. Did any of the other houses report anything? The 2 police officers stood with their hands on their hips and sneered. If you're a robot, you should get your eyes checked. The 2 police officers calmly said. Only you called to report it. Drink less alcohol. Lad didn't believe it. No. Impossible. Hearing that, the police officer also got annoyed and didn't want to continue. The 2 police officers turned to leave. Anyway, we confirm that there's nothing unusual. I'm sure you don't need us to stay any longer. Right? Lad ran after them, calling out. Wait. Hold on. The police officer said. If anything else happens, just give us a call. Lad stood frozen on the spot. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down. Did I really see it wrong? He paced back and forth, thinking. Or did it leave? Lad's face was pale. Then he turned his back, not caring. He fell onto the bed. He reached for a bottle of water. Lad chugged it down. Is my body deteriorating? Am I having hallucinations now? He said loudly. This is great. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of breaking glass was heard. Lad lay sprawled on the bed, resting. Tomorrow, I'll call that girl who looks like the department head. D&D. He laughed perversely. I'll take good care of her. A sound from somewhere caught his attention. Lad frowned in annoyance. What the hell is that guy downstairs doing at this hour? Why can't he do it during the day? Suddenly, he realized. Wait. He broke into a sweat as he realized. There's no one downstairs. Slowly, he turned around. Then he looked down under the bed. Amov had appeared at his feet. He roared. Time to eat. Lad was so scared that tears streamed down his face. After that, only the sound of chewing remained. The screams reached the neighbors. The neighbor, unable to sleep, was furious. He ran out and opened his door, roaring, "You damn cyborg. You're not getting away this time." He pounded on the door. "Hey, you idiot. Show your face." What kind of smell was that? He covered his nose. What's that smell? He managed to open it, and the smell hit him right in the nose. He yelled, "Hey, you. It's late. Why are you being so loud?" Before he could finish his sentence. "What the hell are you?" He froze. Lad, who had now been transformed by Amov, apologized. The neighbor looked at his strange face and thought, "What's wrong with this guy?" He grumbled, "It's late. Keep it down." Amov replied, "I'll be more careful." The neighbor waved his hand and went out the door. "As long as you understand. I'm counting on you." Amov watched him go in silence. He transformed back into his monstrous form. The next target is that guy. Amov grabbed the door. He went in to explore Lad's house. He walked around, looking things over. The creature 26 was rummaging through the fridge, eating greedily. "I'm hungry. Let's eat." Amov saw this and said, "Go ahead and eat your fill." He grabbed Lad's leg, thinking, "I need to take care of the rest of this." While still chewing on Lad, he complained internally, "This is the second most disgusting meal of my life. The smell of alcohol mixed with the meat is overwhelming." He continued to eat while grumbling. It seems that freshness and taste are related, but for evolution, I'll have to bear with it. After a few bites, the system appeared. Oh, there it is. He looked at the system and said to himself, "I should have finished this on the Mega or pre-search ship. It's been a long time." Amov looked at the creature and announced, "I'm going to turn into an egg for a while." The creature was puzzled. "An egg?" It jumped down and said, "But you're still a larva. How can you turn into an egg?" He explained, "To become bigger." He patted the creature's head. It asked, "From a larva to a bigger larva?" Amov reassured it. "That's right. Don't worry." Amov turned and said, "You can eat the rest." Then he touched the screen with his hand. "All right. Let's begin." The system activated, and he was ecstatic. The power of his semi-adult form. The strength I briefly experienced thanks to Sai Nyu M. It's finally time to enjoy it to the fullest. Amov began to transform. He turned into a pink chrysalis. The creature 26 approached to observe. When I escaped that foul-smelling prison, I swore that I would protect this little creature at all costs. It walked around it. But until now, instead of protecting it, I've been hiding under its protection. That truth gradually tormented it. It extended a tentacle, intending to touch the chrysalis. If only my body were bigger, or these tentacles were stronger. The creature touched the chrysalis. Feeling it, the changes within appeared in its mind. Amidst the jumble of thoughts, the moment the tentacle touched the child's chrysalis, a natural dream. A strange energy flowed from the tip of the tentacle and seeped into its body. It helped the tentacle grow in the abundant flow of energy. After that, as if it had just absorbed a highly nutritious food, it felt full, and power began to surge. The creature emitted a powerful energy, and it was filled with joy. This time, I can definitely protect the child. A dark face appeared. It was Amov in human form. Where is this place? He looked at his hands and thought, "These are my hands from when I was human." I see. He took a step forward. So this is my deep inner world. A dark aura radiated from Amov. What were the game developers thinking when they created Amov? The real-time Pikai game that immobilizes players for 6 hours. This isn't a bug anymore. It's a fatal flaw of the game. After thinking for a moment, he wondered, or is it because of this dark space? All these unpleasant memories keep flooding back. A dark shadow appeared near him. Amov looked at the monstrous body in front of him. This is probably the remnant of Amov still left in my body. After looking for a while, he realized, it's not that scary. As he thought, he reached out his hand towards it, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Amov touched the monster's forehead. A surge of power erupted. Amov had merged back with the monster. Thinking, my senses have returned, which means the evolution process is over. Although there's nothing new, it feels amazing. He opened the system. Let's check the status panel. A series of new functions appeared. There's a new section. The screen displayed a message, new on message. This wasn't there when I took Sai Nayuem. He realized, it seems this is a new system that only appears during a proper evolution. Well, I'll choose yes. The screen displayed new system unlocked. Amov doubtfully touched the word yes. Maybe it's a new version. So there are changes? After selecting, A series of notifications appeared. Hypersystem fuses 3 or more own traits to create a completely new, unique trait. The newly acquired trait will be one that has never existed before. List of available traits: Chidin exoskeleton. KU skeleton. Leg strength. Additional note: not all are advantageous. Please choose carefully. Amav looked intently. A hypersystem. There was no such thing as trait fusion in the game. You could only combine them one cute into one. The thought occurred to him. If you keep accumulating skills, players might even forget which traits they have. Even I had over 500 traits by the end of the game. Amav continued to read the notifications. Even a hardcore fan like me almost went crazy. I can't believe they fixed it this way. His eyes narrowed. The problem is, if I fuse physical traits now, I won't meet the requirements, and the physical enhancement system will be disabled. Amav calculated. The superpower enhancement system already has a 6-point penalty. If I get more physical traits later, due to the penalty, the required points for the superpower system will increase from 6 to 12. The system suddenly shrank. Unique traits are great, but the risk is too high. For now, I'll put the hyper system aside. He stretched out his hands. Having a unique trait sounds appealing. But water bubbles rose. It's at times like these that I need to be even more cautious. The cracks on the thick wall multiplied. Even if it takes longer, taking the safe route is better. I'll save using the hyper system for after I've collected enough physical traits. Outside, there was movement from the chrysalis. Amav punched his way out from inside. He broke out of the chrysalis, revealing a new, upgraded form. He felt his new body. I've grown noticeably taller. The creature jumped around happily. It's the giant from I saw earlier. Amav asked. Are you alright? The creature approached. Aren't you going back to your old form? Amav replied. No. The previous form was only temporary. He observed the creature. An extra tentacle was waving on its body. It grew another tentacle. He picked it up. It looks completely different from before. It was only the size of a human head at first. And now it's this big. What on earth happened? Amav asked it. What's this? It wiggled. This? It just grew on its own. He was suspicious. Since when? It got excited from the moment I touched the ache you were in. He stared at the tentacle. This is probably the saw-minus tentacle of a sea devil. A light touch is enough to tear flesh apart. Then he looked at the broken chrysalis and thought. It said it touched the chrysalis while I was evolving. Could it have absorbed some of the energy generated from that process? The creature was happy. With this, I can protect you. Hearing that, he patted its head. Well, it should be fine. Amav thought about this creature after its evolution. The sea devil I saw in the game was a monster of unknown level. A body over 20 meters long with hundreds of tentacles. Having a creature like that as an ally is reassuring. He patted the creature. I didn't intend to give it my genes, but I can try sharing some food with it. Amav went to find food. Let's eat. The creature also replied. Okay. He stuck out his tongue in excitement and declared. The next target is the house next door. A feast awaits. In outer space, a fleet of spaceships flew. To protect our status, we must constantly move forward. The motto, which originated from a New York insurance company, was instead of fighting over limited land, the coup chose the path of expansion and pioneered the development of space colonies. Now collecting satellites were oriented towards exploring a new continent instead of Earth. They poured enormous sums of money into developing artificial habitats and terraforming technology. Ground-based receiving stations, starting from space stations in the solar system, the terraforming of Mars, and building habitats in orbit. They gradually expanded their foundation. One of the fruits of this process was the first space city, a bridge between the solar system and the outer universe. The special trading center of the coup, with a diameter of up to 60 km. Thanks to this, today, countless races from the outside visit this historic structure of humanity. Special Trading Center. Administrative District. Memorial Tower. A hand rested on a keyboard. Human Resources Management Team. I demand an explanation for the 3% drop in supplies. Strange. She continued. It seems that production on farm planets Z101 and livestock planet PNQ is decreased. I understand. We can allocate up to 20% of our staff to the entertainment district. But we cannot ignore 3% drop in supplies. Bizarro trembled. What you say is true. But, the blonde young lady opposite her listed. 40% of the special trades owns revenue comes from the entertainment district. If the human resources management team cuts supplies by 3%, the entertainment district will have no choice but to bear that deficit. She asked Pizarro. Deputy Director. No, Miss Pizarro. Do you know what the most important thing for a merchant is? Pizarro's lips trembled. It's credibility, isn't it, my lady? The blonde young lady said calmly. Of course. That's also an important factor. The young blonde lady's face was stern. But the most important thing is trust. This time, we can use the excuse of special circumstances. But what if we lose their trust because of it? Her sharp eyes looked at Pizarro. These are all guests who have traveled a long way to get here. If we disappoint them once, they will never come back. Do you understand what I mean? Pizarro bowed her head. Yes, yes, I will remember this. Themed atmosphere made everyone around sweat. The blonde young lady said, as you know, this is a very important time. The first board of directors meeting will be held here. The blonde young lady ordered. A huge number of tourists will flock to the city. Not a single mistake will be tolerated. Is that clear? Everyone said in unison. Yes. A series of orders were given continuously. Immediately contact the management of both planets. Tell them they must meet their quotas, even if they have to use growth stimulants. Yes, yes, good. Next is the entertainment district. I've always had high expectations for you. Please present. Yes. The blonde young lady sighed wearily. She rubbed her head tiredly. Even if I could clone myself, it wouldn't be enough. But if this succeeds, the position of clan head will be within my reach. At the door stood the two clans, Thompson and Chamberlain. This was a system where the winner of the competition would become the clan head of the coup. Upon becoming the leader, that person would monopolize all the rights and benefits of the coup in Megacorp. She thought, because the Chamberlain family has held the position of clan head for many generations, the Thompson family is on edge. The blonde young lady clenched her fist in determination. If the Thompson family snatches away the next clan head position, there will surely be bloodshed. Pizarro entered and reported. My lady, excuse me. I brought the list of VIPs requesting a tour on the day of the event. The blonde young lady heard and turned. Thank you. The blonde young lady reviewed the document. She heard something unexpected from Pizarro that made her frown. The blonde young lady turned and asked. Akira Zujian is attending as well. Pizarro replied. Yes, yes. The Zujian clan contacted us an hour ago. The blonde young lady rubbed her forehead. He won't be participating in the board meeting. Just coming as a tourist. Then she tapped on the keyboard. A usurper. Daring to. Information about a man appeared on the screen. He is called the usurper, and is criticized for being the only one among the capital's nobility to become a clan head through a rebellion. An image of him capturing someone appeared. He killed Changgu Jane, who was supposed to be the clan head, and turned his daughter into his personal shadow. Next were the dismembered body parts of that person. He also ruthlessly killed or tortured members of the capital's nobility and even his own clan without flinching. She stared at his picture and frowned. He's a psychopath but very capable. So after Changgu's death, the Dujang clan prospered more than ever. The blonde young lady assessed his strength. A monster who has ruled Megacorp and the Zujian clan for nearly 100 years. If I confront him directly, I will surely lose miserably. She angrily turned off the screen. But I can't back down here. She stood up and asked. How long until the next meeting? Pizarro reported. 10 minutes. Pizarro followed behind and continued to report. Today's schedule includes inspecting the key facilities and the security system of the administrative district during the board meeting. The blonde young lady was determined. Failure is the mother of success. Even if I don't win, I'll just consider it gaining more experience. With the pure spirit of the coup, she was not afraid of competition or challenges. She thought that even if she lost, she could always get back up and try again. But she had no idea that in the room of Lad's neighbor, red syrup was spraying everywhere. He was spewing red syrup uncontrollably. In her domain, a terrifying threat had taken root without her knowing. Amov was attacking him. The creature held a cake and chewed greedily. Amov exclaimed. This is delicious. He entered another room. They must clean regularly. The house is spotless compared to that cyborg's den. This place looks more like a Hume and Welling. But more importantly, the neighbor lay sleeping, covered in red syrup. Although I really want to devour this fresh meat right now, there's still work to be done. Then he turned to leave. I'm going to the house next door for a bit. The creature replied. All right. Be careful. Amov left with excitement. First, I have to finish up the remaining tasks. Where's the communication device? He picked up the phone. Oh, here it is. Amov typed quickly. The cyborg's name is Lad. Let's see his work contacts. That bastard. So it's this guy. Then he found a phone number. Well, what employee doesn't hate their boss? I found it. He dialed the number. The person on the other end answered and immediately yelled. Hey, Lad. You deadbeat. You deadbeat. What the hell are you doing at a time like this? Amov, mimicking Lad's voice, said, I quit. The other side yelled even louder. What? Are you crazy? He didn't seem to care. That's it. Get lost. The other side became annoyed and raised their voice again. Hey, you idiot. I knew this day would come. He ignored them and hung up. He looked at the screen and calculated. They'll probably forget all about it by tomorrow. But I have to make it official. Sending a resignation letter from his laptop to his company will be the perfect finishing touch. He opened Lad's laptop to investigate. Alright. Now to investigate a little about lad. Amav typed on the keyboard. The seizure report from the animal smuggling surveil and steamed just a quick glance, and I've already seen enough. A series of information about lad appeared. If I devour all of this, I'll have a huge collection of genes. They must be under strict surveillance. He smiled slyly. If I use lad's voice to call an employee over, devour him, and then forge the shipping documents, I could easily steal one or two. But for more, I'll need a broker. Information about the areas appeared on the screen. There are quite a few shipments with no recipient listed. It seems some broker has intercepted the goods mid-Mayway. After reviewing the information, he closed the laptop. For now, I'll use lad's identity to try and contact a broker. If the negotiation fails, I'll just devour him, disguise myself, and intercept the goods myself. Amav walked and thought. That's a Borg, his name was Lad, right? This guy left behind a lot of useful things. If only his taste was a little better, it would have been perfect. The creature was enjoying the neighbor's flesh. Seeing Amav. It's Poke Up. Baby, you're back. Amav looked at the neighbor's corpse. I'm not eating that, the creature said angrily. Don't be so picky. As he spoke, he ripped the man's leg off. I'll just take the leg. You can eat the rest, the creature asked. Really? He nodded. Yes, go ahead and eat it all. The creature agreed. Alright. He took the leg and walked away. I'm going to find something tastier to eat. Amav put it in the fridge. For now, I'll just store this leg in the refrigerator. After I'm done using LAE's identity, I'll have to impersonate this guy. He picked up the phone to search for a target. Alright, who should I call now? He scrolled through the man's contacts. Looks like this guy doesn't have a wide circle of friends. He kept scrolling. Someone who might know a broker besides the old boss. There's no one else. But if the person in charge disappears, it'll cause a huge problem. So that's not a good option. As he scrolled, he thought, I need someone who can disappear and be quickly forgotten. One name. T-U-O-C-A-O-F caught his attention. There was one person he contacted very frequently. Named Loin. He stroked his chin. This must be a friend who shares lots secret. Unmentionable hobbies. Wait. A special brothel. This place is notorious in the Special District Commercial Center. Even in the game, it was on the news and constantly stirred up controversy over ethical issues. He focused on the screen again. Anyway, if he's the type who's into such immoral things, he probably knows a thing or two about the underbelly. Amav went into the message history and started typing. They were in contact just yesterday, so they must be pretty close. Let's see. The other guy replied. So you really quit? The old boss is furious. What happened? Amav typed back. I got bored. I'm thinking of finding work elsewhere. The message exchange continued. Well, it's true that job was practically robbery. Where are you planning to go? Anyway, I'm only suited for this kind of work, so I'll do something similar. Amav read the message. Similar? Huh? Smuggling and stuff like that. If I talk too long, he might get suspicious. I need to wrap this up as quickly as possible. He furrowed his brow as the other guy messaged he. Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved in dangerous work? That's true. But, he'd have into the messages to dig for information. Come on. Do you really think you can make it starting now? After thinking it over, I don't see any other way to make money. I'm going to try. Even if I have to start now. Alright. Fine. I'll email you the information. By the way, why don't we meet up for a drink today? The guy asked. Meet up? Amav typed a reply. I know a bar in the port area. Don't tell me you're buying. You're not that kind of guy. Since I quit, I can't treat a colleague to a drink. Can I? Amav continued the conversation. Wow. Quitting has really made you grow up. Alright. What time? How about 9 p.m.? The bar is down at the Port District. Seeing his plan working out, Amav was pleased. Great. That's right on my way home. The thought of having to go to the bar alone from now on makes me sad. He crushed a skull with his hand. You won't be lonely. Because you'll be following in Lot's footsteps soon enough. He held the phone cheerfully. Okay. The appointment is set. Now. What to do to time? The creature burped and whined. I'm so full. Amav rubbed the creature's belly. It's still small and needs plenty of sleep. He opened his laptop to search. Before meeting Lloyd, I can read through the confiscation reports. Wow. They even have Crow W. L. Arrows. They even caught an O speaker. How on earth did they do that? Amav calculated. There are 20 of them. And the destination is blank. This means the O speakers are still here. Images of one-eyed creatures appeared. Auspi, as the name suggests, is an alien race from the edge of the universe. If Immorph was inspired by Alien, then these guys are exactly like the Zerg from some old-school game. If you choose this race, you become the queen of the hive. absorbing the genes of other creatures and evolving your soldiers. Amov crossed his arms, thinking, this is a slow-developing race, like MOV, but it operates completely differently. Still, I prefer MOV. He typed on the keyboard. The quantity is small, but they're not specimens, so I can aim for the predation effect. First, I need to get these. Other than that, after looking, he scratched his chin. There are many species with more than 10 individuals. I might not get many traits even if I eat them all. After that, he closed his computer. It all depends on luck. Anyway, then he turned and left. It's better to just take action. Seeing this, the creature jumped to follow. Baby, what's wrong? Amov replied. We're going out for a bit. It asked, where are we going? Amov took it with him. You'll know when we get there. Amov prepared to launch forward, dashing madly. He moved continuously using his tail. He reached a clearing and surveyed the area. Amov let out a breath. He looked at the city before him and said, all right, it's time to hunt. Amov launched himself forward. He leapt between buildings. He dashed forward with incredible speed. He ran while carrying the creature. The two of them leapt down from a building. The moment Amov landed, the ground cracked. He looked ahead. I see the tunnel entrance. Okay, let's go this way. He immediately used his ability and hid behind a rock. Elsewhere, a patrol robot's eyes lit up. It was scanning the surroundings. The creature asked, baby, what's wrong? Amov replied, enemies. The robot was stepping closer. Amov assessed it. A combat mine-type android. This is a different model from the ones guarding the reactor on the pirate ship. He continued to use his skill to scan. It has an auxiliary combat arm on its right side. The weapon it's carrying is. He was wary of the robot. Strange. An android equipped with a Gauss rifle. The Gauss rifle is a lower steer weapon compared to a plasma gun. It uses tungsten rounds and is very effective against heavily armored opponents. Amov hid carefully, avoiding its line of sight. It's strange for a patrol android to be carrying such a high-end weapon. Unless there's a special situation, is something big about to happen. The two were only a short distance apart. He thought. In the game, a lot of events are held here. If so, it's natural for security to be tightened. Suddenly, the robot turned around. Seeing no one, it continued on its way. Seizing the opportunity, Amov leapt away. He held the creature and assessed the situation. There was nothing here when I returned. I didn't expect things to be like this. Amov lifted the tunnel cover. From now on, I have to act more cautiously. He immediately jumped down. Done. The creature wondered, baby, where are we going? Amov said, we're going back the way we came. In the dark tunnel, Amov thought. Initially, my plan was to build a nest and release spores. But if there's an event coming up, things will be different. Amov used his skill again, and a blue light emanated. I need to build a surveillance network immediately. He placed his hand on the ground. As he released his power, it burst forth. Amov looked at the slime cluster before him. Done. The surveillance network is complete. In 2 days, the spores will develop into a form of nest. With the job done, Amov opened the manhole cover. He used his skill to see if anyone was around. Just as I thought. Not a soul. Amov gently placed MIP down. Instructing. Wait here. She quickly spoke up. I'm coming too. Transforming into Lot's appearance. He left. The enemy is afraid of you. Amov waved. Got it. Leaning against a wall, Amov thought to himself. This area is on the outskirts, so it's deserted. A perfect place for a hunt. His gaze drifted into the distance when he suddenly spotted something. Footsteps. The figure of a person approaching made him wonder. A woman? Hearing the name Lloyd, I thought it was a man. As Lloyd drew closer, Amov silently assessed her. What a surprise. She's a completely ordinary-looking woman. Based on her appearance, she seems harmless. I wonder what she'll be like up close. A few thoughts remained in his head. She's probably the stone-tooled, gold man-digging type. Then he stepped out, waving. Over here. The moment she saw him, Lloyd's face twisted in anger. You damn bastard. Why are we meeting in the middle of nowhere? Amov approached, asking in a low voice. This isn't something we can talk about in public, right? Lloyd calmed down. You have a point. But hey, observing his current appearance, she asked. You quit your job but you're still wearing the uniform. Half of Amorph's mutated face was visible. In Lloyd's eyes, I'm wearing a company uniform. That's because the camouflage organ mimics clothing as well. An image of two identical but cellularly different figures appeared. The camouflage organ collects kinetic information along with other sensory data to perfectly reproduce the target's appearance right before death. However, its weakness is that it can't reflect elements that are different from the consumed target. Thinking this, Amov told himself. In the game, I never had to worry about clothes. So I got careless. I need to be more careful from now on. He then put his hands on his hips and forced a stiff smile. This is the only set of clothes I have. Lloyd sighed helplessly. You should at least buy some casual clothes. A dark or a flash buy. Lloyd turned her head in confusion. Especially since you've quit. Am of. Feigning ignorance. Asked. What's wrong? Lloyd shook her head, dismissing the thought. Nothing. It's just that there's been a strange smell this whole time. Hearing this, he spoke up. What? More importantly, can you tell me about the broker? Lloyd glanced over. You want to talk about that here? Amav answered honestly. Someone might overhear us at the bar. Lloyd fumbled for something in her pocket. Well, it's true the conversation would be troublesome if someone heard. Then, she pulled out a small object and held it out. The information about the deal with the broker isn't here. The file will self-destruct in a day. So memorize it well. Amav's face briefly froze. This is a pain. Lloyd encouraged him. Well, that's just how this job is. I'll send you his contact info right now. Immediately after, a notification appeared on the phone. You have received Esther Lloyd's contact information. Amav thought to himself. They must be using aliases in case someone gets caught. At that moment, Lloyd turned around. A bright smile on her face. That's all for our talk. Now, let's go for a drink. Amav followed behind her. Yeah. Suddenly, she raised her hand and patted his shoulder. To think you'd actually buy a drink. Sensing something, Lloyd's eyes suddenly widened. Huh? She immediately jumped back, asking warily. Who are you? His human hand reverted to its sinewy form. Well, looks like I've been found out. The camouflage organ can't fool the sense of touch. Sensing danger, Lloyd panicked, turned, and ran. Help! Help me! A giant hand reached out and covered her mouth. After easily restraining Lloyd, Amav thought. She must be utterly confused. Humans are supposed to have only the hands. But she's being held from multiple directions. Before Lloyd's horrified eyes, Amav opened his vanished mouth. In the game, I often exploited this sensory discrepancy. Red syrup splattered as a loud scream echoed. Amav narrowed his eyes, his mouth growling. The hunt is over. I'll dispose of the body right here. Sharp teeth gnashed down on the food. The rib cage was quickly shattered. As Amav savored the meal, he noted, Lloyd's taste is just average. Not good, not bad. A mediocre flavor. His arm was gradually consumed by a dark gas. He told himself. Still, it's better than that disgusting taste of Lot's group. Transforming into Lloyd, Amav flexed his fingers. Anyway, with this, I can now turn into Lloyd. Next up is. He then bent down to pick up the bone fragments. Disposing of Lloyd's traces, I guess I just need to toss the bones into a sewer. Done. Leaving syrup behind, Amav slowly walked away. When I get home and check the data, I'll decide whether to meet the broker. From a distance, it might be called out. The smell of prey. Amorph replied. I just finished eating. Suddenly, she asked, so where's my share? Amovi paused for a moment. Next time I have to leave a portion for MIP. Click. Port District. Supply storage team. A colleague passed by and greeted him. Hey, Thunder. You're not leaving yet. Thunder continued to type furiously. You go on ahead. I still have some work to do. Hey. The other person left. Yes. I'll be going then. Only then did Thunder look up. He took something out of his pocket. Opening the device, Thunder cursed under his breath. Damn it. Looking at the data before him, he thought, all of this could be money. Do they have any idea how much I've lost because of those bastards? Turning to the robots beside him, Thunder was annoyed. I could have smuggled it to another planet this morning. But because of the board of directors, they had people monitoring all outgoing goods. As a result, all the creatures I planned to transport are being kept in cryostasis. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Thunder clenched his teeth. Do you people have any idea how much money is lost with just a 1-day delay? You bastards. Suddenly, he noticed something. With all that I've invested that surveillance. BOM. The screen displayed you have received an encrypted message from L. Thunder was suspicious. That fool L. Looking closer. His face suddenly turned pale. Huh? An osprey? Someone wants to buy that. A corner of his mouth lifted. The more Thunder read, the happier he became. If I remember correctly, I heard that creature is extremely rare. Who would want to buy it? Sitting at his desk, Thunder thought excitedly. A strange buyer. The exchange is in the administrative district. Well, that makes sense. Those people like to collect rare animals and artifacts. His wide mouth stretched into a grin. This guy, I knew he was quite capable. But, who would have thought he had connections with the cults in the administrative district? Notification time. 10 p.m. Location. Near the crane by the containers in the port area. Seeing this, Thunder wondered. Should I ask him to introduce me? Pushing the phone aside, He thought. Since it's in the administrative district, it's very convenient for me. No need to transport it outside. The phone vibrated. Thunder reached for it again. Now, I just need them to do their part well. As he looked, his face immediately soured. Huh? They want to change the time to late at night. His nimble fingers typed on the keypad. He already asked for a deal during a time of tight surveillance, and now he wants to change the time too. A cold sweat broke out. Thunder pressed the phone to his ear. Something's fishy. Hello? Thunder said angrily. Hey, what the hell are you thinking? The voice on the other end came through. Huh? Thunder scolded. You've never changed the time before. The other person hesitated. I have to work overtime. Thunder narrowed his eyes. So what if you have overtime? He thought to himself. What's he suddenly talking about? His eyes widened. Bloodshot. Thunder was startled. Come to think of it, a mutant crawler was being surrounded by many people. I heard a rumor from a colleague that some idiot tried to smuggle a mutant crawler. It just happened recently, and the guy was caught red-handed. The whole incident blew up. Realizing this, Thunder asked suspiciously. Could it be because of that mutant crawler? The person on the other end replied. Yes. It's because of that incident that I'm swamped. Thunder nodded. Well, sounds like you're having a tough time. Just before hanging up, he finally concluded. All right, I understand. 1 a.m. it is. See you later. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Thunder thought. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. A cult conducting a transaction in the middle of the night like this. His gaze fell to where his fingers were tapping continuously. I need a little insurance. The other person's voice came through. Hello. Thunder got straight to the point. It's me. Come with me. With an annoyed look, he said in a low voice. You know the place, right? Get there before 1 a.m. He cursed inwardly. You fool, L. Standing in front of the computer screen. Amav wondered. I don't know what he's planning. But if he dares to mess with me, I'll deal with him. Holding the phone, he told himself. The broker, S, is an extremely cautious person. It's not strange at all. A triangular block was divided into several parts. This is just a guess. But this guy is probably the manager of the logistics team's confiscated goods warehouse. Or some guard from the port security team. In other words, a crooked manager. He then took a deep breath. If I just deal with him like this, the aftermath will be very troublesome. Too many loose ends. They'll track me down in no time. I want to find a way to use this guy in the long run. Ammo's hand typed nimbly on the keyboard. But it's not like I'm out of options. As he worked swiftly, he thought to himself. Outspy has a trait that can solve this problem. The issue is, whether I can absorb that trait through predation is completely up to chance. For now, let's just see how this transaction goes and then decide. I still have a lot to prepare before heading out. Hands carefully pried open a manhole cover. Port District. Container Yard. Amav slowly climbed out of the sewer. Just in time. He said he'd contact me near that crane. A sound wave emanated, and he sensed 3 surveillance cameras there. All the cameras are pointing towards the center. The cameras are mounted from the side. Looks like he has someone on the security team. Amav turned and walked back. I'm no amateur who would fall for such a flimsy trap. Emitting another sound wave. Amav paused. Something's moving right next to the crane. His gaze shifted forward to a group of people. 100 of them. All armed. I knew he was cautious. But I didn't expect him to bring this many guns. Black smoke emanated as a woman's foot appeared. I just wanted to resolve this as peacefully as possible. The figure of a person stepped out, and the henchman immediately became alert. Amav stepped forward. What's with them? Thunder reassured him. Don't worry. They're just insurance. Looking at his smug face, he realized. So that's how it is. In Lloyd's form, Amav looked up at the nearby wolf-like creature. I don't care. But there's a rather troublesome race in that group, the VOLN. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, he thought. My camouflage organ can fool even the VOLN. But I have a feeling. Something's not right. Their sense of smell will be sharper than other races. I need to finish this as quickly as possible. With that thought, he moved closer. Where's the merchandise? Thunder pointed in a direction. In that refrigerated container. Same as always. Once the transaction is complete, the password will appear on the screen. Ammo's face dark, and as he entered, his hands typing quickly on the computer. Finally, the screen displayed transfer confirmed. Password 16H for FN. Thunder went to check. Cheering with joy. Good. That's a load off my mind. A moth quickly left. The transaction is complete. I'm leaving. Suddenly, a voice called out from beside him. Hey, was it the boss who connected you with the cult? Amav hesitated and turned back. Well, yes. Instead, Thunder made a proactive offer. He's a capable person, too. Can you introduce me to him? Every time a deal with them succeeds, I'll give you a cut of the commission. Amav was blunt. Too bad. But I refuse. Thunder clenched his teeth. What a shame. However, he was still hopeful. If you change your mind, contact me anytime. Amav walked away. In that case, at that moment, the werewolf behind him suddenly spoke up. Hey, wait. Seeing the person jump down, Thunder asked suspiciously. KDT. What is it? Quiet approached and sniffed Haymorph. Then she turned back and said, she's very suspicious. Hearing this, Thunder became even more confused. Suspicious? I've dealt with her quite a few times. Katie frowned slightly. I'm not sure. But she's clearly hiding something. Thunder's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. A different species? He then turned his gaze towards Amov. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? He immediately feigned innocence. Emma stood stiffly as he explained. Kaichi's sense of smell is far superior to other Voeln. I heard there's something going on with the security team. But who is she working with? At this point, he suddenly raised his voice. Hey, you. Seize her. The armed subordinates closed in. Amov made his decision. So it still came to this. I wanted to end this peacefully, but I have no choice. From his back, a powerful tail shot out. Now I'll kill all of them. Except for S. Suddenly attacked by poison. Kaiti opened her mouth and screamed. The poison took effect. She trembled and fell to the ground. Kaiti. After the call, Thunder turned and shouted loudly. You bastard. Kill her. The subordinates all raised their guns and fired. Despite the barrage of bullets, Amovi remained unharmed. What is this? Why isn't she dead? The group focused their firepower even more. Damn it. At that moment, Amov lunged forward. His hand clamped down on a subordinate's face. With lightning speed, Amov quickly took out the entire group. One of them was beaten until his face was distorted. With that done, Amovi charged towards the remaining group. Sharp claws pierced through the man's body. The sparking gun immediately exploded. The rest raised their guns and fired. This woman must be using some kind of control ability. Amidst the chaos, one person urgently opened a container. We can't beat her. Damn it. Then the man turned back and ordered. I'll hold her off. You guys get the VIP to a safe zone. The two people behind him quickly ran. Yes. Then, the man pulled out a large gun and took aim. He focused his energy and fired a beam straight at MOV. Take this. A series of bright flashes erupted. But MOV remained completely unharmed. The bullets that reached him were all blocked. Instead, the man drew a light sword. He took a stance and shouted loudly. Even if I die, you will not pass. MOV lunged forward, launching his tail from behind him. The man nimbly dodged it. Immediately after, a barrage of shrapnel flew to him. He swung his sword, quickly cutting the projectiles down. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shattered. At that moment, MOV advanced with a dark expression. A giant hand pierced through the man's body. The man's eyes widened as syrup gushed out. His mouth trembling. Monster. Then he was lifted into the air by a morph. He retracted his hand, and the man's motionless body was flung away. Armov bent down and picked up the sword. Looking at the remaining light, he thought, a light sword similar to the ones the pirates who stormed the research ship used. The same model. So they're from the same organization? Then Amov tossed it aside and turned to leave. But you were doomed to die by my hand anyway. Your energy was impressive. But you chose the wrong opponent. Walking over to where Kwarkitai was groaning on the ground, he thought, more importantly, this is a VOLN. Excellent. Kafai Thi lay helplessly, trembling. VOLN is a race that can shapeshift, which fits my evolution conditions. Lifting her up, Amovi thought with delight. My plan to contact the middleman has failed, so there's no need to pretend to be Loin anymore. Moving closer to KET, he asked himself. There shouldn't be any problem absorbing the VOLN's genes, right? Immediately after, Armov reverted to his original form. His mouth opened wide, and he roared. It's feeding time. Red syrup splattered. Amovi exclaimed. Better than I thought. His foot lifted from the syrup. Besides the special organs, VOLN are also quite tasty. Trying a bite of the head, Amov commented. The taste is quite similar to the Koans. Like a juicy hamburger. Taking another bite, Amov muttered. Too bad I have to save the rest for later. He then emitted a sound wave. I have to deal with S and the escape guards first. Looking into the distance, Amov told himself. They're pretty close. Looks like they were too busy avoiding security cameras to get far. As he thought, he walked away. Come to think of it, there are no people or androids around here. He used his connections to change the patrol routes. Hiding in the darkness, Amu Ref grinned. After all, smuggling is a capital crime in Megacorp. But ironically, his own caution has led him to his death. His syrup-covered mouth open wide. He probably never imagined a creature like me existed in this world. Thunder's group was still running. Amov thought to himself. The hunt isn't over yet. Sinewy legs pounded on the ground. The men following Thunder ran after him. Damn it. You think I'll give up just like that? At that moment, one of them hesitated and said, Sir. Thunder spun around. What? The man suggested. I think we should go to the police. Thunder's eyes widened. Bloodshot. What? He then turned back, waving his hand dismissively. If we show our faces to the police now, we're done for. The man trembled. But, we can't fight it. We need their protection now. Hearing this, Thunder angrily kicked a barrel. Damn it. Peeking out, he thought to himself. It's hard to hear, but he's right. It's better to buy time than to die. Ahead was a fence. Thunder told himself. Luckily, there's a police station behind that steel fence. I've bribed the regional security team more than a few times. His face sweating, he thought. It's time to reap the rewards. Then he turned back. All right, we have to go there. His eyes suddenly widened, bloodshot veins popping. In front of him, Amov was dealing with the other men. With blood-red eyes, he turned towards them. Thunder's legs trembled, unable to stand steady. Watching his opponent approach, he backed away in fear. Monster. His leg was suddenly grabbed. A subordinate grabbed Amov, pleading. Please, sir. Thunder was confused. Huh? The poison was spreading. The man screamed. Run. Run away. Thunder gasped for breath and turned around. Help. Just like that, he bolted. Seeing the path ahead, hope swelled within him. The exit is close. The iron gate was now open. I just have to get through there. Suddenly, the world started to spin. Huh? Thunder lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. His vision darkened. His body trembled. He was confused. What's happening? Green, poisonous veins appeared on Thunder's face. What is going on? From above, Amov lunged forward with a fanged mouth. His hand shot out and grabbed Thunder. Amov quickly slung his entire body over his shoulder. Thunder felt the movement dazed lie. Damn it. Where is it taking me? After a short distance, Amov stopped. Ahead, bodies lay strewn about. He threw Thunder aside, watching his opponent continuously tap. Thunder was confused. What is it doing? Amov's hand tapped on each side. Then, the side door slowly opened. He stepped inside. Thunder was too scared to move. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Please. Looking at Amorph, Thunder silently pleaded. Someone, save me. Amov brushed off the liquid on his body. What's this? You pissed your pants. Are you that scared? Looking inside, he told himself. But this guy is important. I can't kill him just yet. He then pressed a nearby button. I need to take care of these before dealing with the other middleman. The glass panel opened, revealing something. A small creature resembling Amorph appeared. The Auspice, an unlucky race whose psionic abilities were stolen by the Vortex Worm, the strongest race in the game. A purple light emanated from a large vortex. Their ultimate goal is to return to their home planet, which was destroyed by the Vortex Worm. To do that, they need enough psionic energy to span this galaxy. The figure of a person fighting the creature appeared, so they try to obtain it by hunting cults, making them the enemy race of all cults. Holding the creature in his hand, Amoeba thought, they can't resist telepathic attacks from multiple species at once, so they only target Owl's Bay. His fingers dug deep into the shell. These things look like crabs. I wonder how they taste. Taking a bite, Amov remarked. Quite nostalgic. It's like taking a frozen crab out of the freezer and eating it without thawing. The excess shell was tossed to the ground. First crab down. Looking at the rows of glass cases before him, Amoeba told himself. 19 more to go. His hand grabbed one from a case. After checking it, Amoeba was disappointed. Still a dud. He opened his mouth and took a large bite. Trying to get gene information from a maximum of 20 species is no easy task. But the game is full of these kinds of tricks. He then threw the leftover shell down. Another dud. Amov continued to enjoy another one. Only to left. I guess I'll have to accept that this is a loss. With a few legs still in his mouth, Amoeba hoped. But maybe the 20th one will be the one. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red. There it is. A notification board displayed predation effect activated. Successfully obtained parasite gene. Received parasite from Osprolava's biological traits. Do you want to activate parasite? Yes, no? A human body with glowing veins appeared. Parasite, one of the inherent pathogens in Alzheimer's. It can invade an opponent's body and control their every action. If AMOV obtains parasite, enhanced contagion will be unlocked, and it can be combined with contaminated organs to create enhanced parasite. Looking at the report, Amoeba thought to himself, enhanced contagion will affect debuff-related traits, since I play in ambush style. This is even more convenient. He then reached out and selected yes. Amov tilted his head back and let out a cry. A series of veins bulged on his bicep. Notifications appeared one after another in front of him. You have activated parasite. Can merge with contaminated organs. Already available. Merged parasite and contaminated organs have evolved into the trait wide area parasite. With wide minus area parasite, the effect of contaminated organs has been lost. Instead, you can create enhanced parasite. You can control a total of 5 enhanced parasites. Currently, you can specialize in the types. Enhanced telepathy 5 out of 6. Enhanced contagion 1 out of 4. Finally, the system added, I really don't understand why you would choose such a disgusting trait. Amav was unfazed. Anyone would think that. Tilting his head, Amav frowned slightly. But I've obtained the necessary trait. Remembering Thunder's terrified expression, he grew excited. Time to give it a try. Chapter 76. Han slammed down on the waist on the floor. In the sticky mess, Thunder struggled to his feet. Great. I can start moving again. A movie appeared behind him. But he didn't notice. Quick. I have to find a place to hide. Suddenly, a hand reached out and pulled him back. A morph then slammed Thunder against the wall. Looking at the wiggling thing, Thunder was terrified. What are you planning to do to me? The next second, a worm-like creature suddenly emerged. The creature crawled straight into his eye as Thunder screamed. No. In the darkness, his screams echoed. A moment later, Thunder's face became dazed. I'll go right away. Watching the stiff body walk away, Amovi thought, the parasitite was a success. But it only lasts 24 hours. So I have to time it right to retrieve it. A thick black gas enveloped Thunder. But for now, he is my slave. The parasitic creature was now on his brain. After 24 hours, the parasite will disappear, and Thunder will die. As it has taken control of his brain, an image of him with red syrup streaming down his face appeared. If Thunder shows any suspicious behavior, the parasite will read his thoughts and cause him extreme pain. Approaching a person lying on the ground, Amma thought, and he knows all too well what that pain is like. Unless something extremely stimulating happens, he won't dare to resist. A powerful hand gripped the iron plate. Besides, he saw how I dismembered them. This guy is smart. He'll understand on his own. Amav carried a person away. Time to go back. At that moment, MIP started to get restless. It pouted. Too late. A morph peeked out. Sorry. He then threw the food on the ground. Here's some food for you. MIP jumped up. Wow. Amav turned and left. Eat up. MIP enjoyed it. Yum. Picking up a leg. A morph mused. I'm a wise amorph. I won't make the same mistake twice. He then bent down and took a bite. Alright. It's time to put someone else in my place. A week later in a bustling city, nimble fingers typed on a keyboard. What's the situation with the broker, S? In conference room 5 of the Regional Security General Bureau, a voice reported. Following the announcement from the board meeting, he had stopped his smuggling operations. But he suddenly resumed a week ago. Specifically, this guy has conducted a total of 6 operations. Another person asked. He's been smuggling every day. Has his method of operation changed at all? The man in glasses said while typing. Currently, his main job is interstellar brokering. But the last 6 cases were with citizens within the city. Could it be because security is too tight? Hearing this, a voice interjected. No. Operating within the city is not profitable. The man in the blue shirts scratched his head. Continue. The broker, S, is very cautious. Would someone who always tries to maximize profit with the fewest deals really do this? He then turned and asked. Who are S's clients? The man in glasses hesitated. Well, I discovered a new one with no prior transaction history. The man in blue was curious. A new one? The man in glasses replied. Yes. Just discovered 3 days ago. Another person continued. This guy often wears pajamas and is very skilled at avoiding cameras. He's probably professionally trained. Murmurs echoed around the room. Our side has tailed him several times. But we always lose the trail. The man in blue rested his chin on his hand. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Just broker S alone wasn't enough. And now there's a new criminal. Why at this time? Thinking this, he slowly stood up. There must be a reason why the Kosh is acting so blatantly. The man in blue spoke in a loud voice. For now, create a preliminary sketch of this face and have someone analyze it. And contact the port district to see if he's going there. We need to keep an eye on every move of this broker, S. Then he lowered his voice. That's all. Everyone. Dismissed. The people left one by one. Alone. The man in blue leaned back in his chair, thinking. This guy bribes his superiors with a fortune, making him hard to catch. But this time, they won't get to interfere. He then took out his phone and started typing. The rulers of this city are also demon level. Their orders are absolute. Reading the information, the man in blue frowned slightly. My old unit has a guy watching us. The screen displayed a person. He told himself. I don't like using friends. But just this once. Broker S. I will catch you before the board meeting ends. At that moment, Amav had transformed into someone else. He checked his phone, calculating the time. 10-5. He's about to arrive. Amma then looked up at the sky inside. What a pain. Having to keep changing locations. But it would be a big problem if I got caught. So I have to endure it. Thinking of a dark corner somewhere, Amma was vigilant. I've been using this form to meet Thunder these past few days. But I feel like someone's watching near the container area. Remembering the investigators, Amma guessed. It must be the cops stealing Thunder. So every time we meet, I have to change the time and location. Half of Amma's face reverted to its original form. Clearly, Thunder isn't happy about it. But he only dares to complain a little. For the rest, he has to obey me. At that moment, Amma suddenly spoke up. Baby, I'm bored. Amma looked down and said. Just wait a little longer. Sensing movement, he looked up. A car slowly approached. He's here. The car then stopped in front of him. Someone stepped out from inside. Amma looked and then remarked. This guy's face has changed quite a bit. Thunder's appearance was noticeably gaunt. He's lost about a third of his body weight. Huh? Well, it's to be expected. Being tormented by a parasite 24/7. At that moment, he suddenly knelt down. I've brought the goods. As you instructed. At this point, Thunder's whole body trembled. Please. Sir. His hands reached out to retrieve the parasite. Amma asked. You're more afraid of the parasite in your head than me. Aren't you? If I don't take it out, you'll die. Thunder's eyes stared wide as the parasite slowly emerged. It even came out of his nostril. Mixed with a pile of syrup, the parasite was flung to the ground. Thunder clutched his nose, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, he heard Amma's voice. Where are the goods? A hand as fast as lightning typed on the machine. Here. The door swung open, and Amma stepped inside. Amma cried out. It's so cold. Amma suggested. Then wait outside. It refused again. It's okay. I'm just a little homesick. Seeing him step inside, Thunder bowed his head. Then I will wait here. Amma paid him no mind and checked the surroundings to see if there were 5 botanical lizards and a mutated fairy wing today. Thinking this, he was startled. Mutated. With dark eyes, he approached the box. I've never seen a mutated fairy wing in the game before. I wonder what it looks like. Pressing a few buttons, Amma thought. 7th is a bird. So it probably tastes like chicken. The box lid then popped open. Amma's whole body suddenly froze. Amma was curious. Baby, what's wrong? Amma thought. This isn't a fairy wing. Looking at the creature sleeping soundly in the box, he realized. It's a Galagurn larva. A space dragon. Specifically a blue Galagurn. The image of a giant dragon appeared. It was a creature based on legendary dragons and usually had a completely different lifestyle from the common type in the game. Dragons surrounded a nest. They moved in prides like lions, and the surrounding members would protect the newborn Galagurn together. The blue Galagurn emitted a wave of energy. In the game, this behavior is considered a unique trait. More specifically, it's the Galagurn W helps ability to summon its pride. Looking at it, Amma worried. If the system in this world works the same way, this situation is quite dangerous. If it summons them, this place will become a graveyard. Observing more closely, Amma couldn't help but wonder. But how do they catch it? Simple smuggling jobs wouldn't have something like this. With that thought, he looked out. It's very suspicious. But I'm sure someone wants to sabotage this operation. The living planet was sealed, and a large aircraft appeared outside. Amma's pupils suddenly flashed red. I need to find out what's going on inside first. Immediately after, Thunder rushed in. You called me, sir? Amorph pointed at the blue Galagurn and asked, what is this creature? Thunder was confused. Which one? Moving closer to look, Thunder muttered to himself. It's a fairy wing. Seeing his expression, Amma nodded. Looks like he doesn't know anything either. Well, this creature is too rare. It can't be helped if he doesn't know. He then asked, who brought it here? Thunder hesitated. I think it was Dane. After a moment of thought, he was more certain. That's right. It was Russell. He was caught and imprisoned right after catching this creature. But Amma was suspicious. Russell. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His face pale. I've heard that name before. Now I remember. The crazed face of a man appeared. Arnold Russell. Stephen Egan's subordinate. The one who confronted me. He was the crisis management chief on the Starfall research ship. With glowing red eyes, half of Amorph's face appeared. Siren Egan already had the characteristic photo-Galagen ability. So of course he would know where they nested. As a subordinate, placing a Gallagher in the space city wouldn't be difficult. Thinking this, he looked up. In other words, a family faction being attacked in Cortez City. In the star hierarchy the scenario is very familiar. Armoff then continued to ask, is there any event being held in the city? Thunder repeated. An event? An event? Remembering, he asked again. You mean the board of directors council meeting? Emma was startled. A council meeting? Thunder quickly explained. Yes. They will choose the next CEO for the Megacorp Group during that meeting. So all the high-level executives will be present. There are 23 days left until this meeting begins. Amoeba frowned. So that's how it is. The image of a cheerful young man designing a game appeared. Finally, everything makes more sense. There are always situations like this in the game. In the vast galaxy where large ships appeared, there was an event that all Megacorp players had to attend civil war. Beams of light converged in the center. According to the story, the Megacorp Group is controlled by the most powerful family, and the supreme leader, the CEO, will be decided through a vote. Players belonging to the family whose representative becomes CEO will receive enormous privileges and power. People crazily eliminated each other. So, to ensure their candidate successfully secures the CEO position, they will resort to any means necessary. Eliminating rival candidates is a normal occurrence. Someone secretly pushed a creature container forward. It's very likely that Stephen Egan ordered the smuggling to have an advantage during the council meeting. The figure of someone hiding in a dark crevice appeared. He's probably hiding somewhere in the city, waiting for the right moment. His lover is dead, so there's no way to know how far the plan has progressed. Thinking this, the moth became even more cautious. I really want Galahad's power, but not right now. If it weren't for that meeting, I would have eaten it and run. But with such tight surveillance, I'm out of options. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out. There it is. MIP spoke up. It's moving. Amav replied. I see it too. He reached his hand forward. I have to quickly put it back in the freezer before it wakes up. Suddenly, Amav's whole body trembled. The blue Galagurn had now opened its eyes. A purple aura surrounded it. Its eyes were filled with tears. A wave of power emanated as the blue Galagurn cried out. So scared, Amovi was immediately thrown back, reverting to his usual form. He thought, this one is still young, but it already has the Galagurn's innate telepathic ability. If it weren't for my resistance to psionic powers, I'd really be done for. At that moment, the blue Galagurn was emitting power while crying. So dark. So scared. Death. A moth approached to comfort it. Calm down. Sina was still scared. He continued. I won't harm you. A moment later, the blue Galagurn slowly calmed down. It spoke. You're an adult. I trust you. Amav was confused. It thinks I'm one of its kind. He observed it, then guessed. Is it because of the tentacles on my head? White Galager and S have similar tentacles, so it must have mistaken me for one of them. Amav had an idea. I have to take advantage of this. He moved closer. Hey, why are you here? The blue Galagurn replied. I suddenly mutated. Then I was exiled from my home. Hearing this, Armaf was a little confused. Suddenly mutated, then exiled. But a mutated Gallagher isn't this small. He thought of a giant monster. It would usually be a parasitic monster mutated by immense psychic energy, right? But Gallagher can't lie. So it must be true. Armaf then looked at the pathetic figure before him. Since it's been exiled, even if it summons the pride, no one will come. Egan's subordinate has failed miserably. The blue Gallagher's eyes widened. Wait. Amav narrowed his eyes. His mouth wide open, ready to eat. So it's okay for me to just devour it, right? The blue Gallagher trembled. I want to live. Sharp claws rose high. The blue Gallagher continued. I want to live. Promise me. A moth flinched slightly when he heard it say, I will give you a reward. He bowed his head. What will you give me in exchange for your life? The blue Gallagher said furfully. The dragon's nest. I can take you there. Amav paused. It knows where the dragon's nest is. His eyes flashed with a bright light. That place is perfect. Going there to hunt for Gallagher and Jeans is the ideal plan. Claws hovered in the air. Besides, once I reach the semi-mature stage, I'm required to eat a Gallagher anyway. Not counting the rare skills. This is also one of the necessary conditions to evolve to a higher level. Standing still for a moment, Amav finally told himself. So even if I eat it now, I'm not sure I'll get anything. It's better to use this opportunity to find the location of the dragon's nest. He then said to the blue Gallagher, calm down. Don't resist or do anything stupid. His sharp teeth were bared. So this Gallagher is letting me decide. Excellent. Let's go with that. A bird stood chirping on a branch. Sunlight shone down on the person on the bench. Someone snapped their fingers. The forest scene immediately vanished. The space gradually returned to the technical room. The butler bowed respectfully. Young miss. The young lady turned around, her face pale. It's time for my meal. A series of bodyguards pushed a food cart in. Cutlery was neatly arranged on the table. On either side, two bodyguards were serving the young lady. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Miss, I've brought your favorite dishes. Sauce was drizzled over the meat. The butler introduced. Today's main course is roasted beef with maple leaf sauce. A Hun slowly reached forward. The young lady paused. The nearby butler's face darkened. Young miss, your face. Her expression darkened. The butler asked again. Is something wrong? This is one of your favorite dishes. Hearing this, the young lady clenched her teeth. Thinking, yes, and Silden Egan's too. The butler slowly walked over. Young miss, moving closer, he said, you once spoke of the side effects of cloning, and ordered us to provide everything exactly the same food. Eating habits, clothes. At this point, the butler lowered his voice. Did we do something wrong? The young lady didn't answer but stabbed her fork into the meat. They were very successful with the cloning and soul transfer techniques. Bringing the food to her mouth, she thought. The memories of every detail up to the moment of death prove that. The young lady's face dark and as she chewed the meat. But because of that, I'm starting to feel like these memories aren't my own, but silly and Egan's. Why is that? Remembering his smiling face while teaching, she thought, my advisor didn't just teach me combat techniques, but also how to use psionic powers for protection and the transfer of soul and consciousness. That old man spoke so casually, as if anyone could do it. A freezer had been prepared, but there would surely be side effects that even my advisor didn't know about. Next to it was a laboratory, so I was already mentally prepared for everything. Dark energy spread. The young lady clenched her teeth. But who would have thought the unnatural feeling would be so overwhelming? What a nuisance. She finally spoke up. The council meeting is coming up soon, isn't it? The butler bowed his head. Yes, it is. Pausing for a moment, he continued. According to his secret source, Akira Egan will be arriving as a tourist. The young lady turned to him. A tourist? She frowned, muttering, when did that old man learn to joke? The more she thought, the angrier she became. He's just trying to cling to the last bit of his life. But that doesn't mean he's a coward. The smiling face of the man appeared every time he went on a trip. He always brings at least 2 body doubles. And I know all their weaknesses. The last piece of meat on the fork was gone. The original plan was simple. I would personally kill the body doubles, then retreat. The rest would be left for the Gallagher to handle. Thinking this, she looked up and asked, by the way, how is the transport of the Gallagher disguised as a fairy wing? How is it going? The butler bowed his head. Based on the information Jay provided, the goods are currently within the city. Hearing this, the young lady rubbed her chin thoughtfully. He still doesn't know I'm alive. No matter how experienced that wise old man is, he won't care about someone he believes is dead. The image of a thief sneaking in while someone was sleeping appeared. The most favorable condition for an assassin is when the target doesn't know they are being watched. The young lady's eyes widened with calculation. And this is also my chance to deal with the nobles. I can't miss it. She then turned and gave an order. Continue with the plan. Tell Jay there are no changes. They all bowed their heads and said, as you command. The young lady clenched her fork and slammed it on the table. That damn monster. After this is over, I'll definitely turn it into mincemeat. At the same time, a moth was carrying 2 large creatures. He threw them forward without hesitation. When he was done, Emma said, "Hey." Kaipi rushed forward. Wow. Seeing the blue Gallagher peeking, she invited it. Hey, you want to come over here too? The blue Gallagher was curious. Is that food? Seeing this, Emma also said, let's eat together. The blue Gallagher quickly ran over. Thank you. His eyes gleamed. Beside him the sound of 2 creatures. Hey, eat. Thank you. Remembering the first time he saw the blue Gallagher. 2 days have passed since Thunder brought the mutated Gallagher. And in the end, instead of killing it quickly, I made its way to serve me. The blue Gallagher's face was pitiful. It introduced itself as I hike, eat Newshachua, from the OA group. But I haven't formed a group, so I'll just call it Iahache. A moth silently observed them. Thinking, back in the game, I spent so much effort finding the nest. I absolutely cannot let it die before we get there. At that moment, MIP's tentacles suddenly lit up. Baby, look at this. Amav exclaimed in admiration. Wow, another tentacle. MIP jumped up excitedly. I have more hands now. Amav added. That's right. Looking at it a little longer, Amav thought again. There's not much information on MIP's evolution. It's not right to judge its strength just by its appearance. MIP moved its tentacle and then declared. Now, we have to protect this little one too. A moth reached out and patted her head. This is completely different from the game. A moth, a species that originally lived and evolved alone, is now traveling with other creatures. He then said, I think. MIP nodded. That's right. Aida also ran over. Here I am. A Mulvey jumped to the ground to leap up. When I first entered this world, I had 3 goals. He led the 2 creatures forward. Survive, hunt, evolve, and of course, reach the pinnacle. Thea waited for a Mulvey to pry open the manhole cover. That goal hasn't changed, although the actual path is very different from what I imagined. A morph clung to the edge and slowly climbed up. But by interacting with humans, perhaps I'm also gradually evolving in my own environment. Ahead was the light from the city. Amav evolved from a solitary amorphous being into a predator that hunts and builds a society. He jumped onto a rooftop. A sound wave emanated, and Amav was slightly suspicious. The figure of a large man appeared. There's a really beefy guy at the door. The man had a long scar on his face. Amav was curious. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Nor a cop. Who is he? He turned and instructed. Hide for a bit. The two creatures quickly replied. Okay. The black smoke dissipated. A Movi transformed and stepped out. The scarred man stood with his hands on his hips, muttering, "That idiot. When is he coming back?" A voice came from behind the wall. "Do you need something from my neighbor?" Hearing that, the scarred man asked, "You know the owner of this house?" Amav replied, "Yes." Instead, he asked bluntly, "Then do you know that bastard is messing with someone else's girlfriend?" Amav was confused. "What?" Holding a phone, the scarred man was furious. "I was so worried that I put a tracking device on my girlfriend's phone. She hasn't replied for a week. When I checked her location, I saw she was here." The screen showed a red dot. He asserted, "She must have come here to meet someone." Half of his face appeared as Amav thought. This is a godsend. But either way, this guy is definitely involved in illegal activities. That's probably why he didn't report to the police and came here himself. With that thought, he said, "I think he just went out to buy groceries." The scarred man shouted angrily, "Nonsense. I've been waiting here for a long time." At that moment, Amav suggested, "Then why don't you wait at my place? I'm sure he'll be back soon." The scarred man thought for a moment, then followed him into the house. "That's a good idea. That's better." Inside, the scarred man walked around, commenting, "You should clean up your apartment too. Sorry about that." He then looked around. "But why does it smell like a sewer in here?" Suddenly, his eyes caught something. In the darkness, the tentacles and eyes of two creatures gleamed. "What is that?" Behind him, Amav's voice rang out. "Didn't anyone teach you when you were little?" Amav reverted to his original form, his mouth wide open, "That you shouldn't enter a stranger's house?" Amib extended its tentacles. A scream rang out. The room door closed, muffling the scream. A moment later, someone knocked lightly on the door. The man in blue stood silently in front of the door. He frowned, thinking to himself, "This guy usually stays in constant contact, no matter how busy he is." Standing before the door, the man in blue was suspicious. "But there's been no news for a week. Something must have happened." He used a tool to press the electronic panel on the wall. The door slowly opened. The atmosphere was gloomy. The man with blue hair slowly stepped inside. "It's so dusty in here. Has he not been home for a long time?" His gaze stopped at a corner. A half-drunk cup of coffee. Inside was some sort of black residue. The liquid has all evaporated, leaving only dry sediment clinging to the cup. It must have been left in a room with dry air. Something definitely happened. The man in blue pulled open a drawer. The box inside was also opened. His eyes widened in horror. "What?" The box was empty. He was startled. His favorite weapon and gear are gone. The man in blue looked down, thinking, so he left without taking his weapon? What if he's dead? Sitting at the computer, the man in blue searched. "Before coming here, I checked all the recorded violent incidents in the Port District, but I couldn't find any confirmed cases involving weapons stronger than a laser rifle." Then, his face darkened. His teeth clenched. So that means someone secretly eliminated him. His hand typed quickly on his phone. That organization, the guy in the pajamas, must be involved. He raised his phone to his ear. "It's me. Report the investigation results on the new identity." A voice came from the other end of the line. Yes. After checking all the camera footage installed throughout the specialized commercial district, we have identified 20 suspicious individuals." The man in blue replied, "I understand. Good work." He then sat down in the chair. "Send me the information on those people." The other side replied, "As you command." He then focused on his phone screen. A series of images appeared. The man in blue examined them carefully. His gaze fell. A man's face appeared. "This is." He then continued to make a call. "It's me. There's a guy who's a worker in the industrial zone. And Siri, do you have any additional information on him?" The other end of the line reported back, "There are no criminal charges in this guy's record." The man in blue asked, "Does his face match the edited photo?" The other person replied, "I called his workplace, but it seems he hasn't shown up for a long time either. Jerry was just a part-time employee, so no one paid much attention." His face darkened. He frowned slightly. "Understood. Check the other 19 people." The other person replied, "Yes, sir." Sitting down again, he frowned and thought, someone with a low status, not even considered a person, just a simple part of the system. If he disappeared, no one would even notice. thinking of the image of the girl who died in the entertainment district. More people die in the entertainment districts than on the battlefield. He bowed his head and clenched his teeth. In this rotten city, human life is extremely disregarded. Thinking of something, he shot up. No. Walking past. The man in blue looked at the coffee cup again. He then turned and ran out quickly. I am a member of the Megacorp group. My mission is to hunt down the criminals who are rampant in this world. I will avenge you. Feet stepped slowly on the floor. The man in blue cautiously looked around. Arriving in front of a large gate, he looked up. Is this it? Building C. Where the man in pajamas lives. The man in blue stepped up. It seems to be on the 3rd floor. He walked faster and faster. The building is made of cheap materials to cut costs. I had a friend who lived in a similar place. But this is even worse. His eyes widened. Especially the soundproofing. The man in blue looked around. After walking a bit, he cautiously drew his gun. It's too quiet. As if no one lives on the entire 3rd floor. The red glowing gun was quickly drawn. Arriving at a hallway. The man in blue thought. But this level of silence is too strange. He reached out and knocked lightly on the door. The man in blue thought warily. No one is answering. Normally, I need a search warrant. He then used his tool on the electronic panel. But that would just give him time to escape. The door swung open, and the man in blue stepped inside. Immediately, a pungent smell hit his nose. Syrup was thick in the air. He was horrified. That smell is blood. Clutching his gun tightly, the man in blue entered the room. At first glance, everything seems to have been cleaned up. Going to the kitchen, he keenly noticed something. But you can't fool the intuition of a detective who has been working for many years. The man opened the refrigerator to investigate. This is the behavior of a killer trying to cover up the crime scene. The moment he saw it, his eyes immediately bulged. Splotches of syrup still remained. There it is. The man in blue urgently picked up his phone to call. It's me. I've discovered the broker's accomplice. Location is Cooperative Apartment Building C. I need backup immediately. At the same time, Amov was disposing of Kai-E's body. While chewing, he looked at the system panel. The notification board announced you have completed one of the conditions for evolution from juvenile to adolescent. Intelligent creature 12/20th incomplete. Intelligent creature using psychic energies 0/20th. Incomplete. Activating absorption effect. Successfully obtained beastly claws gene from the biological traits of a wolf. Do you wish to activate? Yes, no. A morph muttered. The final hunt finally paid off. Beastly claws. Observing for a moment, he thought, the 4th tier probably only has wolves left. I didn't expect to get an additional trait here. A morph then reached out and selected yes. Just when I was lacking a body-related ability. Do you wish to activate? Yes. Sharp claws extended. The claws glowed. Amoeba thought to himself. Using this to clear the remaining floors will fulfill the incomplete parts of the requirements. After that, I'll prepare for the raid on the cult. Thinking of the people with beast ears. Amov mused. Hunting them won't be a problem. The key is the location. Attacking the administrative district is still a big challenge for me right now. The system panel displayed Race Space Abomination MOF. Hey. Status. Juvenile. Goal survival. Successfully evolved for the 2nd time. Current traits super senses. Applied paralytic venom. Merged. Reinforced exoskeleton. Acidic blood. Reinforced hexapod. Mimicry. Merged. Natural regeneration. Pain tentacles. Predatory claws. Super strength includes. Predatory senses. Merged. Stomach maw. X10 ray vision. Superpower. Type. Physical enhancement. A morph told himself. Evolution will take more time. But I'm in the process. There's no need to rush. He slung the remaining half of the body over his shoulder. Once I get the enhanced super strength, I'll attack the administrative district. A movie started emitting a sound wave. Before that suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Running and shouting. I repeat. Location Cooperative Apartment Building 3. He not only colluded with Broker S, but is also an armed and dangerous criminal who has attacked security personnel. Send reinforcements immediately. His eyes gleamed. Amoeba was suspicious. The police. They arrived faster than I thought. He carried Kai-E's body. Amoeba turned away. Now, completing the evolution condition for intelligent creatures has become a problem. He then stepped into the room. There are only 2 options, run or fight. His eyes flashed with a bright light. This is going to be a tough fight. Running isn't an option either. What if they discover my secret tunnel in the sewer while pursuing me? He suddenly remembered. His hand touched the door. That's right. There's only one way to go. The door swung open. He stepped out. Fight. Following the path. Armov calculated. They will have an overwhelming advantage. So I have to take them out one by one in the most brutal way to throw their ranks into chaos. The strongest don't always win. This is the only way to get out of the situation without suffering serious losses. The mangled body was thrown down. Amov said. Here's your food. The two creatures rushed forward. Wow. Thanks for the meal. At that moment, Armov sat down. All right. Looking up. He thought. Although there's still some time. I need to plan my strategy. His gaze swept across the building. What do we have? Cooperative Apartment Building 3. A total of 6 floors. Each with a hallway and 6 apartments. His gaze shifted elsewhere. The basement has service rooms. An electrical room. And a laundry room. There's no elevator. So movement between floors has to be done by stairs. An image of fully equipped robots appeared. It's highly likely the main force of the raid will be robots. The building layout will be downloaded into their memory. Next to them were police officers. Amov thought. But as far as I know, they have a problem with independent decision-making. So the robots will play a supportive role. The key is the humans. His eyes gleamed. Amoeba thought to himself. They will be equipped with Gauss rifles and tungsten rounds. Defending against this type isn't difficult. But the weapons they used against me last time are the real problem. And they might have changed their MO type too. If I get hit by those enhanced rounds, even my natural defense won't hold up. Looking at the creature eating, Amorph calculated. I have to eliminate that factor. And the police will surely be fully equipped. So I'll prioritize taking out those with that type of weapon before they are spotted. Pausing. He noticed the two creatures. But those two kids are classified as dangerous NPCs with a high threat level. The little dragon is still young, but strong enough to hunt police officers. Amovi tilted his head. If it hits their weak points, I can take them down without any trouble. As for where to hit, I'll show them. With that thought, he called out, both of you, come here. The two creatures approached. What is it? I'm still hungry. Amov cut them off. We'll have plenty of food soon. Looking around, he assessed the situation. This residential area was once a peaceful place. And my hideout. Since he chose to invade an Amovi's territory, I will show you the fate of fools who dared to do so. Elsewhere, police sirens wailed. Robots stepped out as orders rang out. Send robots to the main entrance. Surround the building. A detective in a corner listens silently. Raid team, check your gear. If you find any abnormalities, report immediately. The port security commander ran over angrily. Hey, are you guys crazy? Seeing the angry expression, the detective was suspicious. What's this about? The port security commander. The port security commander questioned. Why are reinforcements being deployed in an operation just to catch a broker's accomplice? Why are you making a mountain out of a molehill? An image of people searching appeared. He was furious. How many times have you conducted surprise searches in warehouses completely unrelated to this case? That's a clear violation of authority. The detective was quite calm. How do you know about that? The port security commander paused. What do you mean? At that moment, the detective spoke. We didn't inform the port management about these searches. It was just an internal investigation. So, how did you know we acted? Port security commander? The detective cut him off. It's not that simple. The members of Broker S's team aren't just pawns in his game. From what we've learned, his bodyguard, a former soldier with an excellent service record, has been killed. The port security commander was startled. What? I haven't received any reports of a murder. Hearing that, the detective explained. Of course not. I only report all of this to my superiors. From my findings, I can conclude that the situation is very critical, and I've been assigned a support unit. The man was stunned. What? Do you know what you're getting into? This is rebellion. The detective's eyes widened in anger. The port security commander was grabbed tightly. The detective pressed his face close. So what? What's wrong with overthrowing a corrupt leadership? And that's not all. Do you really think your superiors don't know how deep you're in this? The man trembled. Hey, you. Shoving him away. The detective yelled. Shut up. Your game is over. Walking away. He threatened. You better think about how you're going to clean yourself up from this mess. The detective then said to the robots. The port security commander will not be participating in the operation. Thank you for helping me apprehend him. The robots replied in unison. You're welcome. Detective. The robot stepped forward. I am Moan, a robot from the Regional Security Service. Please take command of the operation. We are ready to follow your orders. Detective. The detective bowed his head. Understood. He checked his hand as a voice echoed in his ear. Our objective is to seize evidence and arrest a member of the organization linked to Broker S, who is currently in a coma. For more detailed information, please investigate on your suit. Pausing for a moment, the robot continued. Please note that your equipment has been updated. This is a new tactical suit with enhanced protection, allowing the use of medical supplements and stimulant injections. The detective marveled. Useful. At that moment, the robot mentioned, there is a super strong shield on your left wrist. This equipment was developed by the Gammo family with support from the cult. The detective was amazed. A super strong shield. The robot said. Please press the purple button on the lower part of the terminal. The detective complied. The shield immediately appeared. The robot instructed. If you are using a helmet, you can activate the HISM through it. This equipment was provided to support you after the last board of directors meeting. The detective was pleased. Thank you. Hearing this, the robot raised its gun. Let's begin. First directive: investigate the first floor. Helmets on. Everyone. The detective immediately put on his helmet. Frowning slightly, he thought, looks like everything will go smoothly. The enemy has no idea the police are equipped to the teeth with advanced technology. The robots and police officers quickly set off. The robots all moved in a procession. All of the station's armed security teams are true veterans. They easily contain the civilians. Plus, we have combat robots for support. There's no way we can fail. The robot's voice echoed throughout the space. All residents on the first floor have been successfully detained. M5 and M6 will remain on the first floor. The rest will move up to the second floor. Steady footsteps echoed. As they walked, the robot said, begin the search on the second floor. After the search is complete, the protocol remains the same. We leave 2 robots and a few soldiers, then continue. At this point, it suddenly paused. If any unusual situation occurs on any floor, report immediately. The detective behind him was suspicious. Moan. What's wrong? The robot reported. There's a problem on the first floor. Connection with one of the units has been lost. 5. Signal lost at apartment 110. Signal lost at apartment 105. Requesting confirmation. The detective thought to himself. It's real. He assessed the surroundings. There were 13 officers on the first floor, and it has been thoroughly searched. Where else could the enemy be hiding? The group moved forward, the robot's voice echoing. M4. Report status. Has been destroyed by an external impact. Analyzing the situation. Moan. Confirmation complete. If any unusual situation occurs, report immediately. The detective suddenly froze. Ahead, a police officer was trembling. He turned back stiffly, his eyes turning blood-whitish red. The officer's neck twisted backwards. Red syrup splattered as a scream rang out. Damn it. It's a super sapbird attack. Enemy contact. The robot's voice rang out. All units, activate super shields. We need to collect a T immediately. The shields were then deployed. A scream rang out as 2 police officers turned back. One was lifted up, screaming, as the machine's voice cried out. No. The detective ran over, but the other man had already been dragged away. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? Before him, a Movi dragged a police officer who was screaming incessantly. His long tail whipped through the air. Amov opened his syrup-covered mouth as a frantic voice echoed. 112 has been taken. 112. Respond. 112. If you're alive, respond to us. 112. The voice from the other side came through, repeating one last time. If you're alive, respond. Demov ripped out the wiring. He then picked up the radio. I'm on the 4th floor. The enemy has taken me. A voice came from the other side. Floor fray. Understood. Lifting the man's leg, Amov remarked. This is surprising. They're tougher than I thought. As he examined it, he assessed. At first glance, this uniform looks like medium-grade equipment, but it actually contains some high-trade reinforcement options. Amov then pressed a button, especially the super strong shield. A shield quickly materialized. Looking at it, Amovi silently commented. Although it's still inferior to top-tier equipment, it can easily block laser beams, the standard weapon of common criminals. Retracting the shield, Amov growled softly. They came prepared. If they were ordinary people, this battle would have been over long ago. His syrup-stained teeth bared. But that's only if they were ordinary people. An image of the man being electrocuted appeared. The parasite I placed in that guy. If he tries to reveal information about me, the parasite will silence him. Thinking this, Armov suddenly paused. If the enemy still doesn't know my true identity, they probably think I'm just a pawn or a smuggler from the space dogs. Armov then sent out a sound wave. But thunder is useless now. I need a new broker. A series of robots stood close together. Before leaving this place, I need to choose a police officer. If I can implant a parasite in one of them, I can easily locate the others. 2 creatures snuck into the room. The important thing is to make full use of these kids. X2 appeared behind a robot. Currently, the robots still classify the enemy as human, so I can walk on the ceiling without being detected. A purple electric current shot through the robot. Additionally, they can detect intruders without psionic protection. For a young blue Galagurn, that's a useful ability. The robot trembled in waves. MIP is also doing very well. It has mastered the Sea Demon's binding ability. From afar, Amov continued to transmit sound waves. With my help, they've understood human weaknesses. It's still not perfect. His hand grabbed a person on the ground. But I really want to see how strong they can become. Lifting the person in his hand. Amma thought. Well done. Now it's my turn. With that thought, he opened his syrup-stained mouth wide. A robot burst out from somewhere. Human races detected. Imhoff clung to the wall in the room. Transmitting sound. Scanning the 4th floor. The person inside was reporting. Found bloodstains in the room. Continued detailed search until further orders. Claws injected poison into the man. The opponent lost strength and collapsed. Seeing a figure flash by, the group shouted, "It's 106. I've lost track of 110. The voice on the radio came through. 100. Respond. The man's eyes stared wide. 100. Respond. His eyes were gouged out, and red syrup oozed out. 110. The man lay motionless in a pool of syrup. A moth quickly slipped away. Let's let them panic a little more. He then snuck into the room. Fear and panic will paralyze the mind. Amma pressed the phone in his hand. It'll be hard for them to regain their composure. But I'll continue. Begin. His hand clawed at the wall. The enemy is trying to catch me. A voice rang out. Damn it. 112. Amma screamed. I'm on the 5th floor. The other person reassured him. Calm down. Amma continued to yell. The boss called out gun to threaten me. Please. Someone save me. The people nearby rushed out. Hey, what's all this noise so late at night? The man screamed. Leave me alone. Before being frightened into silence by a morph. He opened his mouth wide and let out a roar. The group immediately fled. Monster. A desperate scream. Help me. The rescue team happened to arrive. A robot spoke up. Do not fire on unarmed targets. They are civilians. Watch your fire. A long tentacle wrapped around the man. On another side, it wrapped around a robot. Enemy deception detected. Before being shattered, the robot managed to cry out, requesting permission to attack. A series of blue lights flashed. Amoeba dodged. Damn it. He then quickly ran into the room. Amoeba emitted a sound wave. This is why robots are so annoying. They don't feel pain. A few robots remain in the space. They treat civilians like criminals. And above all, they are superior to humans in information gathering. After that last attack, they must have analyzed my defensive capabilities. And they will surely order the replacement of the combat teams with higher level units. Standing in the room, Amoeba thought, that information is probably already stored in their internal logs. I need to wipe out the robots here immediately. At that moment, he spoke up. Keek, come here and help me. MIP replied immediately. Okay. It then called out. Sparrow calling eagle. Amoeba opened his mouth. I'm here. Let go. Approaching the door, Amoeba became more cautious. They're closing in fast. But silently, he gently placed his hand on the door. Just by looking, I can see they've been well trained. He then transmitted a sound wave. If they were facing anyone else, they would have easily been overwhelmed. Thinking this, he moved closer to the door. But unfortunately for them, they're facing me. At that moment, a few robots approached. A piece of debris shot through the door, destroying one of them. A trobot shouted in unison. Enemy detected. Attack the enemy. The robot's eyes flashed. Counter. The door quickly slammed into them. Armor Flower shot out. His eyes gleamed. The people in protective gear panicked. Huh? What the hell is that? Don't panic. They then raised their guns and started attacking. Just as he finished speaking, an electric current wrapped around his neck. Aha, and Dame Mib appeared with their powers. I hate to send its tentacles into the man's face. Help me. Immediately after, he was finished off by Yahiche. On the other side, MIP was holding another person. Armaf reached out and grabbed the person's head. He then ripped it off. When he was done, he turned and praised them. Well done. Keep it up. The two creatures replied. Okay. Easy. Approaching one person, a morph's eyes gleamed. This is the first time I've fought while trusting someone else to watch my back. If we continue to coordinate like this, they will be extremely useful for future raids. Lifting the body, Amovi temporarily put the thought aside. I want to praise them, but there are still enemies on the lower floors. I have to deal with them first. Then nothing will stand in my way. After that, I can enjoy the spoils of war in peace. A police officer impatiently cursed. Damn it, we have to go upstairs too. His teammate reminded him. 102. Calm down. A robot approached. We have requested reinforcements from outside. Please wait patiently. The officer questioned. You want to just let that thing do whatever it wants? If we don't act first, it'll wipe us all out. The robot remained firm. I cannot allow that. The officer was furious. This damn piece of iron. The teammate frowned slightly. Human hatred for machines has never changed. It all started right after the founding of the Megacorp Group. During the space expansion, an incident occurred. The robots controlling the ship malfunctioned and rebelled against their masters. Their former captains. The Machines led a large-scale rebellion with the participation of the laborers. That was the beginning of the Galactic Association. Robots were placed on a table. They declared that mechanizing the body was necessary for survival. And those who agreed voluntarily converted themselves into machines. A series of robots were produced. But their ideology escalated. They captured colonists who refused to modify themselves and forcibly turned them into machines. By implanting chips in their brains, they stripped them of their free will and expanded their influence. Thinking this, the man frowned. For that reason, even centuries after the rebellion, the people of Megacorp still hold a deep grudge against machines. Walking lightly on the ground, I understand the urge to defy Moan's orders. But fighting among allies will accomplish nothing good. He then ran over to intervene. Hey, calm down. The other man hesitated. But the teammate stepped forward and said seriously, 102. We are police officers. I understand you're worried about your comrades. But don't forget our mission. That officer turned and continued. The robot commander must be receiving data from the lower models. Is there any information about the enemy? The robot replied. No. There's nothing. After a moment of silence, it continued. But in recent years, security policies have changed to deal with electromagnetic pulse attacks. All current models are equipped with shielding technology that neutralizes the effects of electromagnetic pulses. So data transfer over the communication network has been restricted. The officer looked up and asked, so can we analyze the information we have? He added, maybe the enemy isn't human at all. The robot replied, you mean the target could be an intelligent creature? The officer said, when 112 was dragged away, I saw it for a split second. It wasn't human. How should I put it? It looked more like a monster. Or some kind of beast. The remaining police officers were silent, its eyes gleaming. The robot spoke. Understood. I will proceed with the analysis. Beginning date analysis. The officer looked at it, thinking. After the rebellion, Megacorp placed several restrictions on robot production. One of them was to isolate individual units to sever their shared thought network. A series of robots were connected together. It was a natural measure, as the robot network was what strengthened the rebellion. But on the battlefield, where information determines life and death, this measure became extremely inefficient. So only the robot commander is allowed to temporarily lift these restrictions. The more he thought, the more he frowned. How foolish. How many soldiers do they think have died because of this policy? At the same time, the robot spoke up. Devotee analysis complete. As you suspected, the enemy may not be human. The officer said. Explain in detail. The robot immediately explained. Hey, 4 and M5 were attacked with a high-penetration weapon. M4's memory was damaged by a projectile smaller than a tungsten round. The unit stationed on the first floor was hit by a psychic attack, and its energy core was also destroyed. Hearing this, the officer guessed. The enemy seems to possess psychic abilities and high-shin weapons. In addition, decoding M3's data revealed information about a biological weapon of an anomalous creature. Suddenly, he was startled. What does that mean? The underwater eyes slowly widened, expanding the search parameters. The robot reported back. This weapon resembles a large alien jellyfish with tentacles, originating from the deep waters of planet T-101. The officer was suspicious. I-101. That planet is covered in salt water. Pausing for a moment, he continued. So it's highly unlikely that an aquatic creature could appear here. Could it be a giant mutated specimen? No such specimens exist anymore. Black smoke formed around a monster's body. It could be a new species. Or something completely unknown. It could also be a prototype of an unreleased giant mutant. The officer's eyes narrowed. The technology to create giant mutants is the exclusive property of the Egan family. Are they using these creatures to destroy TSC? The robot raised a finger. Please rest assured. When deploying the shielding technology, we also added recording modules to the storage. Even if we are completely wiped out, as long as one unit survives, the information will reach the Earth Security Command. The officer frowned and said again. Good. He then suggested. For now, I approve waiting for reinforcements. But while we wait, the enemy might attack. So I want to be prepared. Requesting permission for enhancer injections. The robot asked carefully. The side effect will be reduced by the improvements. But are you sure? The officer was firm. Better than being dead. Hearing this, the robot brought over an object. Understood. Permission granted for enhancer injections. Bright light slowly entered the cells. Eyes open wide, gleaming with light. A stream of lights whirled around the officer's body. The police officer stiffened. That officer's eyes widened. It's 112. The robot behind him was surprised. Wait. It used a cable to plug into the helmet. Let me answer. It then spoke. Moan here. Go ahead. A voice came from the other end. The enemy is torturing me. Please save me. Black gas whirled around. The robot asked. Is the one torturing you human? The other end only had one word. Help. Its eyes gleaming. The robot transmitted a signal. Detected 1.5-second response delay. Probability of you being Unit 112 is less than 30%. With that, it yanked out the plug. From this point on, 112 is considered killed in action. Pressing the communication button, the robot ordered, all units, change frequency immediately based on date analysis. The enemy is a creature capable of mimicking its victim's voice. If contact is lost even once, that person will be considered dead. Far away, a MOV transmitted a sound wave, thinking in disbelief. I've never faced an enemy like this. Frowning slightly, he guessed, so they realized I'm not human. It must be because that officer caught a glimpse of me. The officer's figure by the window came into view. I thought it was dark enough that he wouldn't notice. Anyway, I can't fool them anymore. A MOV crushed the phone in his hand. There's only one way: a direct assault. He looked up. The officers are wearing heavy armor and have been injected with enhancers. The police officers with vacant, glowing eyes appeared. Their amplifier suits have also been upgraded to match the armor. Opening the system panel, a MOV thought, I have to be prepared to lose a limb. In this situation, I can't let any of them survive. Information appeared. Galaga End's monster tentacles are similar to dragon tentacles. Reinforced exoskeleton. Acidic blood. Reinforced leg strength. Mimicry. Digging tentacles. Restorative traits. Parasite. Type. Physical enhancement. The morph had an idea. They've realized I can mimic voices. I could use Gallagher and psionic breath. An image of a giant dragon breathing fire on the city appeared. A move inspired by the energy beams monsters shoot in Japanese movies. Using it could wipe out all enemies at once. Reading the system panel, a morph worried. But the problem is, it consumes a huge amount of energy. After using it, I'll be completely defenseless. His finger quickly swiped across the system panel. This method should be saved for last. He then turned his head. Right now, I needed to minus Braun plan. Then he said, listen carefully. The MIP jumped outside. Be on guard. Aetu also warned. Be careful. Behind them, a MOV stepped out. You too. Looking around, he told himself. As long as we follow the plan, we'll succeed just like before. We just need to infiltrate the enemy. His syrup-stained teeth moved slightly. They've recognized my strength. But they have no idea we have 3 pieces on our side. The 2 creatures were advancing together. This time, I'll rely on the reinforced armor and the kid's abilities. A MOV looked around. Which way should I go? If I step into the hallway, I'll be met with a rain of bullets. Remembering when he caught a police officer, he thought, the exterior wall isn't a good option either. I've used that tactic before. The enemy will surely be on guard. Stopping, Armov suddenly had an idea. How about climbing down through a window into a second-floor apartment? If they anticipate my attack, the impact will be weaker. Immediately after, he dismissed the thought. No. If I'm going to display my full power, I should unleash it properly. If only there was a better way. His eyes gleaming, Amov was startled. That's right. I got this far and almost forgot. He remembered the pit filled with poison gas. Maybe the trick I used on the Grava gang will work. I'll use that unique ability again. A Hun with sharp claws clung to the wall. Armov clung to the outside of the base. He transmitted a sound wave. I can clearly feel the physical state of every enemy. A sound wave also emanated from the robot. A symphony created from the combination of machine and human. Microtronic waves leaking from the electronic devices. The police officers also became unusual. Their tense muscles moved more densely than usual. Their heartbeats accelerated. In the firelight, a passionate harmony emerged. The heat flowing through their bodies. Perhaps due to the enhancer. It's transmitted to me vividly. Even their sense of touch is as sharp as a wild beast. Observing from afar, Amovi was on high alert. Approaching them without preparation is certain death. He then carefully landed on the ground. But no matter how enhanced their senses are, it doesn't mean their thinking has become sharper. Wiping away his saliva, he asked himself, is this spot good enough? A small amount of acid was released. It quickly clung to the ceiling. Amma sat down and waited for the acid to corrode. They're probably expecting me from the stairs of the outer wall, never thinking I could come down from the ceiling. Once it was done, he comfortably charged in. In a few more minutes, a giant hole will open up in the floor. Carrying the acid, a morph continued on his way. A panicked voice cried out. The ceiling is melting. Amovi quickly rushed forward. Damn it. It's acid. Everyone, stay. Before he could finish, the officer was taken out by MOV. Seeing this, the robot shouted. Enemy detected. Attack. Begin the raid. A morph's eyes gleamed as he grabbed a police officer. A series of light beams shot towards him, all of which the officer took. Behind them, Amov wondered. What else do you expect from robots? Holding the body as he advanced, he thought, they're aiming straight for me to open fire. Using a human as a shield isn't a bad idea. The robot stopped firing, muttering, "Analysis complete. Standard rounds are almost ineffective. All units switched to armor-piercing rounds immediately." He then rushed into the room. Damn it. Immediately after, a series of powerful bullets were fired. Amoeba hastily fled. Opening the door, he thought, these armor cores of piercing rounds hurt a lot more than in the game. Behind him, a robot shouted loudly, "Stop, you damn monster." A large amount of acid shot out. The officer chasing behind him screamed, "My eyes! Its blood is made of acid." Amoeba paid no mind and ran away. A voice echoed in his ear, "You won't escape." A police officer kicked the door down and charged in. The officer roared, "I'll tear." The top of his head was immediately corroded. He then swung his fist into the wall. "Watch this." The two chased each other outside. The officer grabbed Amoeba's tail. He was then wrapped around by it. The officer was squeezed until he couldn't breathe. Parasites entered his eyes. A blood-clear scream rang out. "Stop!" Attracted by the noise, robots rushed over. Target detected. Amoeba turned and threw something. The robot warned, "Incoming attack." The body of a police officer appeared in front of it. Amoeba threw the officer aside and charged forward. From above, a shout rang out, "Damn it! 104 is dead. Everyone, cease fire." Amoeba slipped through the door, thinking, "I need to get to the first floor right away. 26 must have finished his job and is waiting for me." The officer's face was twisted and deformed. His comrade beside him kept reassuring him, 104. Calm down. Damn it. The medicine isn't working." The officer coughed up syrup and screamed, "Someone, get it out." Watching the officer scream, the detective wondered, what's happening to him? The robot beside him reported, "Based on the symptoms, it's either a virus or some kind of small organism that has entered his brain." The detective was stunned. "What should we do?" The robot replied flatly, "I am not a medical professional. He needs to be taken to a hospital immediately." The detective punched the wall hard. Damn it. He thought angrily. We can't defeat the enemy with just this many people. Its abilities surpass even a giant mutant. What the hell was that bastard Thunder dealing with? At that moment, the officer trembled continuously. "I will know." He then shot up. "Please spare me." The detective encouraged him. 104. Hang in there. Suddenly, he saw something. The officer shot him through the stomach with his gun. Completely controlled. The officer said coldly, "I should have done this from the beginning." The robot ran away, shouting, 104 has entered an abnormal state. It seems something is controlling him. Another robot rushed forward. "I will suppress that influence." Very quickly, the officer was pinned down, lying on top. The robot muttered, "Suppression control complete." Nearby, an order was given. "Moan. The situation is extremely critical. Call everyone waiting on the first floor up here now." The robot replied, "As you command." It then began to announce, "This is Moan. All personnel on the first floor, move to the second floor immediately." Static buzzed in the detective's ear. The robot continued to repeat, "Repeat. This is Moan. All personnel on the first floor, move to the second floor immediately." Static buzzed. A voice came through. "Everyone except the team on the second floor is considered killed in action. It seems this is due to the enemy's to-face tactics." The detective was startled. "Is that so? We're doomed. The enemy isn't alone." Hiding behind a rock, Amoeba checked his wound. "Deeper than I thought." Acid marks appeared on his body. He thought, but everything went according to plan. All the penetrating wounds will heal within 10 minutes. From afar, and my peer and over. "Baby, are you okay?" Aheda also noticed a spot. "You're bleeding." Hearing this, he reminded them, "Be careful with my blood." A drop of acid splattered, and the floor immediately corroded. Aheda immediately backed away. "Understood." Amoeba nodded in satisfaction. "Good." He then stood there and added, "Don't worry. It will heal soon." The two creatures replied, "Yeah." After a moment of silence, Armav asked, "You guys aren't hurt at all, are you?" "Thanks to you two. The first floor has been cleared. But the enemy isn't stupid." He looked up into the distance. "They must have realized we're a team. So they'll regroup and come down to the first floor soon." At that moment, Amoeba paused, thinking, should I use the psionic breath? I hope you've seen this video. An image of the entire building appeared, with a few people in each corner. They can't move freely along the walls like I can. To get to the first floor, they have to use one of the two staircases at the end of the hallway. Thinking this, he nodded slightly. Using it when they're gathered in the hallway could wipe them all out. The problem is what happens after. Armav then turned and headed for the door. The psionic breath has a fatal weakness. Right after using it, I'll be temporarily unable to move. Walking out, he was still thinking. And it takes about 3 to 5 minutes to recover. If they attack during that time, it's over. His gaze swept across the long hallway. Amoeba decided. They must have called for reinforcements. Wasting time to let the enemy gather more is very dangerous. His footsteps moved slowly. I'll use the psionic breath. Walking past the two creatures, he instructed. After this next attack, I'll be weak for a while. During that short time, protect me. Hearing this, MIP was confused. Baby, are you going to get big again? Amav explained. No. Not this time. MIP continued. Got it. I'll protect you. I hated beside her was confused. I don't understand. Instead, MIP turned to explain. It's just a little nap. It nodded. I understand. Amav didn't say anything. Not exactly. But there's no need to explain further. Sensing something, he turned back. Amav quickly moved to the door. They're here. He then peeked out to scout. A series of bullets shot towards him, and he quickly ran back. Hiding in a corner, Amoeba used his psionic breath. I need to add bulletproofing later. Effective. An image of robots holding a rock in front of a group of police officers appeared. The robots have created a shield with a concrete wall, and the police are closing in behind them with fire support. The tentacles on his head lit up. Good idea, but you're facing the wrong opponent. Immediately after, a stream of purple gas shot out. Just a little longer, a strange energy seeped into the air. That means nothing before the psionic breath. Suddenly, he froze. Damn it. His feet moved quickly. The energy consumption is too high. Amorph peeked out. I only have one chance. The robot moan spoke up. Warning. Extremely dangerous level of psionic energy detected. Evacuate immediately. The inspector frowned slightly. What? The entire police squad then turned and ran. Damn it. A large figure shot past. Amoeba unleashed a massive amount of energy. That energy quickly corroded the protective layer. It then corroded the armor layer. The surrounding comrades were corroded amidst screams. The inspector was pushed far away. His back slammed hard against the wall. The inspector gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. He trembled as he looked up. In front of him, Armoff, with his large figure, slowly walked out. The inspector let out a scream and ran. His face broke out in a cold sweat. Amoeba thought. My body can't move. His eyes flashed. I have to catch him. Looking at the corroded parts in front, IA2 was amazed. Unbelievable. Oh, Supreme One. The inspector's footsteps faltered on the ground. Damn it. Damn it. As he ran, he screamed. Impossible. His face. Amoth's face was panicked. His eyes filled with terror. The Egan family is controlling a monster like that. Impossible. Seeing Amoeba's silhouette amidst the smoke and flames, he feared. That demon will burn the whole city down. We need to deploy the defense fleet immediately. As he opened his mouth and roared. Regardless of the casualties. We have to kill him. The iron parts were corroded by the acid. All right. Facing the front of the vehicle, he shouted. Reinforcements like this won't change a thing. Then, a group of androids approached. Confirmed enhanced police combat suit of the security team. Analysis indicates subject is Inspector William. An android stepped forward as he mumbled. Don't go. So, it asked, Inspector William. Correct? He yelled. Stop. Don't go. You can't go. It took out a large syringe. Confirmed severe second degree burns and signs of delirium. The android then injected William's neck. We will transport him to the hospital. It then carried him into the vehicle. But, inside the moving vehicle, the android reported. After dispatching reinforcements, we will take him to the nearest hospital. At that moment, the police officer driving paused for a second. As soon as he looked, the man trembled slightly. This is. Looking at the rows of buildings corroded by something, the officer mumbled. What is this? He groggily opened his eyes as a voice called out beside him. Inspector William. Inspector William. Can you hear me? Waking up. William glanced around. A hospital? How is everyone? Before him were androids. They spoke robotically. By the time reinforcements arrived, the target had already escaped. So there were no further casualties. We've also recovered the auxiliary memory of the androids. The Security Bureau will apprehend the target soon. So please do not worry. William gritted his teeth, silently denying it. No. The numbers don't match. Recalling EI2's power surge, he panicked. All the androids deployed in the operation were destroyed. The one holding all the intelligence, Moan, has vanished without a trace. William looked up at the ceiling helplessly. Right now, the higher minus-ups aren't being given accurate information about how truly dangerous that monster is. Realizing this, he began to struggle. I need to report this immediately. The android said. You are still undergoing treatment. That is not permitted. Hearing that, William yelled. Damn it. Every second counts. The android replied in a monotone voice. You must rest until tomorrow. At the least. A puff of air escaped him. William wanted to argue back. No. I have to. After that, he had to lie still, unable to speak. A moment later, someone stopped the machine. William woke up with a start. The person approached. Inspector William. The figure stepped forward. There's an urgent summons from the higher-ups. Prepare to report immediately. Can you move? Despite this, he was still curious. I've seen you before. Have we met somewhere? The other person didn't answer and just repeated. The higher meds-ups are calling for you. You need to report immediately. Are you okay? William rummaged through his clothes. Wait a minute. Let me just gather my things. Walking behind, he thought to himself. He's not from the Port District. Where have I met him? The badge was placed on the scanner. A sound chimed. Identity verification complete. The other officer walked on. The car is waiting outside. Please follow me. The car started, waiting for the two to get far from the base. In the car, William was constantly on guard. Why? Why are we using a private vehicle on a mission? Looking at the officer, he pondered. If I met him recently, he must be part of the armed police. And that badge security bureau. It can't be copied or forged. Recalling the badge, if anyone other than the owner holds it, an alarm is triggered, so it can't be stolen either. The more he thought, the more confused William became. His behavior is highly suspicious. But with that badge, he's definitely a police officer. Just then, the car stopped. We're here. Looking over, William was startled. What? Before him was a dead alley. This place is. From behind, William held his gun, hesitantly asking, what is this about? The officer in front bared his teeth in a grin. You'll understand once you get out of the car. William's eyes widened, a cold sweat breaking out. That face I remember now. It's 104. Officer 104's eyes bulged as he let out a grotesque, toothy grin. I'm sorry, boss. It's too late. William backed away. What are you? A tail appeared from behind him. A poison was injected into his body. Then, he was dragged out of the car. A morph grabbed William's head. I've brought him, as you commanded. It opened its mouth, leaning in close. Inspector William. Before those terrified eyes, a morph smiled. I never let my prey escape. With that, it opened its mouth wide, sharp teeth closing in. Red syrup gushed out as a blood-curdled scream rang out. A woman chuckled to herself as she made a call. Hello. This is Kevin. How have you been? She walked as she talked. I wanted to ask about interviewing the inspector who participated in the residential district operation. Arriving at the train platform, Kevin continued. Oh, he's off today. I see. Could you give me his address then? Her steps were slow as she boarded the train. She mumbled. Administrative District. Residential Area B. Number 21. Huh? Thanks. The corner of her lip curled up. Perfect. The train started. Carrying her thought, I'm going to dig up every last bit of information on him. Stepping off, her eyes wide in amazement, looking at the surrounding streets. Kevin couldn't help but marvel. A stylish residential area with marble-paved streets. These people live much more lavishly than in other districts. Entering the yard, she thought, according to the address, it should be around here. Here it is. Lifting her gaze, she froze for a moment. The windows were boarded up with wooden planks. Kevin was curious. The windows are sealed. The blinds are drawn tight and the strange smell. Despite the strangeness, she rang the bell. If he's psychologically unstable, things will be easier. People like that usually answer questions without much resistance. The door opened. Kevin smiled brightly. Hello. Are you Inspector William? Looking at the haggard face before her, she introduced herself. I'm Kevin, chief reporter for the Daily Mass. May I ask you about the incident in the residential district? Hearing these words, William furrowed his brow in annoyance. Kevin wanted to continue. Many people died in that operation, but the door was being pulled shut. I can't answer that. She quickly used her foot to block the door. I'm very curious about the cause and who the exact target was. Peeking her head inside, she tried to persuade him. If you can't answer, with so little data, I'll have to write my article based on the limited information available. Bit by bit, Kevin pressed on. Can you cooperate for the public's right to know? Finally, William turned inside. Come in. Kevin was delighted. Thank you for your cooperation. Seeing messy bags on both sides, she mumbled. The inside looks a bit different from the outside. Her eyes stopped on the cabinet. Those pills are. Pills were scattered on the cabinet. The strongest over-month killer available. If it were PTSD, he should be on antidepressants. William sat down, shaking his head. Kevin assessed his hostile attitude. Am I really this lucky today? After a long silence, he spoke. I'm busy. Make it quick. Kevin smiled brightly. Yes, of course. She placed the recorder down. Then I'll begin the interview. Sitting up straight, Kevin began. First, can you briefly tell me about the operation? Afterward, She concluded. I see. Next. It was reported that Mr. Thunder passed away. But do you know anything about the people he dealt with? Seeing the other person remain silent, Kevin repeated. I'll ask again. Mr. Thunder. William cut her off. I can't answer that. He turned away bluntly. I'm only saying this for your own good. Kevin shot up. What do you mean? She raised her voice. If you're trying to threaten me, the Daily Mass and the South family won't stand for it. William stopped. Do you really think those useless idiots can protect you? As soon as she heard it, Kevin exclaimed. Are you? William turned back impatiently. Be careful. But since you've already set foot in here, perhaps my warning is meaningless. The interview ends here. Behind him, Kevin was speechless. Then, she walked out. Annoyed. Thank you for your cooperation, Inspector William. From behind him, a voice rang out, making her freeze. Your name is Kevin, right? Don't walk alone at night. The door closed. Kevin jumped and shouted. What did you say? She pounded on the door repeatedly. Hey, what did you mean by that? Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. Looking down, Kevin thought, it's the branch director. Turning around, she cheerfully answered the phone. Yes, it's done. Really? Who do you think you're talking to? It was a smashing success. William watched her go. All right, I'll be right over. The person on the phone asked what was wrong. William said in a low voice. Someone is targeting him. The taut vines twitched slightly. Then it burst open, and a stream of green, viscous fluid flowed down. Amorph's eyes were wide as he suddenly froze. He looked around, thinking, it's been almost half a month since the bloody battle with the armed police force. My new nest is now nearly complete. Before him was a tunnel covered in vines. When it's finished, the nest will have a diameter of exactly 500 meters. Compared to this massive city that stretches for tens of kilometers, it's pitifully small. The giant sphere, containing an industrial zone, a central administrative district, residential areas, a port, and a nightlife district, appeared in his mind. But with the right connections, I can still cover up to a quarter of the urban area. The entire residential area is under my surveillance, along with 30% of the industrial and entertainment districts. Thinking of this, Amorph raised a hand and poked a vine with its claw. Of course, I can't sense every single tiny movement, but it's enough to detect those who are targeting me. There. He turned to look behind him. Building this nest has drained a lot of energy. I'm starving. And speaking of which, its mouth full of sharp teeth opened in anticipation. Today's my scheduled hunt for some contraband goods. I wonder what they'll taste like this time. William's emotionals' face appeared on the ID card. William, leader of the Port District Detective Squad. I intentionally let this one survive. His face was expressionless. Amorph thought. He's one of the few humans who ever gave me real trouble. In the long run, he's far more useful than Unit 104, who had already lost psychological control. That's why I didn't kill William that day. Amorph, in front of him, bit into a man. Instead, I eliminated Unit 100 for right in front of him. William's eyes widened, tears streaming down. As expected, that sight completely broke him mentally. He didn't resist at all when I implanted the control device into his body. Amorph and the two creatures strolled ahead. From then on, all information about smuggled goods was sent directly to me by him. I received them once every 3 days. The two creatures were fast asleep. He observed his surroundings while contemplating. The only drawback is that I can't get past the security cameras, so I need William's help every time I move. Still lost in thought, he was startled. It must be time to wake up these workers. What's wrong? The phone was lifted from the ground. Picking it up, Amorph looked at it doubtfully. William? Stroking its chin in thought. It suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. I just received a signal from the implant inside him. He wants to report something. Its finger pressed the accept button. If there's any sign of betrayal, he'll be eliminated immediately. So I'll let it slide for now. It seems something unexpected has happened. Answering the call, Amorph asked in a low voice. What is it? On the other end, William reported. Someone is following you. Master. Amorph grunted in acknowledgement. At that moment, he began to report everything. Yes. A veteran reporter named Kevin from the X10 Daily, a media outlet run by the Jia family in the capital city of Tianfeng. Hearing that, Amorph fell silent, thinking, the Jia family. I never expected to hear that crazy name again. Reporters were vying to interview someone. In the game's original story, the Jia family was one of the powers in the capital of Tianfeng. They controlled the media industry. They weren't strong in combat, nor could they infiltrate forbidden zones or dangerous planets. In space, a series of large satellites appeared. They were a bunch of lunatics who specialized in launching spy satellites into neighboring regions and then spreading false information. That's why they were utterly despised by players on the opposing Megacorp faction. Thinking about it, Amorph grew even more cautious. I even prioritized finding the radio wave blocking trait just to deal with them. If the target this time is just a reporter, I need to take care of her quickly. Its claws scrape the wall, breaking the vines. Leaving this for too long will surely become a disaster. I need to see what the specific situation is. Just then, William spoke again. I've just sent a photo over. It's an image from our security cameras. On the phone was a picture of a woman. Senior reporter Kevin. Today, I will deal with her. Hearing that, Amorph immediately asked, how does she get around? William replied from the other side. Mostly on foot. She's probably using the subway. The two antennae in front of it wrapped around a vine. Once a reporter takes notice, I must act as soon as possible. A surge of red power emanated from AMOV's body. The nest is complete. Let's test it out. Connect. That power gradually expanded, enveloping a city map. If it's a newspaper company, its headquarters must be in the industrial district. I'll start by finding the subway lines that led there. Then it shifted to a hidden section of the railway. One of my secret tunnels is right next to the subway line. AMOV tilted its head, sensing the terrain. The wall isn't too thick. It should be easy to break through. Let's try. Coming here. It wondered again. They get along strangely well. Is it because they're both wild species? Its giant hand moved slightly. Speaking of which, I remember now. Back in the game, I was always the one who destroyed alliances. I never joined one. Its footsteps moved softly on the ground. The battle on that vast jungle planet was the pinnacle. It took an alliance of great families to take down the planet I held. Amorph moved away. Bit by bit, carefully. Countless powerful figures surrounded my planet. But in the end, they all fell into a tactical trap, turning on each other, and were completely wiped out. In the end, finally, it stood before a wall. I never thought that I, who was abandoned by my own family, would one day have true comrades by my side. Amorph's eyes flashed with red light. Well, it's time to begin. Now, it swung its arm fiercely, knocking down the wall. Amorph poked its head out to check outside, looking at the deserted railway before it. It thought, done. The path is clear. Now, to hunt my prey. Elsewhere. Kevin looked at her phone and sighed. It's too late. She tilted her head back and took a deep breath, a faint smile on her lips. But the branch director was very pleased today. He even said he'd consider bringing me to the next board meeting. So it's not too bad. Thinking of something, Kevin couldn't hide the excitement on her face. If I get promoted, I could be transferred to the Central Administrative District, or even assigned to a better planet. Suddenly, the surrounding space went dark, and a loud alarm blared. The station announcement echoed. Urgent announcement for all subway passengers. Due to preparations for the board meeting, we are conducting a test of the station's lighting and electrical systems. Kevin looked in the direction of the announcement. Emergency power has been activated for all passengers currently on the platform. She shouted. Huh? A test right now of all times. Kevin looked around, annoyed. So when is the train going to arrive? Her gaze suddenly stopped. Huh? A figure appeared. Wait, that person. When did he get on the platform? A strange scent lingered in the air. Is it some kind of gas? What is this smell? William's warning echoed in her mind, making her panic. Kevin, right? Don't walk alone on the street at night anymore. Kevin mustered all her courage and glanced over. Her eyes went wide. The other person approached, mumbling something. Terrified, Kevin backed away. Don't come any closer. The other person's body suddenly began to shake violently. The person reached out a hand, trembling, trying to say something. Panicked, Kevin rushed into the train. The train doors quickly closed. Outside, the person kept pounding on the door. Looking at that person, Kevin couldn't help but wonder, who is that? Just then, the train suddenly started. It's ped away, leaving the man behind. Kevin's steps were unsteady. Q, come on. She plopped down onto a nearby seat. Why does everyone around here look so strange? Suddenly, she caught a whiff of something. That's Mel again. Curious. Kevin turned her head to look. Really? Seeing someone in a protective suit in the car. She wondered. A police officer. Seeing the person was silent, Kevin spoke up. Had a safe trip. Where are you headed? Looking closer, Kevin couldn't help but think. Why are there so many weirdos on the subway? I still have this lingering feeling like someone's watching me. She just closed her eyes. Oh well. I'll rest for a bit. Beside her ear, a voice whispered. You've completed your mission very well. The train continued on its way, and Kevin was still fast asleep. That unpleasant smell still lingered around her nose. Startled, Kevin woke up. I have to find a way out of here. I can't stay here. Not even for a second longer. Her eyes widened in terror. Huh? She saw AMOV tearing off the protective suit, standing imposingly before her. The phone fell to the ground, its screen cracking. What's happening? Kevin's face paled as she turned and fled. Help me. A sharp claw plunged straight into the back of her neck, making her scream. Immediately after, Kevin collapsed to the ground. Behind her, Amorph approached step by step. Just now, I clearly calculated so this troublesome situation wouldn't happen. I almost got into big trouble. Recalling how he was spotted by that man, my initial plan was to paralyze her while she was waiting for the train. But when I approached, a man nearby spotted me. When Kevin ran onto the train, Amorph immediately followed. I hesitated, wondering if I should postpone dealing with this reporter. Luckily, the train arrived just then, so I followed this woman boarded the next car. But now, it was looking down at her. Did she not hear that man yelling for her to run? I can't believe a reporter died just because she wouldn't listen to what someone else said. Then it extended its claws and grabbed her head. What an irony of fate. Lifting Kevin's body, Amorph wondered. I wonder what that reporter is thinking right now. That she doesn't want to die. When facing a monster, can she feel that primal, pure fear? Oh well, that doesn't matter anymore. Tears streamed from Kevin's eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Amorph squeezed hard, causing her to cough up a mouthful of syrup, opening its mouth full of teeth. It thought with satisfaction. The main thing is that this woman has become a source of nutrition to strengthen me. Red syrup flowed in streams on the ground. Amorph mused. Not bad. As a reporter, it seems she lived a pretty prosperous life. Looking at the remaining parts, it judged. The last prey was alright, but its fur and foul smell made it hard to swallow. I was hoping to get the fangs trait, but I wasn't successful. What a shame. Its hand, holding a piece of bone, paused. A reporter's job is to use their mouth and tongue to speak. Could I get something from her? A fangs trait? Suddenly, Amorph noticed the panel that had just appeared. Its eyes glinted. Let's see. In front of it, the system panel announced Subult. A portion of the evolution conditions have been met. Intelligent shapeshiftish creature. 2 out of 20 teen complete. Intelligent humanoid creature 13 out of 20 complete. Intelligent creature using psychic abilities of 20 teen complete. Predation effect activated. Bite force gene acquired. Usurp the biological trait bite force from a human. After reading, Amorph thought to itself. It's a little different from what I expected, but I actually got something I needed. What I was looking for was the enhanced fangs trait. However, noticing the bottom of the system panel, it told itself. Anyway, bite force isn't that different. Alright. Sharp fangs and a wide mouth like a snake and tiger. The A1's mouth structure is a combination of a snake and a predator. This structure allows it to widen its mouth to swallow prey. Similar to a snake. Optimized for hunting. The process of chewing and grinding the prey afterward is similar to that of a carnivore. Amorph bites hard into its prey. By possessing bite force, the action itself can become a weapon. It can be considered a trait of the same type as a beast's claws. Observing the system panel closely, it considered, if I get this bite force, I'll have a total of 12 physical traits. Just one more, and I can use the transcendent system. Then Amorph reached out and selected agree. In my current state, this is more than enough. The sharp teeth gradually lengthened. Then the fangs also quickly elongated. Looking in the mirror, Amorph remarked, in the game, she looked really cute. But in real life, her appearance is quite terrifying. So it's best not to anger her. By then, she had already returned home. Just then, the station announcement chimed. We are now approaching the final station. Please use the doors on the right when exiting the train. Amorph felt a bit regretful. I really want to try it out right now. But I have to get off the train. See you later. It turned to pick up the phone. Since this is the last train, the station will definitely be very empty. The man I took from the platform earlier is done. Amorph left just like that. Based on the situation, the report of her presence at the station has probably already been sent. Security forces are definitely waiting for me at the subway station. Clinging tightly to the car door. In that case, there's only one option. Using its strength, Amorph pried the door wide open. It quickly leapt out. Then, it clung to a nearby wall. Finally, Amorph and it's safely on the ground. It began to emit sound waves to sense its surroundings. Someone has appeared on the train. Just as I suspected. Behind, a commotion could be heard. That smell, what is it? Hey, this window is open. Amorph's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a terrified scream. Wait, isn't that blood? No way. At that moment, the vines were continuously emitting a green gas. MIB seemed to sense the movement. Turning back, it chirped. You're back from eating. Aida also spoke up. The adult has changed. MIB's tentacles moved continuously. Little one, do you see any noticeable changes? Amorph picked it up to observe. Yeah, Manata from behind exclaimed. Those tentacles on its mouth look so cool. Its appearance is truly worthy of a great predator. Hearing that, And Morph nodded slightly. So the Gal Argon family is interested in the form of Suktu. Well, as long as it has a good impression of me, there's nothing to worry about. MIB couldn't help but say, that red one eats a lot and is getting bigger. I also want to grow big soon. And Morph reached out and patted her head. Its eyes gleamed as it thought, considering the long-term future, raising number 26 is an extremely important task. My ability to fight alone has its limits. If I can collect more traits from now on, it will be a different story. An image of the two creatures attacking together appeared. As it is now, I can hardly find time to rest. If these two weren't here, my last battle would have been much more difficult if I'd been unlucky. I might have even failed if I had to fight alone. Under the water's surface exists a creature with countless eyes. Currently, number 26's condition and development process are still unclear. But sea ammons are creatures that only live in the deep seas of ocean planets. If I feed it similar dishes, perhaps it will grow faster. And Morph took out the phone. The secret is, on that list, there's a creature that fits the requirements perfectly. I'll try calling William again. Then it concluded, if you eat a lot of food, you'll grow up really fast. And Maipi was excited. Really? Walking away. And Morph replied, that's right. Let's find out together. And Maipi agreed immediately. Okay. Aida chimed in. I'm hungry. And Morph added. Me too. Special Trade Center. Complex C. On the screen, a man was intently reading the news. We have an urgent news bulletin. At 10 p.m., at the subway line in Residential District D, bloodstains from an unidentified woman were discovered. According to the testimony of the man who reported the incident, a man named Name, a lone-armed police officer, ran up from the tracks, chased the woman, and boarded the subway. The person in the room leaned back to listen to the news. The Regional Integrated Security Team has declared this information to be baseless and completely denies that any armed police were dispatched in the first place. Furthermore, with the board meeting approaching, they are requesting the public to refrain from making statements that could cause unnecessary panic. Just then, the man noticed the phone next to him. He found it. He immediately picked it up. The man looked down at the call screen. As soon as he saw it, he broke into a grin. His eyes widened, unable to hide his excitement. Finally, the call has come.